Major General Matthew Van Wagenen to give us a keynote address on strategic confrontation in a new security era. General?
Thanks for the warm invitation there, Herwin. I know people are still coming into the room. We'll try to make up a little bit of time here. My name is Major General Matthew Van Wagenen, and I'm the Chief of Operations for the SAC here back in Mons, Belgium. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. Good morning, General Badilla, Deputy Supreme Allied Commander for Transformation, distinguished guests, and colleagues here. I particularly want to thank Dr. Hitman Karcic and his brother, Dr. Haran Karcic, for organizing this event at such a critical time. In my 34 years of military service, I've served 24 of them here in Europe, and it's a privilege to address you all here today in Sarajevo, a city that has witnessed the shifting tides of history. Today, we are living in a resurgent yet unprecedented era of geopolitical contest, where globally agreed norms, values, and forms of cooperation are no longer being respected. Familiar patterns of rivalry are emerging with entirely new and uncharted challenges. Russia's revolutionist ambitions, the formation of new alliances, and the spread of hybrid warfare are not merely isolated events, as I'll talk about today. They are part of a broader challenge to the world order that NATO has defended for decades. And these shifts play out here as much as the Western Balkans as they do elsewhere in Europe and the world. The war in the Ukraine is just not about territorial control. It represents a broader attempt by Russia to redefine Europe's security order. Putin's reinvasion in 2022 is symbolic of a deeper, more ambitious goal to restore Russia's power and influence across this continent and beyond. This is not merely an effort to revive Cold War-era territorial ambitions, but an ideological project aimed at dismantling the post-Cold War order, undermining NATO, and eroding the transatlantic alliance. While Ukraine remains at the front lines, the implications of this conflict are far-reaching, extending into the heart of European security. The emergence of a new geopolitical axis linking Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, and Syria presents a significant realignment in global power. These nations share a common goal: change the existing rules-based order, international order. This collusion is more than a tactical partnership. It reflects a deeper ideological bond aimed at rewriting global norms. Their coordination in military, technological, and intelligence arenas has become a formidable challenge to the West, and we must recognize that this contest is not just a regional, but global in scope. A third area of concern is the escalating conflict in the Middle East, particularly between Israel and Hamas. This is not just a localized conflict, but a broader regional struggle in which Iran is playing a central role. By supporting proxy forces, Iran seeks to destabilize Western-aligned states and reshape the regional order to its advantage. The repercussions of the conflict, including the disruptions to the critical global trade routes like the Suez Canal, demonstrate how interconnected global security environment has become. Moreover, Iran's actions are increasingly aligned with Russia's broader strategic goals in challenging Western influence. Another challenge is Russia's growing use of hybrid warfare against NATO and its partners. From cyber attacks and disinformation campaigns to the use of private military contractors and espionage, Russia is employing a wide range of tactics designed to destabilize democratic institutions and weaken the fabric of Western societies. These hybrid operations aim to create divisions within the West, erode public trust, and exploit social fractures. The scope and intensity of these attacks are becoming unprecedented, and they represent a direct threat to the cohesion of the West and alliance. Additionally, Russia is increasing its involvement in Africa, which makes a significant shift in global strategy. As Western influence wanes in regions like Mali, Niger, Libya, Russia is quickly moving in to fill the void. by leveraging private military companies and offering security assistance to authoritarian regimes. Russia is securing an economic footholds and political influence across that continent. This growing presence in Africa is part of Russia's broader goal to expand influence globally using non-traditional means to challenge Western interests. We are standing at the threshold of a resurgent yet unprecedented era of geopolitical contests. The forces aligned against the West are not just seeking to redraw borders. They aim to fundamentally reshape the global order. NATO's response, make no doubt, has been swift, resolute, and united. We now have the first collective defense plans of Europe since the Cold War, and we have new plans that we've drawn up in the Western Balkans to reinforce partners and allies if they need to be reinforced. Part of that is being played right now with the movement of the Strategic Reserve Force in the Kosovo with elements of the new ARF. The broader strategic environment has never left the Western Balkans unaffected. Quite the opposite. It's one of the regions that's most used in great power struggles, exploiting ethnic and religious diversity. But NATO's commitment to Bosnia-Herzegovina, to the Western Balkans, is ironclad, even if our adversaries try hard to undermine our credibility and advance alternative objectives. We have worked hard in the past decades to make peace an everyday reality, to see progress for each and every one that lives in the Western Balkans, and help craft a shared vision for the future so the next generations won't ever witness a bloody conflict again. Yet this peace is fragile. We will not allow this hard work, the hard work of too many, to ever be reversed. We cannot allow borders and history to be contested and people to turn against each other. The servicemen and women of NATO, coming from all corners of the alliance and partners, will continue to serve and protect our shared values and goals for the future. Our strength lies in the shared commitment to the principles of democracy, collective security, and the rule of law. Just as we stood firm during the Cold War, we will stand firm now. Our unity is our greatest asset, and together we will meet these challenges. Let no one challenge or doubt this. Before I close, I think I'd like to recognize the Secretary General Stoltenberg, who for nearly a decade has driven the alliance forward in ways unimaginable. We thank him. NATO now is larger, stronger, especially during Russian aggression. He's welcomed 2 new members, Sweden and Finland, strengthened NATO's eastern flank, and seen a record number of allies spend more than 2% of their GDP on defense. We will miss Secretary Stoltenberg as he will leave his job in the next coming weeks. Thank you once again for the privilege of speaking here today. I look forward to the further discussions throughout the weekend at this critical juncture. Thank you. I'll take a few questions. And Huron, we can jump into the panel if you want to do next, just to make up time. It's your choice.
Hi, everybody. So I suggest we start our panel, and of course, General Wagner will join us. And then if you guys have any questions, you can ask the General directly. So I would like to call Professor Robert Person from the West Point Military Academy, Dr. Azim Ibrahim from the New Alliance Institute, Jay Jansen from the Stratcom Division at NATO, and of course General Wagner to join us here. Thank you so much to all of you for being here. Now I would like to start with Professor Person. Right, so you teach international relations. You have a significant focus on Russia, and the title of this panel is redefining relations with Russia. Now, but allow me to ask you, with the wet and cold weather bringing to a close the second fighting season in Kiev's efforts to reverse Russian aggression, should the West be redefining success in Ukraine, and what would the definition of success be in the first place? And should a new strategy be made which would balance means and ends?
Well, good morning. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and to share my perspectives and perhaps more importantly, learn from all of your perspectives. on the many challenges that face security in the region, in Europe, and beyond, as the General just noted. So, in many respects, Harun, you've gone to the core of the problem of strategy, of course, which is, the hopefully thoughtful application, cultivation, and balance of ways and means to secure critical strategic objectives. And of course, to do so, you have to understand what those objectives are. And we know that that has been a challenge throughout the conflict in Ukraine, certainly from the Western perspective. What is it that we see as the ultimate desirable objectives and feasible objectives in Ukraine? And obviously, on the Ukrainian side more directly, their understanding of their war goals. I think fundamentally the challenge in the months and years ahead, and I do emphasize years because I still believe that this is a years-long conflict, is that theory of victory. What does victory look like? Because I think a Ukrainian defeat, simply is and a Russian victory, I think, would have terribly negative strategic consequences. And so, I think the current state, looking even beyond the current play of the battlefield in Ukraine, is this problem that fundamentally, again, as General Van Wegen noted, this isn't actually a conflict over territory. Putin did not invade Ukraine with a primary objective of gaining more territory. I also don't believe that he was motivated by the specter of NATO expansion, which is a common narrative. It's fundamentally a continuation of a war against Ukrainian statehood, Ukrainian sovereignty, and Ukrainian democracy that he's been waging for decades, all the way back till at least the Orange Revolution. And so the problem here, at least from the Russian side, is that you still have all-encompassing maximalist objectives. And I see no evidence that Putin has backed off of those objectives in any way and still believes that he can achieve them. And so when you sort of take that perspective in mind and then ask from the Western perspective, what does victory look like? What does the end of the war look like? It's incredibly difficult to imagine any kind of genuinely negotiated solution because I think simply the Russians have no desire at this point to negotiate and ultimately to let Ukraine exist in peace as a free, sovereign, independent nation. And so to me, again, that points to a very, very long struggle for Ukraine. And, I believe that the West should be strong partners, continue to be strong partners, investing in that. Now, whether the conflict can be settled down or at least stabilized, and what the territorial implications of that look like. Again, I think a lot of that has to be determined on the battlefield. And we know right now, I'm not telling you anything that you don't know already, that Ukraine's success on the battlefield remains to a high degree dependent on the provision of Western arms and economic support. They have the will to fight indefinitely, I think, but they need the means. And so there's so much that I think remains up in the air, and ultimately, I think we collectively need to decide, how much we are prepared to invest in one of the most critical national security issues, I think, facing the world.
Right. General Wagner, what lessons are being learned, for the war regarding the evolution of modern warfare, particularly in the context of Western provision of advanced weaponry to Ukraine, and how is this influencing Russian military doctrine?
I think some of the key lessons learned, I think, for the alliance, for the West. 3 years ago, if you'd have talked about a war of attrition, large-scale combat operations, where you would have hundreds of thousands of soldiers pitted up against each other. People would have said, "You're out of your mind. We'll never see that type of warfare again." So I think, there's much to be learned here on what does large-scale combat operations look like, and what are the implications for collective defense in the alliance, particularly in things like the military-industrial base and investment, right? Those things are being the most active things talked about in the capitals right now. Is the industrial base there? If before we ever would go into a crisis, in order to produce the amount of ammunition, the amount of capability and capacity we would need to do. So I think that is the number one lesson learned coming out of there. There are other lessons I think we need to be careful on what is a lesson learned and what may be just an observation. This war is still very, very young. 3 years, so there's talk out there that UAVs have changed everything on the modern battlefield. I think it's too early to tell that. How has this changed Russian doctrine? I think what we're seeing with the Russians right now, with the Ukrainians, is they're highly adaptive. They're a learning military. They're not to be underestimated. They are changing in contact as we speak, and they are a very formidable opponent on that battlefield to the Ukrainians. Thank you.
Now, Dr. Azim, over the last couple of weeks, we have heard again some chatter about a supposed peace proposal, a peace deal, quote unquote, between Ukraine and Russia. And when I looked at it, it looked pretty much like what was offered to us during the Dayton Peace Agreement. And in fact, there were a couple of Bosnian young authors and scholars warning the Ukrainians not to accept this sort of peace agreement because it was effectively create a frozen conflict. And it would allow Russia to meddle in the long run in Ukraine's internal affairs, just as it does in our internal affairs 30 years since the Dayton Agreement was signed. So now, this is not the first time that we have heard of such peace proposals being floated. Is the idea of Ukraine ceding parts of its territory to the Russians, is this a realistic path to peace? I mean, what would the consequences of this legalization of Putin's conquest be in the long run?
Thank you for that, Haroon. So when we say we want to redefine our relationship with Russia, what we actually mean is re-improving our relationship with Russia, or resetting it, as Hillary Clinton tried to famously do. But the reality is this geopolitical situation has shifted dramatically just over the last 10 years, which has put Russia in a much, much stronger position today than it was 10 years ago. And I'll give you 5 reasons why that is very quickly. First of all, Russia has demonstrated an increased resilience to sanctions. Over the past decade, Russia has adapted very well to Western sanctions, much better than anybody had anticipated. The estimates were that Russia's economy would decline by 10 to 15%. In fact, it turned out to be only 2.1%. And they have done this by creating what they wanted to do after the 2014 annexation of Crimea, as building a fortress economy. So they are much more resilient to external economic pressures. That's the first thing. Second thing, they have now built an alliance with China against the United States. This is what I refer to in my book as the alliance of autocracies that is emerging around the globe. Bilateral trade between Russia and China has now reached a record high of over $190 billion from 2022, and is now going to surpass $200 billion. 70% of Russian oil is now going to China. And so China has become a critical partner with Russia to undermine the US and the US-led world order. The third thing is a shift in global energy markets. The West has now slowly taken itself off Russian energy, but at the same time, the Russians have been very adept at finding new markets. For example, Russian crude exports to China surged from 100,000 barrels per day in 2021 to over 1.2 million barrels per day in 2023, and this shift has provided Moscow with new lines of income outside the Western democratic world. And the fourth thing is military realignment and expansionist influences. You know, Russia, at the early stages of the war with Ukraine, we've seen that they didn't do it very well. But even Ukrainian military officers will tell you that Russia is very good at learning and adapts very fast. And they're particularly in strategic sectors like missile technology and cyber capabilities. So despite the ongoing challenges, the Russian military has demonstrated that they are able to maintain influence in key regions in like Syria and in Africa with the Wagner Group. And the final point, the fifth point, which is probably the most important, is erosion of Western unity. The West is today less unified than it was a decade ago, complicating a coherent approach, a single approach to Russia. Internal divisions within NATO, within the EU, exacerbated by Brexit, has all left us in a very disunited position to take on Russia. And furthermore, Russia's strategic focus has shifted to China. It's what they call the shifting of the centre of gravity from the Atlantic to the Pacific. And there's many, even in the current administration and in the Trump camp, who say, look, we need to basically let the Europeans deal with Europe. Our objective should be focusing on China, which is a peer competitor. It is a generational power that we need to focus all our attention on that. So overall, Russia's strengths, alliances, economic resilience, military advancement and erosion of Western unity have made redefining our relationship with Russia exponentially more complex today than it was 10 years ago.
Right. In fact, I was planning to ask you a few more questions afterwards regarding the strategic relationship between Russia and China, and more about your book on the authoritarian century. But let me first get back to Mr. Jansen. Now, you know, in your work professionally, you deal a lot with how NATO communicates. You pay a lot of attention to Russian disinformation campaigns and things like that. And here in the Balkans, we have been seeing Russia launching Sputnik in the Serbo-Croatian, Bosnian languages. RT has an office in Belgrade, and their information is more often than not disseminated for free. And local TV channels, which are financially impoverished, they will very readily copy-paste these news pieces and disseminate them throughout their channels. But so the Russian and the entire digital apparatus, seems to be working in sync with the government and the military, to push certain agendas online with their trolls and their automated bots. And we have seen from top EU officials, declaring that Russian disinformation is one of EU's top priorities. We have seen Germany and France unmasking large-scale Russian disinformation campaigns. We have seen Russian propaganda network being uncovered in the Czech Republic recently. So it seems that now finally foreign information interference is receiving appropriate levels of attention. Why only now?
Thanks, Haran. I think it's first important to acknowledge that Russia's information architecture, their influence architecture, goes beyond just digital and media. They have global networks run out of their embassies, where they have infiltrated some of our academics in our countries, some journalists. They have cultural institutions set up. They're using the network of the Russian Orthodox Church. And then they wrap this around with some coercion in the form of energy coercion, political coercion, military coercion. And then it's all underpinned by this global digital and media empire. Pretty impressive architecture. And we ought to be paying attention. And it's very good that we are now working within our societies to try to deal with this, to protect our resilience, to defend our societies and our key spaces. But it begs the question, should we only be on the defensive, or do we need to think about, at a certain point, when do we start to raise the cost for Russia? When do we get in the game? When do we seize the initiative? So I've painted a picture of a Russia that's 10 meters tall in this space. Actually, they're not. If you look at 2022, they made some huge strategic mistakes at that moment. I think the foremost mistake they made, they completely failed to grasp the mindset of Ukrainians. The change that had occurred starting in 2014, I think Russia actually believed they would be welcomed as they rolled through the streets of Kiev in about a week. Of course, the opposite happened. Even many Russian-speaking Ukrainians, because of their experiences from 2014 on, had said, enough is enough, we are now looking westward. And the second mistake I believe they made, and I'll stir the pot here a little bit by disagreeing with our last speaker, I believe Russia underestimated the extent of alliance cohesion and Western unity. I think that they expected us to sleepwalk through this like we did in 2008 and like we did in 2014. And they were surprised by the fact that the West actually learned a few things. And one of the things that was really effective, going back to my point about initiative, was this declassification proactively of intelligence. So why did that happen in 2022? Precisely to seize the initiative from Russia, to explain beyond a shadow of a doubt what preparations were being made, what the intent was, and to take away that initiative from Russia. And the second point behind it was, hey, let's take away their ability to create pretext. So these false flag events, these distractions and mayhem that they're so good at creating with their architecture, well, the West effectively pulled the rug out from under Russia by exposing these things in advance, putting some of their very sensitive classified information out into the public domain, which really caused Russia to be flat-footed in the cognitive space. The last point I want to make here is that didn't happen by accident. It happened because leadership at the highest levels decided to do that. It shouldn't happen every day. There's a cost to declassifying information. This is not something we should be doing week after week. It's something that we need to do at critical moments, and it's something that needs to be led from the top.
I would like to throw a question to Professor Persson and General Vaganen. We have seen, the provision of F-16s, of HIMARS, aid against Ukraine. This was seen in the West initially by certain analysts and intellectuals and journalists as a potential escalation of the war. Now, we have also seen that at the same time Ukraine has successfully managed to disrupt the Black Sea Fleet, and with Russia retreating the remaining ships back to Novorossiysk, we see that such fears were overblown, right? So do we conclude that Russia backs down when pounded on the battlefield? And if so, why is there still obstruction to allowing Ukraine to use these weapons and strike Russia proper?
Certainly. So I think, again, we've learned a lot about Russia and Putin over the last couple of years, and I think we have, or we certainly should have learned that in fact many of his so-called red lines are things that can be, frankly, crossed, and that at the end of the day, he has been very successful, I think, in using those types of threats essentially to deter a wide range of activities and actions on the part of the West. Now, I should also insert here, these are my personal opinions, not the official policy or position of the United States government, so I do speak personally, when I say that I think in many instances, yes, that deterrence has extended into the realm of self-deterrence. Which is to say that, I do believe personally that the current administration at times has been overly timid in its decision-making regarding, how to support Ukraine and what activities to allow, what type of equipment to provide. Now, that said, obviously we know that Russia does have a wide range of capabilities with which they can retaliate, with which they can escalate, if that's a word that we want to use in this context. But here I think we continue to be constrained in the West by an overly military understanding of warfare. Which is to say that I think we think of warfare, we have a tendency to think of war strictly in the military sense and strictly in a linear sense. And of course the fear is that Russian escalation, be it by sending a couple of javelins to Ukraine, as was the fear very, very early on, all the way up to the provision of tanks and then potentially fighter jets and the allowance of using long-range missiles against Russian territory. The fear is that these actions will provoke a Russian military response against Western and certainly NATO allies and assets. It certainly is possible that the Russians, will retaliate once permission is finally granted to the Ukrainians to use these weapons. But I think we're much more likely to see that retaliation in asymmetric ways, in sort of the so-called gray zone, the hybrid zone, whatever terminology you self-identify with. And so I think we'll see that, but it won't be the oh my gosh, they're going to attack a NATO ally and we're well on our way to World War III. I think they'll, if they are going to carry out activities that those of you who are involved in the intelligence world probably have much better visibility than I do as a professor. But, I think that is a battle space that, frankly, we ought to be willing to accept some risk in, because I think we do, as my colleagues know, have capabilities and assets and abilities to meet those challenges there. And so I'll leave it at that and hand it off to a true military professional who I'm sure can lend even more insightful observations than I.
Yeah, Harun, I'm not going to answer any questions on escalation. These are held at the political level. These are national sovereign decisions. But here's what I'll tell you on the military side about the weapon systems that the West and NATO have provided. Whether it's HIMARS, ATACMS, Spike missiles, Leo tanks, that aid has made a significant difference for the Ukrainians on the battlefield, and it needs to continue. But I'm going to give you a little bit opposite view. There is a narrative out there that the Russian weapon systems, it's garbage, it doesn't work. I'm going to tell you that's the furthest from the truth. Do not underestimate Russian capabilities and what they produce in their industrial base. They are very, very effective weapon systems. This is a large-scale conflict with massive losses on each side. So as long as we keep the West keeps providing the weapon systems that are proved effective, I think the Ukrainians can continue this. As far as the vertical escalation, yeah, I think it was well said by my counterpart there. Thank you.
Dr. Azim, there was, speaking of Western military support towards Ukraine, there have been calls to seize the 300 billion or so in Russian central bank assets in the West, that the Western governments froze after the invasion of Ukraine. Now, there are pros and cons when it comes to this idea. What's your take on this? Would seizing Russian assets give the West more leverage? I mean, is this the right thing to do? Would seizing Russian assets harm the West's, international reputation? What do you think?
At the New Lines Institute, we actually developed a model which is now the basis of the Repo Act. We called it the Multilateral Action Model on Reparations. And the argument we made that it's an absolute necessity to use frozen Russian assets for reparations for Ukraine. When the war in Ukraine ends, the cost to rebuild Ukraine is estimated to be about $1 trillion. Now, who is going to pay for this? Is this going to be paid for by US and European taxpayers? That seems highly unjust as a policy when Russia should be made to actually compensate Ukraine. But there's no mechanism by which to force Russia to pay this. And to give you an example, Iraq paid Kuwait $52 billion in reparations after its invasion of Kuwait. And in fact, the final payment for that reparations was only done about 3 years ago. But that was only because Iraq was invaded by a coalition. It was occupied by an international coalition, and it was mandated by the Security Council. So none of these three things are going to happen in the case of Russia. Nobody's going to be invading Russia. No international coalition is going to be mandating it. And the Security Council clearly is not going to authorise this. So we have to think of new, innovative legal models by which to get compensation for the victims, to make the perpetrators pay. And this is the most effective way. So what the REPO Act does, what our multilateral action model on reparations does, is that it transfers frozen Russian assets into an escrow account. So the President of the United States does not seize those assets, because once you seize something, you take ownership of it. You transfer it into an escrow account, which is then administered and monitored by a third party, like the IMF or something else, that gives out as in reparations. Now, this is very important because it also sends a strong signal to other parties that getting involved militarily in your neighbour's affairs will not go down very well. And I'm obviously thinking here about China. Chinese assets in the United States and elsewhere are exponentially larger than Russia. And I can tell you unequivocally, every single member of the Politburo in China has all of their assets in the West. None of them keep their money in China itself. They like to make their money in China, but they like to invest it in the West. They like to have children in China, but they like to send them overseas to America and Europe for education. Because deep down inside, they all know their system is rotten. You only fall out with Xi Jinping once, and then basically your assets are gone and you have been disappeared. It's happened multiple times. Look at Jack Ma, the richest man in China, Bo Xilai, Desmond Chun. The names are endless. And there is no stronger message that you can send to the members of the Politburo that if you invade Taiwan or get involved in any adventures, your personal assets will be under question. And I can tell you that is the most effective way to deter China. Continue doing all the other stuff, but once they cannot pay the private school fees of their children in London and elsewhere, they will really think twice about whether they want to get involved in any overseas adventures. So this is an alternative legal model which we have to develop because the old system is no longer working. We have a situation now in which a member of the Security Council, a nuclear power, has invaded its democratic neighbour, and another member of the Security Council, also a nuclear power, is threatening to invade its democratic neighbour. The international system is no longer functioning. We now have to start looking at alternative ways in terms of enforcing the international rules-based order and deter aggressors such as Russia and China.
Azim. Professor Person, speaking of sanctions, it seems that the core of the problem is that expecting private sector actors in the defense and tech domain to shoulder the burden of cutting all links with Russia merely on moral grounds was wishful thinking, right? They haven't done so. Now, do you agree that without stringent controls to ensure compliance by all, material self-interest is bound to lead to the breaking of some ranks?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. I would argue that a good sanctions regime, an effective sanctions regime, actually is not built on moral justification and arguments. Now, there may be very strong moral, humanitarian, and ethical reasons to impose sanctions, obviously, but in order to actually facilitate them, to make them effective, I think they have to be designed on pure material interests. In that respect, sanctions are just another form of coercion. And so if we think of coercion as fundamentally an exercise where one side is going to make a threat of pain, that could be, physical pain. It could be economic pain. But, the point of that threat is essentially to alter the cost-benefit analysis of the target actor such that they reorder their preferences. They may prefer to continue doing business as usual in a profitable manner, But if a credible threat, and of course credibility is always the key, if a credible threat is such that you can sort of alter their preferences and get them to take the behaviors that they wouldn't otherwise take, or refrain from behaviors that they would like to take under threat of economic pain, that's really the formula for effective sanctions. Because at the end of the day, I happen to agree with Thomas Hobbes, which is that human beings are greedy, selfish, and certainly shall we say materially motivated creatures. So when we take that construct, adjusting the cost-benefit analysis, reordering preferences under threat of pain, that logic of coercion or deterrence, certainly can be applied at the state level. If we want to get an adversary state to reverse a behavior or to take an action or be deterred from an action, but then it's about sort of constructing a set of threats in order to compel them to do that. Obviously, the sanctions that we threatened against Russia prior to the invasion were not effective in doing that, and unfortunately they've not been effective in reversing the decision to invade. I would argue that they've been more effective at sort of the long-term strangulation of Russia's ability to make war, but that's a long game. Now, turning now to your question about sort of the individual actors, so dropping down from the state level to the level of businesses, firms, and individuals, the same logic applies, and any effective sanctions regime, yes, it cannot be built on sort of a hope that they will do the right thing in a moral sense, but do the right thing in a very materialist sense. And so, yes, it's about raising the cost of doing business with sanctioned Russian entities, or engaging in otherwise prohibited activities. And yes, there is a cost to that. We are trying to make it extremely costly for financial institutions to engage in transactions with Russian entities. We are trying to make it costly for prohibited items to be bought and sold to and from Russia. And so in that respect, again, going back to our beliefs about human nature, yes, people will try to find a way around those because it may be in their material interest to do so. And so that is why enforcement, monitoring, and constantly adapting the sanctions regime is really essential. Humans are clever creatures, and our policy making needs to keep a pace with that. And so, while I take hope every time, or I take encouragement every time there's a new set of sanction packages that are announced, both in the United States and the European Union. It's not just about sort of announcing new sets of burdens and threats. It's actually following up, enforcing, and staying on top of the ones that we've already got that I think are of critical space in this conflict.
Mr. Jensen, speaking of sanctions, we have seen a couple of countries in Europe, ban certain Russian Kremlin-funded media outlets, but then again, still Russia is able to disseminate their information through other channels and over the internet. So, I wanted to ask you, we have seen quite an increase in cyber attacks over the last 1 or 2 years, in arson attempts, at sensitive sites. We have seen information attacks during the Olympics. We have seen drones flying over critical infrastructure sites in Germany and Poland. We've seen GPS disruptions. We have seen drones landing on Allied territory, even missiles. What is the impact of all these on the Allied information space, and what steps can you as NATO take without, exacerbating the situation already, to sort of send Russia a clear message or try to counter these hybrid forms of attacks?
The situation you've described is certainly very troubling. I think many of us would agree that these hybrid incidents are occurring. at a tempo and frequency and severity not seen before. And then you overlay that with the fact that we've also got things like Russian drones crashing on Allied territory in a fairly regular basis. This makes for quite a dangerous situation, and it's reckless, irresponsible behavior by Russia, and we need to think hard about how to deal with it. So my area of expertise is how is that impacting the cognitive dimension? I think that's part of the reason why Russia conducts these types of activities. They are trying to place fear in the hearts of our population so that things will happen such as people will start to decide maybe it's too risky for us to keep supporting Ukraine. Maybe we should pressure our government to stop that support. What can we do about it? Well, I think across our whole of government apparatus, the first thing that we need to do is we need to continue to make the compelling case regarding what we're facing, acknowledge that there are costs. So there's a cost to us supporting Ukraine, but we need to clearly talk about the fact, the costs of supporting Ukraine now are going to be far lower than if we let Russia win and they're allowed to continue with their misadventures elsewhere in Europe. And I think the Georgians, the Moldovans, and others would strongly agree with that, and the Baltic states as well. There's practical things that we can do as well. We can attribute these activities. We've spoken about declassification. We can work with security services, society to collect the evidence and then respond back, place blame on Russia. The Skripal response by the UK was a great example of that. And it speaks well to another tactic, which is we should respond asymmetrically to these types of behaviors. So, when we had UK citizens poisoned on UK soil, the United Kingdom didn't go out and poison Russians. Instead, what they did is they got their allies together, they called out the behavior, and then they expelled a whole host of intelligence people working in embassies across the globe. That had a cost for Russia. And I guess that's the last sort of recommendation I'll make is we've got to go after the networks. There's a lot of focus placed on combating disinformation, but Russia can crank out conspiracy and disinformation campaigns, multiple campaigns in a month. But when you start to take down their networks, whether it's banning them from Meta, which happened about a week ago, whether it's shutting off RT and Sputnik in our societies, or whether it's security services disrupting Russian intelligence networks in our countries, these are the tactics that are really going to bear fruit, but they're not easy. It takes effort.
I wanted to ask you, if you look at those statistics, opinion polls from the International Republican Institute when it comes to the Western Balkans, Bosnian Muslims and Kosovo Albanians are by far the most pro-NATO, pro-EU, pro-American oriented, right? The reason behind it is quite simple. It was NATO only intervened twice to save a beleaguered, besieged Muslim minority. In the case of Bosnia, 1994, 1995. In the case of Kosovo, 1998. It makes perfect sense, right? However, over the last 2 years, we see a steady decrease in support for NATO and the US among Bosniak Muslims who are most pro-Western oriented. At the same time, we see a spike in Russian propaganda being mostly disseminated through Serbian channels, from Serbia proper and from the Republic of Srpska. We see the lionization of Putin's forces, the lionization of ties between Putin and Erdogan, and they know that this appeals to the average Bosniak Muslim, right? The glorification of Putin's links with the Middle Eastern Arab countries. What can you do in the Balkans, where you have significant support as NATO, to counter this growing threat?
It's a tough problem set, and let's recognize first, why is this happening? One of the main reasons it's happening is because this region is being targeted deliberately by Russia and by other actors. Russia's motivations, my personal view, it's less about history. It's less that they actually want to help this region. My belief is they see this as a Trojan horse in the center of Europe, and they want to keep conditions set so that they can trigger that Trojan horse at a time and place of their choosing, which would present NATO and the West with a huge dilemma. So I guess what that tells people like us working in the alliance, that we need to continue to invest in this region. Hey, I'm working at the military level, and I think that forces like U4, K4, and others, maintaining the safe and secure environment that exists to create opportunity to solve the really tough problems, that's important. But the folks that need to solve the really tough problems are here in the region, and the political actors. And it's not my place, I think, as a military guy working at a military headquarters to address those.
You know, when you look at things from a broader perspective, right? We have, you know, following the invasion of Ukraine, we have heard that this has reinvigorated the transatlantic alliance, right? It's stronger than ever. It's much more. Each individual country is committing more to defense. There are even plans to increase spending to 3.5%. What is your take on this, and what is your take on the alliance? Should it be further expanding to include countries such as Bosnia, Serbia, Kosovo, or should it consolidate what it already has?
So the Euro-Atlantic Alliance is probably, a strong Euro-Atlantic Alliance is probably the best insurance policy that we would have against an aggressor, whether it's Russia or China or anybody else. But the fact is that this term is actually quite misleading when you say Euro-Atlantic. It really is just the United States. You know, people are very critical of Donald Trump, and rightly so. But when he called out NATO and the lack of NATO spending, you know, he was absolutely correct. The fact is, how did Russia manage to build its economy, and how did it manage to rebuild its military so effectively? They did this principally with German money. When Angela Merkel became Chancellor of Germany, she got rid of the entirety of the civilian nuclear program to buy cheap gas from Russia. So when Trump called out saying, look, hang on the 1 minute, you're building your economy, undermining your own military, now you have an aggressor in your neighbourhood and you want America to send its sons and daughters to fight on your behalf, this is simply not acceptable. And he was absolutely correct. I'm actually working on a paper at the moment, which I'm calling strategic resilience and strategic prosperity. Making economic growth should be an absolute national security priority. Europe and the US are not on the same level at all in terms of their military spending and in terms of their projected economic growth. In fact, there was a paper done in 2016 by the OECD called Going for Growth, which said that the most significant economic trend globally over the next 50 years is going to be the economic decline of Europe. In 1980, Europe accounted for 30% of the global economy. Almost 1/3 of the globe was Europe. In 2020, this went down to 16%, and by 2050, this will be 9%. In 50 years' time, there will be 3 major economic powers on the globe. These are US, China, and India. Europe will not even factor in it. At this moment, the US and EU have similar GDPs, but the EU has 170 million more people than the US, so the per capita income is 25% less. And in 20 years' time, the average American is going to be twice as wealthy as the average European. Europe will have worse healthcare outcomes, education, and social care. And if you look at the next generation of technologies that will dominate the global economy, AI, machine learning, quantum computing, everything is coming out of the United States or China. Europe does not have a single institution in the top 10 in the world, not one. You have them in the UK, you have them in the US. All the Nobel Prizes, all the innovative research is all coming out of the US. So the EU has got some serious problems which they need to address. On top of that, you have the demographic challenge. the population of the EU is expected to decline over 25% over the next few years, which means increased immigration, which everybody knows here, the social challenges, the political challenges that poses. So when we say Euro-Atlantic alliance, this is not an equal relationship. Europe really does need to step up its game. In the eventuality of a Trump administration, this will become much more pronounced. Europe is going to find itself in a very difficult situation.
Professor Person, I wanted to ask you, President Putin still very heavily relies on the historical narratives to shape Russian public opinion. How effective do you believe this strategy is in sustaining, long-term support for the war in Ukraine, especially as economic hardships began to slowly bite in?
Yeah, that's, again, another fascinating side of this conflict, and one that I suspect General Jansen can also offer some insights on. But we know that Putin's regime has long made very effective use of historical narratives, historical mythology, and I do emphasize the myth portion of that, to legitimize his rule at home and, of course, to legitimize his foreign policies. And I think what's been interesting in the Ukrainian case is that you've seen this, you've seen a significant shift in a lot of respects in the mythology, legitimizing the conflict. Remember early on, even before the February invasion, there was the famous article on the historic unity of Russians and Ukrainians that he published, where he laid out a version, a false version of history, that essentially tells the story of Russians and Ukrainians as one Slavic brotherly people. They just have different accents, but we all descend from the same place, from the same people, the same culture, the same religion, the same national and cultural heroes, and therefore ... we certainly aren't enemies, and boy, gosh, wouldn't it be ideal if we all lived together in a happy home like we did for all of those centuries. Obviously, I'm being a little bit facetious in my summarization, but sort of this justification, and then along with it, an intervention nominally premised on sort of protecting and defending those Ukrainians and those Russian speakers in Ukraine that were under threat from this fascist Ukrainian regime that had come to power to oppress them. That was sort of the narrative going in. Of course, to Putin's own misassumptions and miscalculations, expecting that the reason he would be in Kyiv in 3 days is because he would be welcomed with open arms by all of these poor oppressed Ukrainians, welcoming their Russian liberators. That obviously did not happen. And so, we've seen a shift in the narrative, I think, that has really then downplayed sort of the common brotherhood in a lot of respects, and now sort of emphasizes the denazification of all of Ukraine. And so those charges of fascist extremism that had been leveled against the Ukrainian government and their Jewish president as Nazis has now sort of seemingly sort of crept to be applied to a larger segment of Ukrainian society, and ultimately I think that is the idea and the ideology that sits and sort of motivates, I think, the clear evidence of genocidal intent and activities on the part of many Russian forces. And so the historical narrative back home in Russia is that, once again, great Russia is rising up against the fascist forces of evil, and is defending, what is right, and waging ultimately a just and noble war. And so we've seen, the revival of, all sorts of narratives and imagery evoking the Second World War, the victory over Nazi Germany, The pervasive use of the orange and black St. George's ribbon, which is tied, of course, to the victory in 1945, but now fashioned into the letter Z, which of course is strongly associated with the invasion. And so I think it's, there's a lot of this evocation of that tradition to sell in the minds of the Russian people that what Russia is doing is right. Now, to the point about effectiveness, I would argue that it's good enough for Putin's needs. Remember, most run-of-the-mill dictatorships, unlike their truly totalitarian predecessors, they actually don't need a particularly actively engaged, mobilized population. In fact, to the contrary, you actually don't want too mobilized, too active, and too fervent of believers in the population. You just sort of need them to be somewhat passively accepting and more or less okay with the direction that Putin is taking them in. And I think that both the means of repression in Russia and this sort of ideological veneer that's justifying the actions have been good enough to keep the Russian population more or less comfortable with what Russia is doing in Ukraine, as long as the war isn't the first thing in everybody's minds on a daily basis in Russia, and as long as they don't feel too closely or too intensely the costs of that war. And so it's no accident that they've taken great pains to minimize sort of the daily experience of war, and certainly the feeling of cost and influence on ordinary life for most Russians, because you just have to sort of keep them content enough, particularly in the capitals and the main cities. And so, again, we don't know sort of the true underlying beliefs and sort of how deep is a reservoir of discontent across sectors of Russian society. And in many respects, you don't sort of know that until things start spilling out. But reading the tea leaves, it doesn't appear that there are, particularly deep and intense reservoirs of dissent and dissatisfaction in Russia at this time. But that's why sort of exogenous shocks and things that do make the war very real to the Russian population, I think those are sort of the moments that can turn things potentially very quickly and upset that careful balance that Putin has struck now for close to 3 years.
Thank you. I have one more question to throw to General Vaganin and Dr. Azim, and then we can take some questions from the audience. General, I wanted to ask you, talking about the growing Sino-Russian relationship, how do you see China leveraging its partnership with Russia in the context of the Ukrainian war? As the war drags on and Russia becomes much more isolated from the West, I mean, are they friends? Are they enemies? Are they frenemies? And what do you know about the weapons that are being supplied by China to the Russians? And second thing is, we also what I wanted to ask you about Shahid drones, which are being purchased from Iran. Why would Russia, which has been boasting about having one of the top militaries in the world, be buying cheap drones from the Iranians to use against Ukraine?
I think what I'll tell you here, it may shock you a little bit. I don't think we fully know what the relationships are between China, North Korea, Syria, Iran are. I think even more dangerous here is what other accesses and alliances are being made with Russia and nations that we don't even understand. That's a very, very dangerous situation. On the surface, we know this is public information. We know there is a massive exchange of technology from China to Russia. There's also a transfer of key components that they need, precious metals, other things they can't get. Certainly, they're getting from North Korea ballistic missile technology that they're using. Why? Why did they go to Iran for the Shahed drone? It's a very, very, very advanced drone. It's very cheap to build. Not only did they get the drones initially from Iran, now they're building factories in Russia to build these drones there. So, there's a massive exchange of, intelligence, technology, military hardware going on, between these nations. But I think underlying below this is, what else is going on that the West doesn't understand or doesn't know. Hey, I'll leave it on this. Everybody understands 35 years of a peace dividend in NATO, and DSAC-T's there, and there's a whole conventional part of militaries that need to be rebuilt for collective defense of Europe. But then there's what we talked about earlier that you asked Mr. Jansen about, and this is the hybrid piece below it. I would offer up to you, along with the dismantling of a lot of key military capabilities in the alliance over the last 35 years, for very good reasons. The threat wasn't there. There was a peace dividend. We also have deconstructed our intelligence apparatuses that were very strong up until the end of the Cold War, and stuff like counterintelligence, Russian linguists, many of the other things that protected the alliance during the Cold War. Those also have to be reconstructed, because that, particularly in the hybrid space that we're talking about here, the disinformation in the Western Balkans, many of the people that were involved in combating that during the propaganda days, during the USSR, those capabilities have to be rebuilt. And that's Mr. Jansen's, field in there. But there's a whole nother level below the line that the West is going to have to reinvest in, that is going to be also very unpopular, because it's going to cost a lot of money.
So the alliance between China and Russia is not necessarily an ideological alliance. They are simply an alliance with a shared goal, which is to undermine the United States and replace the United States as the global superpower. And Xi Jinping is a very different leader than the previous Chinese leaders. The previous Chinese leaders, Hu Jintao, Jiang Zemin, always believed, the entire Communist Party, CCP, believed that China will one day become the global superpower. But they all felt that it has to work within the international system, and by default, eventually it will become the superpower, because the US is going to be in long-term decline. What Xi Jinping, the way he is different, is that he has adapted a policy that China must assert itself on the global stage. So a much, much more aggressive strategy. And the way that they are doing this is through economic colonization. Now, what do I mean by this? There's a study done, the only study of its kind, by the Kiel Institute of Global Economics in Germany, which examined over 100 of the publicly available Belt and Road Initiative contracts, when China is giving large loans to countries for infrastructure development. And in each of these contracts, there is a clause that says that a country cannot change its foreign policy in relation to China or related to China, otherwise those loans can be recalled. So it's essentially, these countries are now in very large amounts of debts, and they are client states of China. And China has a bag of over 50 countries like that will always vote with it at the UN and other international bodies. This is what I refer to as multilateral autocratization. The international institutions that have become autocratic. Institutions like the WTO, WHO, World Bank, the General Assembly, none of these were designed for a situation like this, but China has managed to figure out how the system works. They have bags of countries that will always support it. Countries like Pakistan, for example, a nuclear power, taking $65 billion from China for its CPAC, China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. They will never oppose China. And there's multiple countries in Africa in the same way. And so this is their model, very effective in terms of taking countries over. Another thing I would point out is that if you look at this model, there's a lot of discussion going on about Taiwan, about when will China invade Taiwan, when will this happen, how will it look, what was going to be the response of the US. I don't believe that China will ever invade Taiwan. I suspect that what is going to happen over the next few decades is that you will see the countries that are economically reliant on China grow in number. China will then use those countries for an economic blockade of Taiwan. Taiwan has energy reserves for 11 days only, after which it basically goes dark, 11 days. Economic blockade of Taiwan, the model for this is Hong Kong. If you remember during the Hong Kong uprising, everybody was talking about when will we see the tanks, when will the CCP send the PLA troops, is there going to be another Tiananmen Square? None of that happened. China took over Hong Kong without firing a single shot, and the international community did absolutely nothing. This is the model they will follow. They will have an economic blockade of Taiwan. There will be voices in Taiwan, and there are even now within the KMT party and others that will be elevated, that say that, look, we need to come to some sort of accommodation with Beijing. This situation cannot go on. There will be riots in Taiwan. There will be people being killed in Taiwan. And eventually Beijing will step in and say, look, this cannot go on any longer. We are going to step in. We're going to bail you out and bring peace and prosperity. And then the whole world will breathe a sigh of relief. Thank God we've avoided war between China and the US. The Third World War, a nuclear war. Thank God that's happened. Everybody will breathe a sigh of relief, but all those people that spoke out against Xi Jinping and the Communist Party will be quietly disappeared, but nobody will pay attention to them because now we have avoided war, and now everything will look as if it's continuing as before, but it will really be going through Beijing. Beijing will be running the shots. So why would you, as China, attack a castle front on when you can go through the sewers and get everything you want without sending a single troop to Taiwan? That, if I was advising Xi Jinping, that's exactly what I would advise him to do. And what is the US going to do in that situation? Is the US going to go to war with China? Unlikely. Where is Taiwan? Most American public have no idea. Even the war in Ukraine, people are getting fatigued, which is in mainland Europe, where we fought 2 World War. Where's Taiwan? The one China policy, is it a part of China? Is it not? The American public have no understanding. There's little chance that they would go to war with China, because of this. And so this is the policy I suspect Xi Jinping would adopt. This is what I would advise him to do, to take over Taiwan. And there's literally nothing anyone's going to do about it.
Well, speaking of China, when China first made forays in the Western Balkans some 15 years ago, we were told that China is here to build roads and bridges and tunnels and whatnot. And now we slowly see Chinese influence in Bosnia, particularly morphing into political influence. This year, at the January 9th celebrations in the Republic of Srpska, so along with Milorad Dodik and the Russian ambassador, we also had the Chinese ambassador, and in front of him we had parades of the local chapter of the Night Wolves and various Serbian nationalist groups parading. So we see China siding with the Republic of Srpska. Anyways, thank you so much to all of you for being for this wonderful panel. We have about 10 to 15 minutes to take up some questions. Ambassador Berza.
Hi, my name's Matt Bryza. I'm a former U.S. diplomat, and now I'm with the Jamestown Foundation in Washington. Going back to deterrence, two-part question. Can you comment on the reports that when it looked like the Russians were preparing to use battlefield nuclear weapons, CIA Director Bill Burns went to Moscow and said, if you do, then we'll intervene and destroy your forces on the ground in Ukraine? And the second question, kind of related about deterrence, is if, hopefully and when, the United States grants permission for Ukraine to extend the range of its usage of ATACMS or Storm Shadows, will Russia simply move back its forces that are delivering glide bombs or its missile capabilities? And if so, does that change Russia's ability then to continue its attacks with those weapons?
Obviously a critical couple of questions, and from my little seat, which only comes with access, open access, open source information. I think my understanding is that shall we say, the more powerfully convincing argument regarding Russian use of tactical nuclear weapons in Ukraine has come from primarily Beijing. And secondarily, I think India has made it clear that Russian use of those weapons would be unacceptable. And you know, going back to the geopolitical themes, I think, you know, one of the things that has been made clear is that, you know, yes, Russia is very much a second-rate world power now that is dependent on Beijing, which is, you know, very clearly in the first tier. And so I think that will continue to be a powerfully constraining force, you know, perhaps even more so than any deterrent threats that Washington may have made. Regarding the second question, and again, you know, I know that there are others on the stage and in the room who are probably better suited to address this. Again, from what I've heard is that yes, the Russians have already started moving quite a lot of their assets beyond the range of, say, British Storm Shadow missiles. And so in that respect, you know, yes, they are mitigating some of the risk. There are certain key facilities, such as the, you know, the ammo depot that was just destroyed in Russia with drones, not missiles. But, you know, there remain some critical pieces that can't be moved that would still be both viable and valuable targets were they able to strike those. And then, you know, for even those assets that they have moved out of range, again, you know, doing so increases, you know, the transaction costs of using them against Ukraine. And in a long-term conflict, you know, where there will never be, you know, any magic silver bullets that can turn the tide in the blink of an eye. In a lot of respects, I think it is about imposing as many small, medium, and when possible, large costs on the entire Russian war-making enterprise that hopefully will aggregate enough over time as to make a difference and allow Ukraine to better defend themselves.
So in terms of Putin, I think it's highly unlikely that Putin would ever use tactical nuclear weapons, battlefield weapons, simply because they would be highly ineffective in Ukraine. Ukraine is just so large and so spread out, it would be highly ineffective. And even if the US were not to respond with nuclear weapons, there would be obviously immense pressure to intervene militarily. And the last thing Putin wants is to fight a war with the United States, a war in which they would be completely annihilated. The Russian military is not capable of fighting a modern mechanized military at the size and capabilities of the United States. And my esteemed colleague is absolutely correct. You know, they are heavily reliant on the Chinese. The PLA is a first-tier military, and is a first-tier, one of the largest militaries in the world, one of the best equipped militaries in the world. But at the same time, as I was talking earlier about Taiwan, generals are usually seen as being warmongers. The Chinese generals, the last thing they want to do is to get into a war with the United States, whether it's over Taiwan or anything else. And that is because they know that their military, despite its size, is completely untested to fight a modern mechanized military, first of all. Secondly, they also know that their military leadership is highly corrupt. It is highly corrupt. And we've seen the situation in Ukraine in the early stages of the invasion, if you remember, when they had the armoured personnel carriers, the Russian ones, getting stuck in the mud, and then they were just literally targets for the Ukrainian drones. And the reason that happened is because one of those tyres for those armoured personnel carriers, one tyre cost $24,000 for one tyre. The Russian generals replaced that $24,000 tyre with a Chinese equivalent, which was $400. Now, you think of the price difference. They simply were not effective. And the Chinese military is the same. You know, they're hugely corrupt. Senior generals have siphoned off so much money. They know they are not ready. They go to war against Taiwan, against the US. They know their necks are going to be on the line by the party. That's the last thing that they are looking to do.
Some of you have said this is a long game, so no question about this. And looking forward, balance of power does not favor Ukraine in a medium run. demography, economy, military. Balance of casualties does not favor Ukraine in a medium run. Even balance of will, one side collective West, on the other side axis of autocracies, I think also does not favor Ukraine. Even in a short run, we have yet to see the election results in the US. So I have two questions on this. Can these realities be changed, realistically speaking? If yes, how? Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't disagree with anything you just said. Can the balance be changed? The West has got to give it the best shot we can. We've got to continually arm the Ukrainians. We have to give them as much support as we can without becoming militarily involved in this conflict. They're going to become very difficult decisions in many capitals. There's huge costs associated with this. There is some risk associated with it. Ukraine can't lose. Ukraine can't lose. They must win. And the alliance is fully committed to the support of the Ukrainians right now, as is the United States. I can't tell you what's going to happen after another election. But the costs here associated with this are too important. People say, are we in another Cold War? I would offer up to you, it's much more dangerous than the last Cold War. And what's at stake here is too great for the world order we're living in right now.
We'll take two more questions. Lisbeth and Hans, right?
Thank you. Lisbeth Pilgaard. I'm with the European Endowment for Democracy. One of our intervention is to support Russian pro-democrats inside Russia and outside Russia. So it's more a comment on the political situation that there are many Russians leaving Russia. There are many young men who do not want to join the military. We have trouble in Europe finding places for them, and we are not very welcoming to the pro-democracy Russians wanting to leave. So I think that's some of the reflections when we talk about redefining relations to Russia, is that we need to show an alternative to those that are not supporting Putin and want to see a different Russia in the future. And that's a difficult and it's a long-term investment, but we need to find places to give visas and asylums to young Russians. And there is not much appetite among our politicians, and it's sensitive, of course, but they are now in Georgia and other places and under immense pressure and not very welcomed. So that's a reflection that I need to do. And then I think it's an overall question to all of you. Can the war in Ukraine be won militarily? Because we can escalate and we can increase our budgets, and they are increasing in Europe, and most of the European countries have increased significantly. But I think we need to, most wars written are being finalized with a political solution. So we have here an immense focus on security, but I think we need to broaden out that we need to find other political solutions. And then finally a comment, I mean, you talked a lot, Ibrahim, about China, but look at the BRICS countries. I mean, that's not only China, that's other alliances. It's South Africa, it's Egypt now, it's Brazil, it's India. Yes, so we have a much more complex geopolitical fragmentation. So it's not, I think we need to expand our reflections on how the world will look in the future, and that fragmentation is happening. And we need also to find some kind of humility in welcoming other countries into the table in discussing of how the future should look, and hopefully peaceful for all of us in the future. So not so much a question, but a comment, but maybe the thing of, can we win the war in Ukraine militarily?
Thank you so much. My name is Hans Petter Midtun. I'm the former Norwegian Defence Attaché to Ukraine, presently a non-resident fellow for Center for Defence Studies, also Ukraine. I was triggered, my question was triggered and motivated by General Jensen's comment about Russia being surprised by the NATO alliance unity. I think that's misleading. I think they were, the unity we're talking about is not there. But what I think they were surprised by a level of military and intelligence support. And my question to you is, isn't that a sign of a strategic failure from our side? I'm saying that in hindsight, that during the Cold War, during every provocation, that being in the air, on the ground, at sea, NATO responded immediately. And the reason we did that, the policy behind that, was that we wanted to avoid strategic miscalculations, that Soviet Union taking one step too far. And then we stopped doing that. When the war started in 20th of February 2014, NATO did not intervene according to its strategic concept. We did not provide Ukraine with the military support it needed to rebuild deterrence. So when Russia decided to invade, and was surprised by the fact that we actually did support by military means and intelligence, isn't that a failure for us of strategic signaling in those years leading up to the full-scale invasion? We failed to signal that our intent and determined to support Ukraine. Thank you.
So I think the point I was making was that the response in 2022 was quite different than the response in 2014. And from a military standpoint, what happened in February 2022? Well over 100,000 troops were activated on NATO's eastern flank. Close to 150 combat aircraft, scores of ships. We outmatched Russia in the maritime domain, 4 or 5 to 1 at that moment. There was a pretty strong signal sent to Russia in February that if you dare touch alliance territory, you're going to face overwhelming force. We took away advantage in geography, in domain, and in readiness simultaneously. If there was a failure, perhaps it was our approach to Ukraine's membership in the alliance, which clearly would have been a game changer. But again, that's a political question that I'll stay away from. And the last point I want to make to address some of the other questions, I don't think that we should look at this in terms of finite periods in time. How do we end the war? Will there be a peace? I mean, this war has been going on since at least 2014. Arguably, the strategic competition that's going on dates back to the late 1940s. I think this will be a continuing struggle for advantage that will ebb and flow. Russia is not only fighting Ukraine. Russia has to compete strategically with many different entities. And how that plays out, Russia has a demographic problem. Russia has an economic and a technological and a brain drain problem that they are going to be up against. What worries me is that they have gone all in with a wartime economy, with a war footing, and how do they extract themselves from that, even if this war ends? And I'll just end on a quote from our boss, General Cavoli, who says that at some point this current conflict will end. Russia will still be there, and they will be very, very angry, and we're going to have to deal with that.
I just want to comment on one thing. On you start talking about alliance cohesion. I think what if you take away 2014 and look at February 2022, this is what Putin just bought. It's everything he didn't want. Finland and Sweden, neutral nations for hundreds of years, have joined the alliance with high-end capabilities. For the first time, the alliance since 1989, we have the first general defense plans of Europe against multi-domain capabilities and a brand new command and control. The alliance has agreed in D.C. unanimously to stand up the first new multinational headquarters since NATO mission Iraq in order to support the Ukrainians out of Wiesbaden, Germany, that will coordinate training and lethal aid. I mean, the actions speak volumes. It's an alliance of 32. We all know it's very, very complicated. I would not look back at what happened in the mid-2000s for a lot of reasons. I think we need to look at what's happened since the reinvasion of the Ukraine, because the actions are being met. The difficult part of this is going to become the investment in future capabilities. This is going to cost a lot of money. But the nations, let's just be clear here, they've agreed to that in treaty. Thank you.
Right. Gentlemen, this was a wonderful panel. Thank you all so much. Dr. Azim, General Jansen, General Vaganen, and Professor Persson, thank you so much for your time, for input, and thank you to all of you who have been most kind. Join us in 20 minutes. Yeah.
Zasmir Milovic, and I'm Foreign Affairs Editor at N1 TV Bosnia and Herzegovina. I'm going to be moderator of the next panel, but before that we have a featured speaker, the Red Sea Crisis and the Future of Eurasia Trade. Vice Admiral Kevin M. Dunnigan will be our featured speaker, so Vice Admiral, take your place.
Well, thank you very much. Let me get set up with this microphone so I won't overpower anyone. But first off, I think on a personal note, I wanted to thank Hikmet and Harun for inviting me back to Sarajevo. I was last in Sarajevo in 1995. At the time, I was the NATO liaison officer for the UNPROFOR commander, just down the street. And then I came back again. Actually, I stayed there through the deliberate force airstrikes, if you remember. I was in the market, Makale market, the morning, the day that the bombing happened there. And then we went through the deliberate force airstrikes, and then I left, and I came back again as part of I-4 into the same building in a different capacity as an assistant to the new commander, who was a NATO commander. So with that as a backdrop, you know, it's amazing for me to see 30 years later that the peace accord, you know, as complex as it was and is still here, you know. And I took the liberty of touring not just around Sarajevo, but around Mostar. I drove through a good portion of Sarajevo and then walked the streets extensively to some of the places that I had known and seen before. And I came away with one takeaway, two personal takeaways. One is that everyone vividly remembers what happened here in the 90s. There's no question about that. And the other takeaway is there's no doubt that the people don't want that again. They don't want war again. They want to move forward. That's why I'm very excited that Harun and Hikmet have decided to make this their second annual conference here in Sarajevo, to bring these bright minds together to address these tough challenges that face not just Bosnia and Herzegovina, but the entire region. And again, thank you for giving me this opportunity. So I want to talk about a connection between this region, and it's probably not done often here, certainly not in Sarajevo. We're going to talk a little bit about the Middle East. And when you talk about connections to regions, you know, we often think of that in different ways. You're going to hear a panel of experts here shortly expound on this, and they're phenomenal. The group, you should look at who's in that panel that's coming up. They forgot more than I'll ever know about the Middle East, and they're a superb group. But when you start thinking about the Middle East and connections, you know, there's a couple different ways that you can look at it. You know, central amongst the region right now is the war in Gaza, right? And where is that going to go? And is there further escalation? We saw what happened in the recent days, right? And we see we see escalation in Lebanon, and how far will that go? And, you know, is there an end? Is there everything? anything that can be done there to get us on a path towards peace. Today, though, I'm going to leave it to the panel of experts to talk about that. And I want to talk a little bit about a different connection. When I think of regions and how they connect, many of you think of the internet, right? And because it connects the globe. But I think of a different connection because it connects all the world's nations together. And that connection is related to trade and international trade. And it is the lifeblood of every economy in every nation that trade occurs, and it occurs freely. Without that free trade, we have quality of life issues at home. We have businesses that can't start up. And so maybe it's because of my 38 years in the military and predominantly, I've seen a lot in the Navy. But it's also I've spent 6 years since I've ended my time in the service working for a global services company. And I can tell you that on the forefront of everyone's business person's mind is that trade happens freely. So I want to talk a little bit that today because unfortunately we're at a time where there's tremendous pressures on the global supply chain. And in my assessment, it's not happening in the South China Sea, even not in the Black Sea as complex as getting wheat from there into Egypt is right now. It's in the Red Sea. And I want to talk a little bit about why and how this problem is not going to solve itself, but it's going to be in all of our faces here because of its connection, to be quite honest, to all of our pocketbooks, no matter what country that you're from. So I'll be very, very blunt. The world has stood by and let an Iranian-backed group called the Houthis hold hostage the world's global supply chain by closing down seaborne traffic through the Suez Canal. They did it by attacking ships in the Red Sea. And there are only a handful of choke points in the world where goods flow. They happen to pick probably the most substantial to stop. And so I want to talk about why that happened a little bit, but also why the world's nations haven't stood up and blunted that, because it's complex and it goes to the complexities of the Middle East region a little bit. And so we'll talk a little bit about that. So first, just for those that don't know, who are the Houthis? The Houthis are a tribe that lived north of Sana'a, and the mountain people really that had an opportunity, and they took it where they overran the legitimately elected government of Yemen and took certain territory, and have now since 2011 been backed by Iran with technology, with training, with weapon systems, etc. And to be quite honest, since they ousted the government and the recognized government is now down south, they've also completely failed at providing for the people of Yemen. Yemen has 18 million people right now in dire need of aid. That's half the population, and it's not getting better. They've utterly failed at that. And so this opportunity to attack into the Red Sea and get attention and nationalism in some of the Yemenis so that they're distracted from the fact that they're not being provided for is one of the reasons the Houthis have done this. But because the Yemenis are tremendously sympathetic to the Palestinian cause. So by saying that what they are doing in the Red Sea is supporting the Palestinians, they then get support from their population and can get some recruitment back because their ranks were diminishing. And it's worked for them. But it's only worked because Iran is providing them the weapons, the training, and the things they need to be successful. So they have now what I would call a newfound place on the world stage. But I want to go back and just reiterate here that before 2011 and through 2016, through the time period of 2016, the Houthis had weapons, but they were rifles and guns, and they had some missiles and some capability. They certainly didn't have missiles, cruise missiles that could attack ships at sea. They didn't have armed drones, and they didn't have a capability to reach all the way to Israel with supersonic missiles. And they had no factories that produced those, and they had no components. So there is no doubt, and the UN has validated this, that those systems all came from Iran. With this happening, where does this leave all of our nations when we talk about the Red Sea crisis and this closure? What does it mean? So I want to put it in perspective to the centerpiece of what was discussed earlier today by both generals and many of the panelists, and that's rules-based order, right? So rules-based order in the high seas means commerce travels freely and you don't obstruct it. It's pretty simple, right? So the ship goes from one place, it goes to another, goods are transferred, and that allows our entire trade system of the world. So for the United States, I'll be even more clear. For every president that I've worked for the first time in 4 decades, a core U.S. interest in which every president has based their national security strategy on is now at risk. President Biden's 2022 strategy said very clearly, the United States will not allow foreign or regional powers to jeopardize the freedom of navigation through the Middle East waterways, including the Straits of Hormuz and the Bab al-Mandeb. That's a pretty simple statement. But he wasn't alone in saying that. Oops, sorry, I knocked this over. He wasn't alone in saying that. NATO's concept, 2022, was equally clear. Maritime security is key to our peace and prosperity. We will strengthen our posture and deter and defend against all threats in the maritime domain and uphold the freedom of navigation and secure the maritime trade routes. Why? Because just as we talked about today, for NATO to be strong, they have to be economically strong nations, and it's that important. And then it goes much beyond NATO. So I had the pleasure when I lived in Bahrain to command a 48-nation coalition. That 48-nation coalition had one purpose, and that was to keep the freedom of navigation through the seas open. So what I just described isn't a U.S. thing. It's not a NATO thing. It's what's required for nations of the world to have their economies work. And it's the essence of rules-based order that we've been talking about from the beginning. So it begs a couple questions. Why are not the Western nations, or any of these nations I just described, really working as hard as maybe they did when there was piracy to counter what's going on in the Red Sea? And why aren't the Arab nations standing up and doing something about it? And I'll talk about both those in a second. But first I want to just talk about the impact of closing the Red Sea. So I think of the Red Sea as the southern gateway to the Suez Canal. So you have the Suez Canal here. For you to get trade either from Europe to Asia or from Asia to Europe, you have to go through the Suez, which means you have to go through the Red Sea. It's pretty straightforward. So if you can shut down in any way a flow of traffic through the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden, you virtually shut off the Suez Canal. And how much traffic flows through there? It's upwards of almost 14% of world trade every day. It's 12% of the world's oil shipments. It's 8% of LNG. 30% of all shipping container traffic in the world flows through those waterways. And put that in economic impact, it's over $1 trillion, US dollars, worth of goods per year. It's hard for anyone to fathom what those numbers mean. But so, in numbers, it's, let's talk about this region and the European region, for instance. It's a significant route for all the commodities, as I said, for Asia and trade to the east. And to the east includes China. It's not, so it's the entire trade route, just the Middle East and all the way to China. And in simple terms, for Europe, the Eurasia corridor, 40% of Europe and Asia's trade flows through that waterway that is now shut down. So today, the Suez Canal traffic from 1 year ago is down 90%. And by the way, what do you think the 10% that's flowing through is? It's Chinese ships and Russian ships. Isn't it ironic? So we'll talk a little bit as we go forward. All major seaborne carriers of trade have voted with their feet and now transit around the southern tip of Africa. Now that sounds easy, right? We'll just go around Africa. Africa is an 11,000 mile greater journey. It costs at least 1 to 2 weeks of extra time, and you're talking about $1 million US approximately for each voyage one way in addition. So you think about that and think about what you're paying for the shipment of goods. If you're talking about trade, you can start to see impact on global economies. On top of that, unfortunately, the Panama Canal, which is trade that comes, another way to get trade from Asia, happens to be undergoing a drought and is operating at a much lower capacity than it ever has before. Okay, that's quite a dilemma. So let's talk in real terms. History doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes a lot. It's a saying you've probably heard before, attributed to different people. I won't say who said it because somebody will contest it with someone else. In 2011, the motor vessel Ever Given was a ship that got sideways in the Suez Canal. Do you remember? It was right after COVID. The ship got sideways. It blocked traffic through the Suez Canal for just about 7 to 10 days. The estimated impact of that was $10 billion to the global economy. $10 billion. So why isn't that happening now? And why aren't we seeing that? We have a couple things that are different because the world's complex. Right now, it's different than the motor, because basically we're in the same situation. Trade isn't flowing through the Suez Canal, and it hasn't been for months, not just 10 days. Well, first of all, COVID isn't ongoing, and if you remember at that time there was COVID. We had chip shortages that we were dealing with in the supply chain. After COVID, the shipping industry saw what happened, and they started to build more ships. So we have more container ship capacity. We always had more oil ship capacity. And liquid natural gas used to be a just-in-time commodity to those that need it for energy, meaning it showed up at a port, it got offloaded and to a place and used very quickly. The larger nations, especially in Europe, saw that happen, and they built extra capacity to store liquid natural gas to give them a buffer so they can absorb extra time, and it worked to their advantage. But most of all, China's economy is slowed, and therefore demand went down. So all those things provide a shock absorber to us shutting down the Suez Canal for a period of time. Does that make sense? So that shock absorber is in the system. It will not last forever. It's going to hit. It is already hitting the countries that aren't large and don't have excess capacity and really depend on trade. You can think of companies like Sri Lanka or Sudan who can't get aid. Or interestingly, how about Yemen, who is in a tremendous humanitarian crisis, and they're basically cutting off their own aid from coming in, if that makes any sense. But also countries like Egypt, which I'll just give as an example. It's not just the small countries, it's ones that really are dependent on trade and transit of goods. So Egypt, as you know, is having trouble economically because the tourism industry is down. Lots of other things going on. They can't get the wheat that they need because it happens to come from Ukraine and it happens to come from Russia, and we have all those issues. And now on top of that, Egypt gets 1/3 of their hard currency, cash, from Suez Canal transits. Can you imagine not having 90% of that? So you're probably wondering, why is Egypt silent? Why are they not doing anything? And I'll get to that in a minute about this. One of the reasons is to be honest, you have to ask why all the countries of the world aren't doing something right now, because they saw what happened in 2021. And I'll leave you with the Middle East is complex, and I'll cover why. But I want to tell you who it's not complex for. At the same time, we have maybe not the things happening we would be expecting from those nations I just described. Other nations are very clear. Iran is absolutely continuing to support the Houthis in what they're doing. Russia and President Putin has now decided that he's going to enable the Houthis and give them weapons so that they can continue what they're doing, which is interesting. And China and Russia got together and met with the Yemeni and got free passage for their ships through the straits. So as you can see, sides lining up along the lines of things we were talking about earlier today. So with all those complexities, how is this going to unfold? Well, for the Houthis, who are the mountain people of Yemen, who are not a nation state and not a government, they now see an opportunity to have their version of an Islamic state. They've already approached al-Shabaab in East Africa, and they've reportedly initiated agreement with them. So you can start to see that it's kind of interesting, this axis of resistance that you hear about relative to Iran growing. Houthis have been bragging that amongst themselves and amongst all of the other Iran-supported, what I call terrorist organizations, are bragging amongst themselves that they're the only Iranian proxy that actually has successfully attacked Tel Aviv. And they have, because I mentioned the missile before, and they can do it again. But a key takeaway to this, the Houthis have based everything they are doing on the fact that they're supporting the Palestinian cause. The absolute fact of the matter is they are not. They are indiscriminately attacking whatever it is they can attack to create carnage. Does that make sense? In other words, they cannot really discriminate the ships. As a matter of fact, They actually hit a Chinese ship, even though they said they gave safe passage. It's because they really can't discriminate. They're not at that technological level yet. Their intelligence, even with the support of the Iran and now the Russians, isn't where it needs to be, but it's getting better. So the thought process is, when the Palestinian and Gaza conflict, when the Gaza conflict is resolved, that everything will be fine and we'll get flow back through the Suez Canal. Because the Houthis said so. They said that's what they're doing it for. Well, who in their right mind thinks that that will be the end of what they're doing? They're an Iranian-backed group. They will probably, with Iran, back off, declare that they supported whatever the solution was and got to help get the solution in Gaza. And at some point, for a reason of their choosing, they still have this capacity to hold hostage the world sea lanes as a non-nation state, which really we can't tolerate. So what they will do is take whatever pause they have as a time to replenish their weapons, offer new training. They'll learn from how the Ukrainians have used drones. They'll learn from what they've seen in that war. The Russians and the Iranians will be helping them rearm, re-equip, retrain additional intelligence, and their capability will be much greater. And we really don't need that in one of the busiest seaways and waterways that impacts us. And as I said, what makes it worse is Russia's involvement. Because Putin, unlike Iran, is not going to be deterred. We may be able to do something with Iran to push them back, but Putin's view is the U.S., NATO, and other nations are supporting Ukraine. Why can't he make a deal with the Houthis, and let them wreak havoc because his ships can still flow through? So what are the options to resolve this issue going forward? Well, it stems upon something that I was talking to the general about earlier yesterday. It stems a little bit about not the differences in these 48 nations that were in that coalition I was in, or the NATO nations, or the U.S., or whoever you're talking about. It stems from this concept of international rules-based order and norms. And it stems from we, as nations that want to trade freely and have economies that are growing, can't stand for having some non-nation state hold hostage our key supply chain. We have to use that as a common denominator. So as a path forward, which I'm greatly hopeful will happen at some point, appears in Gaza, the nations then take the time to come together to help solve this problem. And critical amongst that will be the Arab nations, right? Critical will be the Arab nations, and specifically Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE. You expect, as I said, Iran and the Houthis to pause after some solution, or at least path is determined for Gaza, what they're doing. And as that's the time that the Gulf nations need to step up. Egypt, with Gaza ongoing, no matter how much they felt the impact, they really can't do anything. Because if they were to do something against the Houthis, they'd be, right now, it'd appear like that they're countering the Palestinians. Does that make sense? So they're, in essence, their hands are politically tied. But that won't be the case if there's a path forward in Gaza. Saudi Arabia, if you remember, was at war with the Houthis, and they have a very fragile peace agreement. It wasn't long ago that Houthi missiles were raining down in Saudi Arabia, in some of their city and population centers. But they've invested billions in their Vision 2030. And Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 it hinges on the success of two major projects. The Red Sea project that they have, which is basically resorts, hotels, and things like that, and the city of Neom on the Red Sea, which many of you have read about. And they can't have the mountain people from Yemen holding hostage flow to those places, if that makes any sense. They can't. And the UAE specifically cannot have a Hezbollah Iranian-backed group just to the west of their border. It was only a short time ago where the Houthis actually turned some of those missiles on the UAE, and they were intercepted, but they turned them on there. And as you know, with the centerpiece of business that goes on in the UAE, in the Middle East, they have to have safety in their zones. They can't have missiles raining in. So my point is those nations, if there's a path, we've got to find a path forward in Gaza, can then join with however many of the 48 nations we have and the rest to find and put the pressure or whatever's needed to get the Houthis to stop. Because to be frank, you're going to have to get the Iranians to stop supplying them, right? And then they'll be back to who they were. they'll be thugs and they'll be terrorists, but they won't have that capability that they used to have because they're not making rockets there. Okay, so in closing, take away this if you take away anything else. The Houthis will likely have a pause of some kind if there's some path uncovered in Gaza. But they will take that time, and Iran and Russia will get involved in rearming them, re-equipping them, making them smarter, and making them better. So the threat, the capability doesn't go away for them to continue at their whim to hold hostage international trade. Second, we all have seen in the Middle East what happens if you leave something unchecked. We saw that with ISIS, right? In that case, what we can't have in ISIS, what we had is ISIS reached out from the Middle East and attacked into the West. This is an attack, this capability attacks our direct pocketbooks and trade of all our economies. A different kind of attack, but the same thing. It's attacking the West from the Middle East. And I'll finish, like I said, the third thing is it's sort of about picking sides. Iran, China, Russia, they've already picked a side. And what has to happen is we have to start now with the like-minded nations that understand the importance of free flow of commerce and start developing the game plan to make sure that we reopen that waterway as soon as possible. And key to that is going to be quite honest, Western leadership. Okay? Whether that comes in the form not necessarily of NATO as an entity, but of the countries of NATO that have the capability to lead those other nations, that will include the Arab nations and the other 48 nations, in a way forward in that region. Because without that, we're going to find ourselves having a lot of discussions about what we would or couldn't do, but at the same time our economies are going in the direction that we don't want them to go, and that will consume us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Admiral, and let us welcome our panelists for the next panel, Shifting Ties, a New Middle East and its Impact on Europe. Ambassador Matthew James Bryza, Galip Dalai, Dr. Burcu Ozcelik, Glenn Acorn, and Alexander Pedersen. And I will start this panel with the question for Glenn, because he's coming from intelligence, so we have quite a bit of intelligence events in the last few days in the Middle East, especially with this pagers and walkie-talkies and stuff like that going on. So if I can, Glenn, ask you, how do you see this situation and what kind of impact this will have on situation in the Middle East? Are we going towards a major escalation, or this is just a tit for tat at the moment and it's going to go quiet after a few days of exchanging fire, and how it will impact a possible solution to the war in Gaza?
Thank you for the question. Obviously, it's a very, very complex topic. We talk tactically, the operation that is allegedly conducted by the Israelis was masterful in many ways. I think we should not forget that Israel has been at war with Lebanese Hezbollah and their supporters in Tehran for a long time. This is nothing new. Sometimes in the West we say, we're heading towards war. I think the Israelis know that they've been at war, In terms of escalation, I think there's, of course, a very serious danger of escalation, and my own assessment is that the Israelis have 60,000 plus Israeli citizens that need to move back to their homes in the north, and if Lebanese Hezbollah does not stop its shelling and its attacks on the north and does not allow the government to move those people back peacefully, then I'm concerned that the Israelis will continue to increase the level of their operations and escalate, because they're in a situation where they cannot afford to not allow their people to return. I think many people have said a truce or some kind of agreement on Gaza would help the situation. Hezbollah increased their attacks on Israel after 7 October because they claimed that they were in alliance with Hamas and they were supporting Hamas. I know there's been a lot of diplomatic effort to get a solution on Gaza, and God bless those diplomats that have been working towards that. But so far it's been very elusive. And I think even if we have an agreement on Gaza, we're still going to have the problem of Lebanese Hezbollah on the Israeli border, and an organization which has dedicated itself to the elimination of the State of Israel, supported by the government of Iran. And until we deal with that problem, my own assessment is we're going to have to continue to live with a Middle East which is teetering on the edge of disaster for many reasons. So I think my own view is we need to deal with the issue of Iran, which has been supporting. We just heard about support for the Houthis. I just came back from a trip to Ukraine, where every night Iranian weaponized drones are being used against the Ukrainian population. They're killing civilians. They're targeting civilian infrastructure used by the Russians but supplied by the Iranians. And so Iran, to me, is the center of the problem right now, which needs to be dealt with.
I will continue with the question for Galip. Vice Admiral just spoke about Houthis and Bab el-Mandeb and Hormuz and everything what goes on in that part of the area. And to continue on Glenn's assessment about Iran, do we need a broader strategy to deal with all these moving parts, Houthis and Hezbollah and Hamas and everything else, to deal with this issue, or to tackle them one by one and to try to solve one issue after another?
I think we have different priorities by different countries. I mean, looking from the U.S., as colleague rightly put it, I mean, colleague is a different word to call it an intelligence officer. So as the previous speakers rightly put it, the U.S. perspective is very much focusing on Iran. So therefore, Iran and its regional network, because Iran is an interesting question. It's not like traditional conception of security that has been associated with the nation states, because it has the network security. That network security is very much centered on Iran, but it includes Houthi, it includes Hezbollah, it includes the Syrian regime, it includes Hashishabis, etc. So it is the network security rather than the nation-state security, and that's very much the talking point that you are hearing from the U.S. and Israel as well. But if you look from the region, the question is the Palestine. I mean, if you look at the recent regional initiatives that is very much supported by the U.S. or very much at least that has tasted support from the U.S., all of them was premised on the idea of Arab-Israeli cooperation, normalization, that was not only leaving out Iran, it was also leaving out Palestine, the Palestinian question. And the idea was that either the Palestinian question belonged to the old regional agenda, because that was like what you used to hear joining many sessions in different capitals in the West. This is really, the region now has, look at around the region, there are so many other problems. So the Palestine is part of the old regional agenda, not new regional agenda. So that was the idea. So it was either it could be sidelined or managed. And now we clearly see that it can neither be sidelined nor managed. And I think all the regional security, all the regional order initiatives that we have seen recently, we can call many of them, Abraham Accord, Negev Summits, the IMEC, the regional connectivity, but also it has like very much interconnection with the idea of the order. So all of them, at its core, is the normalization between Arab and Israel, which was not only leaving Iran out, it was also leaving the Palestinian out, and I would say, like, indirectly was leaving Turkey out. The question is, can you create such an order? The short answer is no. You cannot, you will not, this will not happen unless you deal with the Palestinian question, because it's there. Maybe you can deal with the Arab regimes, but that will be only a factor that will deepen their illegitimacy. Because right now the Arab response has been moderate, because almost all the Arab regimes are dictators, so they're not driven by the public aspiration, they're not driven by the public sentiments, they're driven by their security needs and security dependency. So actually their moderateness is a factor that contributes into their illegitimacy. Because this is something that galvanizes the Arab population, but the Arab regimes are very much normal. So the simple answer is, this is a factor actually, instead of creating a functional regional order, what we are seeing is a deepening regional illegitimacy of the regimes. Maybe the Arab Spring has gone, but we are seeing, I think, the formative period of the new regional radicalism. It might not explode now. We are experiencing the anger accumulation across the region. If you have somewhere anger accumulation for a long time, you can be sure there will be anger explosion.
Mr. Ambassador, question to you. Glenn said previously that the diplomacy is elusive at this point, and what we have seen here is we have a Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, who has decades of experience. There is also Bill Burns, who was the second in command at the State Department. Now he's at CIA. But we haven't seen so much of diplomatic solution here. And what we are also seeing that many of the Western countries are almost non-existent in these negotiations. Do we need to broaden up that pool of diplomatic representatives to work together? Blinken was just recently with Quinta representatives in Paris. Can they help in this situation? For example, Macron or his diplomacy to help with situation in Lebanon to, if not finalize this, but to move it closer to that final solution?
Thanks for that thoughtful question. Can you hear okay? Yeah. I actually think this is the time for focus and intensity of the diplomatic effort. I mean, I've worked for Bill Burns a few times, and Glenn probably has, but at the State Department, there's no American diplomat who understands the complex dynamics of the Middle East better than Bill Burns. And he's gently charismatic. The way he negotiates generates sort of immediate credibility. He's not trying to humiliate or pressure, but he is pressuring in a very skillful way. So the other point is that what country other than the United States can bring any pressure to bear on Prime Minister Netanyahu when, I mean, he clearly has decided to expand the war rather than to end it, right? And we can speculate why that is. Perhaps it's a geopolitical calculus about the survival of Israel, or it's personal calculus about his own survival, not only staying in political power, but avoiding prosecution and possible conviction for all those corruption allegations. So I think that if the pot gets too many ingredients in terms of countries in there, we're going to lose the focus and the ability to apply that pressure that has to come on Netanyahu. But there has to be pressure, of course, on Hamas as well. And so it makes sense that Qatar is involved in the mediation because it has good relations with, and it's host to Hamas leaders, right? It makes sense that Egypt is a mediator because it's got the border with Israel there. But neither of them are really going to lean on or persuade Hamas that much, it seems like. And if Hamas's leaders are hiding in the tunnel system for their survival, and they perceive that Netanyahu doesn't want to negotiate a settlement, and if they are who they are in Hamas, who live for the destruction of Israel, then the strategic building blocks of the conflict's nature are not there and will not lead to a resolution until that focused pressure is applied. Turkey, right, aspires to be a guarantor, right, and proposes that once there is a political agreement in sight to at least cease for a ceasefire, but then a political agreement to resolve the conflict, there need to be countries So a wider grouping of countries that then can play a role and guarantee whatever is agreed. Maybe Turkey has played itself out of the game with President Erdogan's more critical and harsh attacks on Israel rhetorically than almost any world leader. But my guess is at the end of the day, because he's been so supportive of the Palestinians, so vocal, Turkey will be able to enter as a guarantor, though right now that's politically, I think, inconceivable. But I think as a practical matter, people will see the utility of Turkey playing some guarantor role.
Alexander, if I can go to you, we have seen a change in United Kingdom in a government now with the new Labour government, and there is some moves by David Lammy when it comes to the exports of weaponry to Israel, but many are not satisfied with either of those moves, either to cancel them or to approve them. Can UK be one of these countries about which Ambassador just spoke, and to be, I don't know, maybe a pusher from behind when it comes to Israel or others when it comes to this situation?
Okay. Thanks very much for the question. Obviously, I have to premise this on the basis that I'm now in the private sector and I don't speak on behalf of the British government by any means. So all I have to say is from an analytical perspective, from being a consultant observing this over a sort of number of years, what you can see very strongly is that over the last year, so following the sort of the appalling 7th of October attacks, the way that the UK responded was in line with a lot of the ways that a lot of other countries in the West responded. The issue with what has gone on in the interim is, as this campaign has extended and deepened, and as the objectives have shifted, and the way in which the concept of a day after in Gaza has either been circumvented or manoeuvred around, or as all parties have effectively been incentivized to continue the conflict, you've had a really serious sort of rethink within a lot of different systems about how to go about bringing this to a close. How can what is now a middle power, the UK, use all of its sort of global clout still to help in some way? We've had an election that's, I have to say it's nothing to do with Middle Eastern policy in any way, but you have got a new selection of people in power who are making decisions on the basis of, things that they have observed the previous government doing wrong. From my personal perspective, and I think it's perfectly possible to see it in open source reporting, is that the legal advice the British government had on the basis of the provision of arms has been pretty clear since the beginning of the year that it would contravene certain elements. Now, there were policy decisions taken on the back of that, and particularly around the fact that there needed to be pressure put on Hamas in order to create some sort of resolution. So there are policy decisions bound up in all of this sort of stuff that end up, pushing in a similar direction. But I mean, to come back to the point of the question, the UK absolutely is in this up to its neck, as are many, many other countries across Europe, simply because of their connections. There's a long, long history of this. The UK is in many ways tied to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict in ways that other countries just simply aren't. There is a responsibility attached to that, but there is also a sort of a sense of exhaustion that is attached to it, which is very, very difficult to get around. So where does that leave us? That leaves us in a position where you've still got the UK, being very supportive of Israeli security, and that's not going to change. You've still got the Foreign Office trying to pursue diplomatic initiatives on all fronts, and that includes very particular sort of mediation efforts to try and sort of create some sort of resolution to this issue. And at the very least, we're sitting at a security conference where I would say that the thematic words that come up most commonly are sort of, mitigate, contain, manage. This is sort of international diplomacy 101, but it's also, fundamentally what you're trying to do is move towards an objective, which all I will say is it has been included in the 4 Israeli government statements for how they would like to deal with the Lebanon issue going forward. No matter how much they escalate, they would like to avoid a regional war. And that is the bit that is important to keep in mind. The scale of this conflict is going to touch everyone if it goes beyond a certain point.
Shelley, a question to you. The part of name of this panel, it's impact on Europe. How this will all impact, especially these countries about which Alexander just spoke, who have a deepened connections with Israel and Palestine. And for example, here in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we have a different, and we heard the different narratives. One part is pro-Palestinian, one part is pro-Israeli, the other part is somewhere in the mix, and countries larger than Bosnia and more influential than Bosnia have even more complex issues and relations with both, but also with the wider region of Middle East.
Thank you for that. Europe, to a large extent, I think, has been unable to influence the unfolding of events in the Middle East since sort of the so-called Arab Spring. And certainly we're seeing that dynamic at play again post the barbaric attacks of 7th of October. That said, Europe is very vulnerable to the risk of destabilization, of conflict that spills over from the Middle East because of its proximity, because of the long legacy of imperialism, of colonialism. It's the issues around the Middle East, the themes and tensions there are highly emotive and impact European publics collectively, I think, in a way that perhaps it's not as intimately felt as in the U.S. When we look at the transatlantic relationship there's a divide as well in how the Arab-Israeli conflict is viewed in terms of its urgency from a policy perspective in Washington and many capitals in Europe. We've seen in the UK, in terms of direct sort of European impact, we've seen in the UK the protests on the street in terms of pro-Palestinian sentiment, as well as sort of we've seen a rise in anti-Semitic attacks as well as Islamophobic attacks. So this is clearly an issue that has a high level of salience in Europe and certainly in the UK, and I can speak more closely to the British experience, I think, being based mainly in London. But we can see from the new Labour government's policies and approach to the Middle East already that there's a tension there in how closely they're trying to align with their electoral campaign promises in terms of taking action against Israel's military campaign in Gaza and the devastating humanitarian consequences that we've witnessed. The Arab vote, the Muslim vote in the UK is significant and has been, I think, a driver of some of the decisions that Keir Starmer, Prime Minister Starmer, and David Lammy have been taking. And so there is definitely a high level of expectation upon Labour to deliver on some of their promises. In terms of the UK's decision for the restrictions on export arms licenses, I think the UK's position there was, again, a divide between a legalistic approach and the overriding sense among opponents of this decision, and certainly within the Israeli establishment, that this was a very political one. And that tension will continue to, I think, define the UK's engagement on the question of Gaza and its future policies there. That decision is one that pleased nobody because, as you said, it was seen as not going far enough to counter Israel's campaign in Gaza and increasingly in southern Lebanon. But for the constituency, the Labour constituency, for whom this matters a great deal, it didn't go far enough, right? And for the British Jewish community, of course, it created a major and significant, beyond simply symbolic rift in the relationship between and the trust between UK and Israel, which is a significant relationship on many levels, security, intelligence sharing, of course, being an essential component of that.
Galib, you mentioned Saudi Arabia. MBS just recently said that there will be no improvement of relationship between Riyadh and Tel Aviv until Gaza is resolved and the situation with the East Jerusalem. But also President Biden in his remarks somewhere in the past says that Saudi Arabia is pariah or something like that on the international scene. How they can be brought in to help with this issue, but also how to engage other Gulf states to help with this solution?
Thank you very much. I mean, President Biden's idea of the MBS being a pariah, he, at least like in practical terms, he changed it by the visit to Saudi Arabia, particularly after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the need for the more oil into the international market, the more need for Saudi Arabia very much changed the calculus. But the thing is that the MBS did not deliver what Biden wanted despite the visit, because Saudi Arabia very much remained faithful to the OPEC Plus framework, which effectively rests on the Saudi-Russian understanding when it comes to oil price management mechanisms. The normalization, the October 7 had a very interesting impact. On the one hand, instead of undermining, it actually underpins some of the regional normalization trends. One was that many people were trying to see whether it will put pressure on the Iranian-Saudi normalization, because the Iranian-Saudi normalization through the Chinese mediation, they established once again the relation. Before Chinese, it was the Iraqis that played significant role. The idea was whether the October 7th and the process since then will undermine this process. Thus far, it has not. To the contrary, the level of dialogue between Saudi Arabia and Iran has increased, but still putting on the side, the Saudi Arabia's fear of Iran has not lessened. The Saudi Arabia's concern about Iran has not lessened, because in the end, the Iran can significantly threaten Saudi Arabia. I mean, through the Yemen, through the Yemen, through the Houthis. I mean, the Houthi attacked Aramco. I think that was like very much a major message to Saudi Arabia. And I think that was also one reason that deepened the Saudis' discontent with the U.S., because for Saudi Arabia, that was like one of the nation's security concerns of highest level. And the idea of Saudi Arabia is that when I needed it, the U.S. was not there. So therefore, the Saudi fear has not lessened, but I think the Saudi fear right now, instead of trying to create anti-Iran alignments, is by engaging Iran. Through engagement with Iran, they try to a bit lessen their concern and try to lessen the impact of Iran's destabilizing and expansionist policies in the region on Saudi Arabia. On the other hand, the normalization process with Israel, which many expected prior to October 7, it will include Saudi Arabia as well. All the message that was coming, all the signal that was coming from Riyadh very much indicated this. Right now, even the MBS himself wants it, probably because of the popular pressure. It will not be able to do so. This is not completely off the table, but I think it has been significantly delayed. And this is a fundamental question. I think the legitimacy of Israel's Arab normalization passes through Palestine, not through a deal with Riyadh. So if you have, let's say, a flight between Tel Aviv and Riyadh, the symbolic importance of it is significant, but at the end, I think the real question still remains there, which is the Palestine.
Question to Glenn and to Ambassador. Whatever happens on November 5th on presidential elections, how the change in foreign policy teams of either Vice President / President Harris or President Trump can play a role in this? Because we already heard that probably if Vice President wins, that she will change Secretary of State and National Security Advisor. Trump has his own team with his own ideas. What kind of role these changes can play in that diplomatic effort and the focus about which you spoke, Mr. Ambassador?
Thank you. As the cliche goes, right? I mean, personnel is policy. So the new people come in, they'll have different ideas. What we can say is we know what the approach. Well, maybe back up. I want to go back to the theme of lack of strategic focus. We know what the approach of the Biden administration has been, right? It's been there's this grand strategic idea that National Security Advisor Sullivan laid out, ironically, just a week or so before October 7th, which is that the Middle East has never been this quiet, and we're going to advance that quietness by having this grand bargain between, as we were talking about, Saudi Arabia and Israel. And going back to Admiral Donohue's points, that has led to strategic drift when it comes to the Houthis and the Red Sea. The Saudis want peace on their southern border. Yeah, they were worried about the attacks on their oil processing facility. They're tired of the war. They want to move on. And UAE is, I think, worried about that approach and worried about, as someone was saying, Admiral, you were saying, on the just west of their border, of the Emirati border, there is this Iran-supported Shiite extremist movement that wants to create an Islamist state. That's a huge threat for UAE, which probably is more motivating than the threat, the vague threat of Saudi Arabia of conflict continuing. But for better or for worse, the UN is in the midst of trying to broker a peace agreement between Saudi Arabia and the Houthis. The Houthis have no legitimacy. Look what they've done to their country. Look who they are. And if, my gosh, if there were to be such an agreement and the Houthis garnered some sort of international credibility, what does that scenario then look like for Yemen and then the Red Sea, playing it out into the future? One is, there could be peace and the Houthis will change their stripes and they'll no longer be that tiger. Ridiculous. That'll never happen. Second scenario could be, don't compel the Yemeni government in the south, the so-called Presidential Leadership Council, to sign on to an agreement that will result in all foreign military forces, including U.S. anti-terror forces, having to leave Yemen. What's going to happen then is that the Houthis are going to take over all of Yemen. I mean, if they're forced out. So the better thing would be to find a way to maybe empower other groups in the south, the Southern Transition Council, for example, and see the de facto situation on the ground, which is there really are two separate states right now in Yemen. Everybody may want there to be a unified Yemen, but that doesn't seem possible. And then the other scenario would be just to let the fighting continue, let everything drift, in a strategic sense, and then you get an Islamist group, the Houthis, together with remnants of Al-Qaeda and Islamic State taking over all of Yemen. Horrible scenario. So the best scenario maybe is to empower the South, get the Arab states the Admiral was talking about, to help broker such an agreement. I'm going into this level of detail because there's no strategic focus or nor operational focus on how you take the grand Biden strategic goal of continued quiet in the Middle East by having an Israel-Saudi Arabia deal when the Iranians and the Houthis are committed, and Hamas as well, to letting there not be any such peace and quiet, including in Yemen. So we know what the Biden approach would be, but Harris would not continue the Biden approach. Rumors are that Phil Gordon, former Assistant Secretary for Europe and NSC Senior Director for the Middle East, would be either National Security Advisor or Secretary of State. His book, as those of you who have been following it, that came out recently, is in keeping with the Obama administration's adage of don't do stupid stuff. So restraint, right? Don't push too hard. Don't get too involved. U.S. should back off and not aspire to goals that exceed the U.S. capability. I would argue U.S. capabilities are much bigger than my old boss Phil Gordon would lead on. If former President Trump is elected, who knows? The Saudi Arabia example is a great one. He had said, we're going to strike back, Iran will hit him hard, and did nothing. So I don't know what happens if President Trump wins, or re-wins, because I don't think he knows. I don't think he's thought this through at all. Thank you.
I would just say that I view the upcoming presidential elections in the U.S. as an opportunity. because no matter who wins, you're going to have new teams coming in. Those teams are going to have to formulate a new policy. I'm with Matt. Hopefully, whoever's coming in has learned the lesson. The Middle East is not going to go away as an issue that we need to pay close attention to and invest in understanding. By the way, Russia's not going to go away. They've proven that to us. Whatever team comes in is going to need to be educated. They're going to need the help of people like you, the people in this room, the experts. And it's just going to be an opportunity to maybe change a little bit of the current policy approach, which I agree with Matt. It sounds very good theoretically, but we've had a hard time in executing and implementation. And I think the focus, the laser focus that my former ambassador pointed out is absolutely needed right now. And I do agree with Matt as well. The United States has much more capacity to do more around the world than sometimes people think. And whatever administration comes in, we need to remind them that we do have the capability. And there are a lot of regions, including this region, which need a lot more attention and a lot more focus from Washington right now and going forward.
I make no personal comments on that whatsoever. I'll talk from a European perspective. The good doctor said Europe's ability to influence all of the things that we're looking at here is incredibly limited, and it has been incredibly limited. That's the crux of the matter of what is going on in the sort of the grand scheme of things is the themes that define the current global security context are, US, China, the Ukraine conflict, the Middle East falling apart, enormous disruption to supply chains, enormous kind of, challenges to every single sort of element of, legal, rules-based, etc., and the fundamental cracking of a lot of, quite basic economic concepts as well. So in that context, Europe's being squeezed from all fronts. If it's an economic union, it's being squeezed. If it's a security union, it's being squeezed. If it's a political union, it's under attack, actually, really. It's being fundamentally undermined from lots of different angles. And the point that is really important there, and that has come out of a lot of the different sort of speakers, particularly on the military side, and I'm always struck by this, is that the military is crying out for some political leadership to sort of pursue, and some sort of political creativity to create the links that are required so that they don't need to be used. And what we're in now is a situation where you've got a Europe that is very insecure. It's still quite unified, actually, despite all of the things that are going on across the bloc. And that's incredibly important to realise, is that despite the sort of the rim of Europe being under attack, very unstable, very deeply, dangerous in lots of different ways, Europe is still very, very safe. It's very, very unified, mostly. There are lots of different threats on the horizon that we could be worried about, and lots of different things. But the points that, there is always that point about the incentive, like what is the direction of travel here? Are we being torn apart, or are we being pulled back together? And the idea that you've got here is this pursuit that there are so many more things here that divide, that unify. There's so many more incentives to make it work properly across all of the different elements and to address all the challenges. So that's all I would say from a British perspective.
Well, maybe just like to add a bit to both you and what Dr. Özçelik said. I mean, since 1956, I would say Europe has largely operated within a U.S.-centric framework when it comes to foreign policy towards the Middle East.
I'm just telling Alexander to...
Is it off?
It's off now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Should I?
Yeah.
Okay. I would say that since 1956, Europe has largely operated within a U.S.-centric framework when it comes to the Middle East. But particularly during the Trump era, there was more question. Either there is no such a framework that they thought within which that they were operating, or this framework were not serving the European interest. I mean, the decision to move the embassy to Jerusalem, the way that the U.S. was downsizing the presence in Iraq, the hasty withdrawal, partial withdrawal from Syria, the way that the U.S. withdrew from Afghanistan. So all these things has created more question about the U.S. commitment, predictability, and reliability, I think, in many places. And there we heard like all these like European autonomy, the quest for European strategic autonomy, etc., etc. This has led until the Ukraine invasion. So with the Ukraine invasion, all this conversation about the European strategic autonomy, etc., very much dampened. And now in Gaza, or in the Middle East in general, not just only Gaza, the question is what Europe can do, I think, is secondary, what Europe wants. Because I don't know what European policy would be if Europe had the means. I mean, when you look at it, you know, the Spaniards and others represent one policy lines. The French, the Germans, etc., represent another policy line. So that you have like all these different European nation states policy, but I would be, even at the EU level, I mean, Borrell and von der Leyen more or less represented two different policy lines on the subject. So the question is, what Europe can do is secondary to what European policy is, because like first and foremost, you have to have a policy and then operate based on this policy. Finally, I think on foreign and security policy, unless there is a really strong foreign and security policy dialogue between Europe, UK, and Turkey, I think the EU will inevitably will be just an appendage to the US policy when it comes to foreign and security policy.
Just to piggyback on Matthew's point about the lack of strategic focus or strategic coherence, and I think that is very indicative of the European position on the Middle East. I think it's also very indicative of Middle Eastern states, Arab states, and certainly Israel as well, I think, in terms of its lack of, or the apparent lack of, or lack of visibility on an exit strategy or an end game when it comes to governance in Gaza. But if we shift back to Europe, I think there's a wide consensus on principles and values, but that does not translate, as we know in other theaters, into burden sharing and a collective sort of approach to deterrence. And when we break this down further, I think there is fragmentation between various European powers on how to approach not only Israel-Gaza, but other significant theaters that are ongoing. Protracted conflicts. I'm thinking Syria. I'm thinking Libya. Europe still views the Middle East very much from the point of view of migration, of how to control and counter migration. We're seeing this with respect to Italy's policies, Albania as sort of a different route or sort of safe passage for or to retain refugees. Italy's position with respect to normalization with the Bashar al-Assad regime in Syria is, I think, one that we should be taking, we should be considering the consequences of that. Italy is the first G7 country to re-engage with Assad, following, of course, the Arab League's position. Other European states have recently called upon the EU Commission to reconsider their approach to the Assad regime, and what kind of message does this send out to the rest of the region? What implications will this bring? Libya is also a country We've talked about the division in Yemen. Libya is also divided between East and West, and we're seeing this in a very sort of more near explosive manner with the recent controversy around the central bank, the governor of the central bank. So there are issues, divides and fragmentation, and I think Europe needs to consider to move in the direction of a strategic sort of framework because of the risk of radicalization now, inspired by the events in Gaza. I think this is a serious threat. I think it's on the horizon from the perspective of the security, defense, and intelligence communities. There's a risk, of course, perhaps secondary, but the resurgence of the foreign fighter sort of phenomenon that we saw with respect to ISIS in Syria and Iraq. So thank you.
Let me throw in two countries which we didn't mention so far. Russia and China, they tried in recent months to bring Hamas in for conversations, consultations in Moscow, but also Chinese tried to get in all Palestinian fractions to make some sort of deal. What their role could be in all of this, and can they be used directly or indirectly as a part of a solution, or they are still enemies which should be kept at a long hand away from all of this?
I don't know enough about the strategic calculus in China, but when it comes to Russia, I would think the Russians are absolutely thrilled with what's going on right now. I mean, it's perfect, right? Not only is the whole Middle East without any direction, but the United States politics are really being influenced by the conflict as well. Yeah, Dr. Özçelik mentioned the political dynamics in the UK and in the US. The Democratic Party primary a few months ago, there were around 100,000 either Palestinian American or simply sympathizers, Democrats, who voted uncommitted rather than voting for then candidate Biden. And the state of Michigan is one of those key so-called battleground states. The last election in the United States, presidential election, was won by Joe Biden. It doesn't matter if he was ahead by whatever it was, 7 million votes nationally. He won by something like 40,000 votes total in 3 of the battleground states, one of which is Michigan. So at the margins, it's possible that this conflict and the U.S. approach to it could have an impact on U.S. politics. And that's something we know Vladimir Putin loves. I mean, it's being exposed more and more every day how much Russian troll farms, and that we've talked about it. Azim talked about, many people have talked about it so far. Also, Dr. Pearson, the Russians pump out systemically so much, and General Jansen, sorry, so much divisive, not propaganda, but information operations meant to undermine the cohesion of U.S. society. So this enduring conflict plays right into that for Putin. One more element, going back to Turkey for a second, and Syria. Putin has played the Syrian war beautifully as a wedge issue to help push Turkey further and further away from the West. You'll remember there's a so-called Astana process that is a parallel to the UN process to bring up the end to the war in Syria, and the Astana process was supposed to work on a political settlement, and that's Turkey, Russia, and Iran. So I think all across the board, Putin is exploiting the situation of instability in the Middle East to his advantage. Thank you.
Sure. I mean, right before, at the beginning of 2020, if you were sitting in Moscow looking at the map of the Middle East, probably you might have thought that Putin succeeded where Stalin failed, because you have right now significant presence in Syria, including air base and naval base. You have a significant presence in Libya, including a de facto air base. You have a significant presence in East Med. You have the Mediterranean Squadron that was established in 2013, if I'm not mistaken, through which you establish very close relation with almost all Mediterranean states. With Egypt, you engage in security cooperations. With Algeria, you have long-running, this almost very close security, maybe even strategic relationship. So this was the Stalin's or the Imperial and Soviet Russia's dream of having a foothold in the Mediterranean. You would have been more or less realized by Putin. And secondly, on top of it, you are also establishing very intricate relationship with Gulf. The OPEC Plus framework, which basically led by Saudi Arabia and Russia, were working perfectly. The current Saudi king was the first Saudi king that ever visited Russia, the King Salman. So you have all this like growing relationship with the Gulf states, attracting money, etc. So that's a lovely story. But the Ukraine initially, I thought, was significantly undermined because the Russian ability to project power in Mediterranean was very much dependent on its ability to rotate assets between Black Sea and Mediterranean. When Turkey closed the straits, that severely actually limited the Russian ability to do so. And secondly, the Russian military hardware's lackluster performance on the battlefield did not inspire much confidence in would-be customer for Russian assets. Because if you're looking at the Russian assets on the battlefield, many potential customers would not be very much inspired by them. And also the cost of engagement with Russia was increasing. So even though there wasn't, Russia more or less maintained its foothold in the regions, its role in places like Syria, etc., but the trajectory didn't seem very promising for them. The Gaza war has very much, at least morally, maybe not in policy terms immediately, but morally directly played into the hands of Russia and China. So, I mean, in the last years, I've been to China 2 or 3 times. The thing that you constantly hear is basically the level of conversation on Gaza at every level is significant, because this is, in a sense, the war that you point to basically point to the, you know, the so-called Western bankruptcy on the global stage. So as the West was pointing to the Ukraine and calling for the non-Western world to have a principled state, to reject the Russian neo-imperialism, neo-colonialism in Ukraine, they also point to the Gaza by saying, like, you know, there isn't a single principle that West preached to the world that did not step upon it as a result of the Gaza. So this is a major narrative win for Russia, for China. The question was, none of them still is in the position to replace the U.S. role in the region. So U.S. both is impotent and omnipotent at the same time in the region on this war. It's impotent, it's constantly being rebuffed by Israel. I mean, you have, like, you know, constantly Biden would say something and then Netanyahu would not care about it. But at the end of the day, it would be the Biden that has to change his position, not the other way around. And that's not being lost on anyone. On the other hand, the U.S. is still the only external actors that can affect the course of the events. Neither China nor Russia can do it. And I think for Russia particularly, a regional war would be a terrible scenario, because the Russian danger is to have a Soviet-era geopolitical identity in the region. Because the Russian ability before the Ukraine war, before etc., was its ability to speak to all sides, its ability to engage, to chart like Astana process, like things. Now the Russian danger is, if it's turned into the Soviet-era part of the camp politics in the region, that will also, over the long time, will negatively affect Russian influence.
And last question before we go to questions is, whoever wants to answer, how change of leadership on both Israeli and Palestinian side could impact the find of solution? Because we know that many Palestinians are unsatisfied with President Abbas, but also Israelis want to change of government long before this all started with Gaza.
That's a difficult one and highly speculative. And so I hesitate to answer with a high level of confidence. But there are various scenarios being floated. Obviously, the most promising one, depending on where you sit on the subject, would be sort of this notion of the reformed Palestinian Authority. This seems very much sort of a pie-in-the-sky idea at the moment, given that we don't know, in terms of leadership, who would succeed President Abbas and what that would look like. The internally fragmented weakness of the PA, far from perfect in terms of their governance record and their legacy, and their ability to project influence and credibility in Gaza is limited. But that seems to be the better of a series of worse options. It's unthinkable from the Israeli perspective to consider the likelihood of some type of survived Hamas sort of regenerating into a governing structure in Gaza. That is, for the moment, unthinkable for not only Israel, I think, but for many other regional actors as well. Despite the popular sentiment in favor of the Palestinians, the pro-Palestinian sentiment across the publics across the Middle East, that doesn't necessarily translate into a pro-Hamas sentiment. And I think a mistake that is very frequently made is to conflate the two. Conflate Hamas, Hezbollah, the Iran-aligned groups across the Middle East that are seen as a nuisance, as a serious security threat to Middle Eastern, to Arab countries. And that is different from the very sort of credible and legitimate support for a plan for Palestinian statehood. In terms of Israel, there are speculation, rumors that we could be looking at an election in early 2025. Very much Netanyahu appears to be positioning himself now, unsurprisingly, nearing the one-year anniversary of the 7th of October attacks, the 12 months of the war. The high holidays are coming up, right? It was initially promised, although Netanyahu did not commit to creating conditions for the displaced Israeli communities to return to the north by September, October, the beginning of the school year. Netanyahu did not officially commit to that, but that was the expectation, I think. And now, of course, with the events of this past week and what we're seeing is escalation on the northern front in a campaign to push Hezbollah forces beyond the Litani River, right, which is consistent with UN Resolution 1701. So the return of Israeli displaced communities to a part of Israel that is within its internationally recognized borders is seen as a legitimate objective of the Israeli political and security establishment. In terms of what comes next in Israel, there are the opposition leaders, of course, that are standing on the sidelines ready to commit. I think there is danger in exaggerating the extent to which the majority of the Israelis want Netanyahu to go at this stage. They want to see this carried out. In terms of which military objectives are legitimately within reach is a different question, but there is a desire among Israel at large to see a greater level of security and to see success, whatever that looks like, in Gaza and in the north.
For some questions, Harun has a first one.
Hi, thank you to all. Harun Karcic from the Al Jazeera channel. I wanted to throw a question to Glenn and Burcu. Over the last couple of years, at least the last 2 years, we've been reading a lot about the need for a reset in relations between what we generally refer to as Turkey and the West, which is a very imprecise term. So we're looking at Turkey and Europe, Turkey and the United States, Turkey and NATO, but let's call it Turkey and the West relations. So there have been people calling for a reset. There have been individuals such as our colleague Soner Çağatay from the Washington Institute for Middle Eastern Studies who has called for a new relationship. Now, is this the right time for the Turkey and the West to polish up their relations, A? B, does the West understand that Turkey has its own legitimate security concerns, which may not always be aligned fully with what we refer to as the West? And C, this has been going on for a very long time. The United States still supports a Leninist Marxist group operating in northern Syria, which has been battling Turkey, the second biggest power in NATO, for 40 years. This is not the best way to celebrate your friendship. Why hasn't there been a change in this? And we also saw the recent NATO summit in DC.
Turkey has been pushing in the final communique, you know, the wording that they want to purchase weapons, high-end weapons and technology from NATO partners. Why is there still obstruction from NATO member states in selling technology to Turkey, military technology to Turkey? Thank you.
Great question. You know, I think the relationship, I would give this administration credit for being patient with Turkey. I think people in the administration, this is just my assessment, understand that Turkey's very sensitive position. My own view is Turkey is a critical U.S. ally. And although there are some problems in the relationship, there are also a lot of positive things in the relationship. The Turks, for example, on Ukraine, were well ahead of many other countries in Europe in supporting the Ukrainians in concrete ways before February 2022. The Turks have played an important role in some kind of attempts to negotiate a settlement, and I think that's important. I think President Erdogan has tried to play a leading role there. We saw the exchange of prisoners, you know, multiple times, which was helped by our Turkish partners. So there's a lot that's positive in the relationship that we could talk about. And there's always been challenges in the U.S.-Turkish relationship, and I'll just talk from the U.S. perspective. And we have to be realistic that, you know, domestically in the U.S. there are some problems with how we formulate policy. You asked a great question about support for the YPG, and this is my point about the next election. There's going to be an opportunity to educate a new team, whoever that team is going to be, on how we should really view this issue and how sensitive it is for our Turkish partners. We need to take advantage of that opportunity, in my view, to try and get people to change the policy that we have right now.
Thanks for that. There's a lot there to unpack. Just very briefly, President Erdogan has been pursuing, as we know, an autonomous foreign policy for quite some time. And he's not the only one among others in the Global South or in the BRICS or within a group or subset of sort of rising powers. And we use different terminology and conceptual labels in academia and the policy worlds. But I think one way to look at it are states that are trying to be game changers or rule makers. And Turkey is a considerable candidate for that, and not only a candidate, but has demonstrated sort of effective policy and done very much the opposite as well in various spheres. So that is, as you said, a sort of a fragile and problematic aspect to the relationship, but one where Turkey is certainly undeniably a critical partner, geopolitically, geoeconomically, in terms of its positioning as well. There have been wins, such as the Ukraine grain deal, as you mentioned, the prisoner swap. President Erdogan and AKP foreign policy sort of establishment have been sort of criticized for the various U-turns recently in their policy. And there has been a significant shift in Turkish foreign policy making post-Arab Spring and the coming to terms with the reality that the outcomes that the AKP, the governing party in Turkey, were expecting did not materialize in much of the Arab Middle East. And so Turkey has been trying to adapt to these new realities, to keep pace, and also to be leading, trying to lead in terms of its posturing. It's also been positioning itself as a peacemaker, a mediator, a peace broker, and this is a role that others in the region are also contending for. We have Qatar, of course, Egypt, Oman and Morocco as secondary or peripheral states are also trying to rise to the status as peacemakers, and this is seen as, well, it's possible to see this within the context of the wider sort of countering West or counter international liberal order sort of dynamics that we're witnessing. I mean, we've talked about China, the idea being that the U.S. is seen as an aggressor, as a war maker in the Middle East. Its backing of Israel and Gaza, for example, is perceived within this framework. And states like Turkey, I mean, President Erdogan for years has been saying, you know, the world is more than five, right, referring to the state security, the UN Security Council membership structure. And that is something that needs to be, I think, not that statement necessarily, but what it's referring to in terms of the hypocrisy that's perceived in the Western posturing with respect to the Middle East. is a problem. And whether we call it the West or the U.S.-led order, the NATO-led international liberal order, needs to realize, I think, and is increasingly coming to terms with the fact there are others who want to be at the table.
We're going to take two more questions, one there and here. Professor Tanadomi, two quick questions and then two quick answers, and that's it for a panel. Go ahead.
I'll keep this as short as possible. Julia Cheval from the United States Institute of Peace. My background is Afghanistan, not the war in Afghanistan. A little bit too young for that, but the peace process and the awful withdrawal of that war. One of the key lessons of Afghanistan is there were many opportunities for peace that were ignored, and they were not ignored because of any other reason more complicated than arrogance and hubris, which I have seen demonstrated in the panel today. The Houthis were referred to as a mountain people whose political demands for a ceasefire, which are popular across the world, we do not have to take seriously. It was also said the Houthis have no legitimacy. I wish that was true. The unfortunate reality is that mountain people have shaped history many times, and they will continue to do so. And it was the exact same dismissive attitude towards the Afghan Taliban that led to countless lives lost and a horrible, brutal war, because we saw the Pashtuns as illegitimate people we didn't have to deal with. We saw them as mountain people who had embarrassed us, and out of anger and arrogance, we ignored them, to the great loss of money, treasure, lives, limbs, and American prestige, which has greatly contributed to the rise of powers, such as Russia and China, being able to make such a compelling case about Western hypocrisy. I would ask you, what is standing in the way of learning those lessons from the war in Afghanistan that taught us that we do not have the luxury of deciding who is and who is not legitimate?
I just want to follow up on your comments on Israel. I think one of the most underreported aspects to the situation, the political situation inside Israel, is we're talking hundreds of thousands of people marching against Netanyahu for months, if not years. And we're also talking about the displacement of several 100,000 people, not just in the north, which was the most recent movement of Israelis within the legal borders of Israel, but in the southern part of Israel that was attacked. We're talking about people lost their homes, their cars, their jobs. We're talking about the government putting all of these people in hotels, and we're talking about a labor market that is actually not working at the level it was before October 7th. We're talking about incredible societal upheaval inside Israel, and it would commiserate in terms of people on the street in America to 35 million people, given the proportion of the population it is marching against Netanyahu. I think the hostage situation crystallizes a big break with the government, and people have lost faith. I don't hear any analysis of how that might actually affect an electoral shift within Israel, if maybe there could be a break in the government. We haven't seen that yet. We still see the government hanging in there, but there's no question that Israel itself, the population of Israel itself, is very, very much against this sitting government right now. I don't hear any reporting about this inside American media, and maybe perhaps more in Europe. I've been told there's maybe more reporting in Europe, but you certainly don't get it in the American news media. I would just like to hear some comments on that.
Whoever wants to take answer on this.
I mean, I think I should, since I'm the one who talked about Yemen. So I didn't interpret the Admiral Donahue as being derisive toward mountain peoples. I think the point is that mountain peoples don't usually try to control shipping traffic, right? Maritime shipping traffic. Their culture is based somewhere else. And another, no, you think they do? You're shaking your head. I don't know of any examples of mountain peoples like that that have tried to shut down an international waterway. I don't know. Please educate me. But when it comes to legitimacy, I'm not sure I said they're illegitimate, the Houthis, but the point is the international community is viewing their actions as illegitimate in terms of international law, right? You can't just shut down international maritime shipping lines because it affords you political, economic, or other gain. Look at their record of governing the north. I don't know if you've been to northern Yemen, but you know the humanitarian aid can't get in. The economy is going nowhere, right? The treatment of women is on the order of Afghanistan, right, and human rights violations. So you seem to know the situation in Afghanistan really well. I take your point that we got on a trajectory that led to a horrible outcome. The U.S. withdrawal was, yeah, it was idiotic. Why would you close down your air base that you need to provide air cover for your withdrawal as a first step? And why was there a political agreement in the first place that said, okay, the United States is going to end its involvement as long as Taliban doesn't attack U.S. forces via terrorism, instead of thinking at all about what's the future of the country. And just to wander into Israeli politics just for a moment, I mean, I withheld comment just for the sake of time on the last round. Yeah, I think if Finance Minister Smotrich and Security Minister Ben-Gvir are no longer in a coalition government, and they're only there because Netanyahu was so desperate to cobble together the slimmest of majorities, I think probably the political momentum in Israel, as you describe it, which I agree with, would lead to an outcome in an election, even if Netanyahu survives, or maybe he wouldn't need those extremists. And if that is the outcome, then I think we'll see this attempt to push out the Palestinians from the West Bank and from Gaza maybe come to an end because it's such a self-destructive policy for Israel itself. Thanks.
Dr. Rose-Chalik and just a short answer, and maybe 30 seconds, not more than that.
Oh boy, okay, that's a tough one. On the comments about Israeli politics, I don't disagree with you. I think the rationale, the strategic rationale in the security establishment seems to be that the 2006 hostage deal and the swap of one Israeli soldier in exchange for thousands of Palestinian prisoners was a mistake. And we are where we are in the tragedy of 7th of October. Very much, this is the thinking within the establishment, that we are where we are today because of that mistake, right? But this, of course, does not align with the sentiment of the Israeli public, who very much want to bring the Israeli captives home, rightfully so. And so there are two different clocks that are running at different speeds, right? The lives of the hostages, which, from a humanitarian and moral perspective, I think should take precedence. I'm speaking as my personal views. Over the Israeli calculus of degrading, dismantling Hamas, and clearing the north for the communities to return. Very quickly here, I don't want to miss an opportunity to comment on this. I think that there is, again, in wider commentary and analysis, the error is that we don't dedicate sufficient time and resources to understanding local actors and their agencies. So even the language of Iran-aligned proxy, we don't use proxy as much anymore, but Iran-aligned non-state armed actor, for example. We have tended since 7th of October, because this is when it really began to attract more attention, we began to sort of clump these groups together as though they are one and the same. They don't exercise different sets of ideas that do diverge at times from the IRGC. So I am with you on that, and it is a lack of sort of more nuanced, sophisticated study of the various groups. But the reality remains that they do sit within the wider umbrella of Iran ideological.
Okay, gentlemen, Dr. Rose-Chalik, thank you so very much for this panel. Thank you all for being here. We are going for lunch now, and we are coming back for the next panel. Thank you so much.
I will be the moderator of the next panel called Can the West Have a Common Front in the Balkans? My name is Alexander Brezar. I'm a journalist and an editor with Euronews. Before I introduce our guests at the post-lunch panel, I was asked to tell you that you were all issued a copy of the report made by New Lines called The Western Balkans 2024, Assessment of the Current Security Posture and Geopolitical Challenges, edited by our Tanya Domi. So Whenever you get a chance, please take a look at it and read it, because I'm quite sure that it's full of very useful and interesting information. And in the meantime, let's go back to our panel. Let me introduce to you, in order of appearance and seating, Professor Malcolm Chalmers, Deputy Director General of the Royal United Services Institute. Welcome. Dr. Valbona Zinelli, Non-Resident Senior Fellow of the Atlantic Council's Europe Center, Transatlantic Security Initiative of the Atlantic Council's Scoutcraft Center for Strategy and Security. That's a very long title. Welcome, Valbona. Dr. Jasmin Mujanovic, Senior Non-Resident Fellow at New Lines Institute, and Ms. Radmila Shekerinska, Vice President of the Party of European Socialists and former Minister of Defense of North Macedonia. And finally, last but not least, Dr. Janeta Karabegovic, researcher and lecturer at the University of Salzburg. Thank you all for joining us, and I will now take my seat and we can kick this off. I hope this works. We were tasked with a pretty difficult subject, I'd say, and we have about an hour and 10 minutes to discuss about what the West can do, united or otherwise, in the Balkans. And I'm really hoping, because it's a very big panel, that we'll have some time for Q&A, because I'd really like us to have a conversation and try to suss out at least like the most important, the most key aspects of the issue at hand, which is quite, like I said, quite complex and complicated. So let's get right down to it. We'll start with Mr. Chalmers, and maybe that is the best way to begin today's conversation from the point of view of the West. What could you tell us about what we're here to discuss today?
Well, it's hard to be the first speaker after lunch. And it's even harder to be put in the spot as the representative of the West collectively, especially as a Brit, maybe since we are not part of the EU any longer, and therefore can hardly advise countries in the Balkans as to why it's really not the end of the world if you're not in the EU. I'm doubly apologetic because this is my first time visiting Sarajevo. I've had a real opportunity to talk to people and to talk to people at this conference as well, getting a sense of it. What I can, I think, bring to this conversation is some broader perspective about where the Balkans fits in Western foreign policy defined more widely. Because clearly for people in Bosnia, that long and terrible siege of Sarajevo shaped the way you still look at the world, you still look at your country, the way you still look at Western powers. But it also, I think, had a formative role in shaping Western policy towards military intervention. If you cast your mind back to the early 1990s, in the Cold War, there really wasn't something called humanitarian intervention. We were so focused on the competition with the Soviet Union. There were certainly proxy conflicts, which were seen as zero-sum games between the United States and the Soviet Union, the Vietnam War being a classic example of that. But humanitarian interventions, intervening in order to protect people from repression or genocide, that wasn't a prominent part of the Cold War experience, and a couple of times it was directly turned down. What happened, I think, in the early 1990s, not least in my country, but also the United States and others, was in response to a situation where it had largely and rapidly become a unipolar world. The United States and others were trying to work out what that meant. The response, the belated response to the conflict in this country and in Croatia was part of that. Arguably, and it really, as a result of what was happening in Sarajevo and Srebrenica, most of all elsewhere as well, it really created that pressure for intervention, which of course was successful in its immediate objectives to bring the war here to an end, and also created the conditions for the subsequent more rapid intervention in Kosovo. And I think actually those interventions did create the conditions, certainly in the UK, I think also in the US, for thinking that the military aspect of this was relatively easy. Because in both Bosnia and Kosovo, the initial military action was not followed by civil conflict. It was not followed by a long counterinsurgency campaign. There were political settlements, a change of borders in the case of Kosovo, and the Dayton Accord here, which, although I know are still criticised, the Serbia-Kosovo settlement still criticised, and also the Dayton Accord, nevertheless, for 30 years, have avoided armed conflict, and in that sense, compared to most of the interventions that followed, have been significant successes. The subsequent interventions in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in Libya, and indeed the indirect attempts to steer the Arab Spring, all of those, from a Western point of view, have proven to be strategic failure. And I think that's coloured, that experience of all those other interventions in lots of other parts of the world probably has coloured to some extent a sense in Western countries. And I'm generalising now in a way perhaps I shouldn't do, so I'm sure each country has its own particular approach. But has, I think, coloured an approach which has, I would say, three main elements, and that's really where I'll conclude in terms of how I understand, in very broad terms, the Western approach to this region. First of all, it's about preserving peace and stability and avoiding the resurgence of armed conflict. And that means putting in place guardrails, deterrents of any attempts by whoever it might be to change the status quo by force, by changing the territorial settlement, or by unilaterally seeking to undermine the political settlement in the 1990s. Whether that's secession by Republika Srpska, or a change of borders between Serbia or Kosovo, all the things which we, of course, talk about. And indeed, by pushing back against any attempts by external powers like Russia to support such efforts. Secondly, I think importantly, it involves working pragmatically with both political authorities and also with civil society and business to manage the interdependence between Europeans and the rest of Europe, the European Union and the UK, with the Balkans on all the issues which we share. Lots of people from this region live in the European Union and the UK and contribute to our economies, but there are also concerns about illegal migration, people trafficking, organised crime originating from this region, which is a source of tension and something which there is and needs to be cooperation. And then the third element in the approach, as I would characterise it, from a Western point of view, is looking for opportunities for political change and moving towards more durable conflict resolution in those conflicts which have been managed and frozen quite successfully but have not been resolved, notably Serbia-Kosovo relations and inter-community relations in Bosnia. In that regard, I would say that we're now a long way from the naive optimism of the 90s that simply by joining European multilateral organizations like NATO and the EU, you would solve the issues. There's a naivety about democracy at that time, which if only people would join these organizations, they would become as stable as France or Germany or the UK. And part of the end of that naivety is that France and Germany and the UK don't look that stable either. And the rise of nationalism is not something that's unique to Central and Eastern Europe or Southeastern Europe. It's something we see in most EU member states. And it's partly the result of the experience those organizations actually have with new members Hungary is probably the poster child right now for this phenomenon, but it's not the only one, which have become members of NATO and the EU and are a constant pain in the butt because they're able to use their veto power to make those multilateral organizations much harder to work. I don't think any of those organizations want a Serbia or a country like that to be members because it just makes it much more difficult for multilateralism to work. So I think there will be a cautious, actually I also think there'll be a lot of caution in terms of Ukrainian membership, which right now we're glossing over, but Ukrainian membership in NATO or EU also potentially brings a lot of those problems. So to conclude, politics is a process of continuing change. It's often messy, quite often violent, quite often revolutionary. That's the nature of most of our politics. It will be the nature of politics in this region. One of the lessons, I think, of the last 30 years, not only in the Balkans, but more widely, is that Western ability to actually micromanage the politics of other societies is much more limited than we thought it was in those unipolar days in the 1990s, which are now a long way away. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all of those salient points that you just made. I'm pretty sure that we're going to address them pretty much one by one from here on out. So I will move on to Dr. Zanelli. You heard what Professor Chalmers said. I would be curious to know more about your view of the security situation in the Western Balkans right now and where it fits in what has been laid out so far.
Well, thank you very much, Alexander, and I'd like to thank Karen Hikmet and their team for the fantastic event. And I'll start by saying that I was here last year too, and we started talking about the future of the Western Balkans, the European enlargement process that looked much more optimistic. Unfortunately, I believe that this optimism that we felt last year, and we expressed it in this conference, is that it's waning down. That sense of urgency that it looked like the European Union had last year, the process is going more into being what it used to be, a more technical process. And so by that, I want to start by saying that I think, when we talk about the Western Balkans, and we keep changing how we call the region, it was Balkans, it was Southeast Europe, now it's Western Balkans, I don't know what's going to be in the future. I think it's very important not to look that separately as a region. We have to see the region in the context of the European security architecture, but more broadly also in the context of the transatlantic security architecture. So last year here, there were two well-known senators of the U.S. Senate, Senator Shaheen and Welch. And they have been working hard on getting this Western Balkans Democracy and Prosperity Act, also in the, as a new legislation, showing that the region is really very important also for the United States. So that brings that, transatlantic dimension. In terms of the EU enlargement, I think what has been missing over the last years in the European thinking is the lack of the security dimension and enlargement. I mean, the European Union, we should not forget, is a peace project. You cannot have a Europe peace, whole, and prosperous without the Western Balkans. And that's what we need right now. There's a need of a change of narrative. We talk about EU enlargement fatigue. We talk about the countries that are not performing very well in the reform path, but we don't talk about the big picture. I think that's missing. And here, following the professor, I'll look at three main points. What happened with the invasion, the second invasion of Ukraine in 2022, it's a change, a complete change of the European security architecture. The three main pillars of security that the United States has been the main security provider in the framework of NATO. The second one is getting cheap energy and gas from Russia. And the third one is China, cheap products from China and a big market. And I believe that in the framework of those three pillars of the security architecture, that's where the Western Balkans is part of each of all these pillars. On the security dimension, we have a situation in the Western Balkans when we have NATO and non-NATO countries. And I I'm afraid that what we're going to see in the future is also two-speed Western Balkans. Those NATO countries that are going to move forward much quicker in the integration process, and the others that will be left behind. It's important for the security of Europe, no reason to repeat that, but also in another conversation when it comes to the burden sharing debate. We're hearing a lot about that. It's been an issue at NATO since the very start, since the very beginning of NATO, that the U.S. has all the burden of the payments at NATO. And the only time in the history of NATO where the burden was almost shared at equal ways between the United States and the European members of NATO it was during the Balkan Wars at the end of the 90s, where the EU member states of NATO paid for 45% of the budgets and the United States 55%. That was the time in history that the Europeans were really paying more for their defense. So it's a cost-benefit analysis also when it comes to the security dimension. And then, of course, it's all the foreign influences that have been mentioned even this morning from, different actors here. When it comes to energy, I think the Western Balkans also can play a very important role on energy diversification, especially within LNG terminals, but also with new trade routes for energy. But from that perspective is also the influence of Russia in the region and how that can be countered by the support of European Union with diversification of energy. Until 2 years ago, 3 countries in the region were 100% dependent on Russian energy and gas. That has changed over the last 2 years, and it's been quite quick. So it shows that the European Union can get its act together when it's under pressure. And the third element, which is, I think, the elephant in the room for the future, especially, is China, is the Chinese influence in the region. And we should not overlook it. It's not just economic influence, where in terms of investment and trade has become the second largest trading partner for many countries in the region, but also in terms of investment. If you gather it all, it's 40% of the foreign direct investment. Now, it's not greenfield investments. Most of that is loans, concessional lending, but it's even more dangerous when it comes in terms of influence. But also when it comes to social and cultural influence with Confucius Institute throughout the region. And you look at the public perception is very positively when it comes to China. So I think that is very important. If the European Union is going to find a way to counter the Chinese influence overall on the European continent, the Western Balkans is going to be a very important part of that. Now, there are 2 good news. The first one is the growth plan for the Western Balkans. And I think it's an element that brings the region closer to the European Union. The funding is not big. It's only $6 billion, and only $2 billion are grants, so it's not a lot of money. However, the way that will be implemented, that countries will get the money when they show that they're reforming and they're progressing in the reform agenda, I think that is an important element. And so having these countries become part of the single market of the European Union will be important, and the region is very easily absorbable. It's only 1% of the market. It's $160 billion compared to more than 18 trillion of the EU market. It's only 17 million inhabitants, so it's a very small market that can be easily absorbed. And even the latest report, Draghi's report on economic competitiveness of the European Union, specifically mentions the region that could be part of the solutions for the European Union in terms of increased competitiveness. So I think we have to watch these last 2 pieces of news, but to summarize this, I think is EU enlargement is very important for the region, integration in Euro-Atlantic institutions. But what's needed now, it's the need to change the narrative when it comes to the region, to look at that more positively, to look at the region as part of the transatlantic security solutions, and that should be a big lesson also for leaders in the region. People in Brussels and the United States, Washington, D.C., or in London do not wake up every morning and think about what's happening in the Balkans, what's happening in Sarajevo or Tirana. So I think that it has to be that leaders need to be more active in terms of offering solutions to the transatlantic community and not just being an issue that's discussed when problems are arising.
Dr. Zanelli, thank you so much for your comment. I think you're absolutely right when you say that we have spent decades discussing the problem but not finding the solutions. And we'll come back to trying to find the solutions. I don't think we'll have the time to find them, although I'm pretty sure that we could if we put our minds to it. I will pass the ball quickly to Dr. Mujanovic or Yasmin, to friends. We're friends. On most days. Yesterday we were friends, tomorrow we'll see. And just a quick fire question, pun intended. Who are the worst offenders when it comes to security in the Western Balkans? And how does this play against the plans that the West has or might have in the future? Cut me off.
I've had it with you already. So here's the thing. I'm going to have to, I think, push back on some of the optimism that we've heard so far, not just about the Western Balkans, but I think that especially optimistic Middle East panel. No, look, here's the basic problem in the Western Balkans. We are living in the upside down. And what I mean by that is that let's just take as a kind of formative event in the contemporary historical geopolitical moment the second Russian invasion of Ukraine. I was absolutely one of those people in December and January, 21, 22, who was convinced that if and when Russia actually went in, it would be a transformative moment for the Western Balkans, with potentially catastrophic consequences, i.e., if the Russians had successfully seized Kyiv, I'm convinced that in Bosnia we would have had a war within 6 months. I think there also would have been very serious violence in Kosovo, which ultimately then came in Banjska, right, and Zvečan. But I also, in retrospect, very naively believed that in so much as we were entering into a more or less direct confrontation with Russia, speaking as we, the political West, it would be a moment in which finally the litany of anti-democratic, anti-Western, Russian proxy and Chinese proxy actors in the Western Balkans would be clearly identified and, summarily removed from the political process. And here we're thinking about people like Dodik, we're thinking about people like Čović, we're thinking about ultimately people like Vučić, and so on. And instead what happened was the complete opposite, was the categorical doubling down on the politics of not just stableocracy, this pejorative term that we've used for many years in this region, but we witnessed something quite spectacular. There is probably no closer American partner in the Western Balkans today than the leading Russian satellite actor in the region, Alexander Vučić. The man who, at the time of the global coronavirus pandemic stood on the airport of, the Belgrade airport on the tarmac when, Chinese PPE equipment was arriving and, gave that infamous press conference in which he says, this is what brother Xi has provided for us, and what have the Europeans done? Nothing. This is the man who now is being sold French fighter jets by Emmanuel Macron. This is the man to whom Olaf Scholz comes in Belgrade, obviously seeking precious, precious lithium. This is the man with whom the United States has just signed a strategic energy agreement with, again, vis-a-vis that lithium. And all of the purported, geopolitical competition, gamesmanship, et cetera, that seemingly applies when we talk about Ukraine and Russia in that context, when we talk about, say, China and Taiwan, none of that applies here. None of that applies here. And worse than that, you now also have a situation in this region, realistically speaking, where the most malign foreign actors are not actually Russia and China. They are threats. They absolutely support people like Dodik and Vučić, absolutely. But arguably, in terms of what is creating the most immediate negative effects in the region, and in particular in this country, are EU NATO member states, and specifically two of them, Hungary and Croatia, right? So Bosnia is blessed by the fact that, you know, its most pernicious foreign malign influences are its two largest neighbors, Serbia and Croatia, and also Hungary. And two of the three are EU and NATO member states. We had a press conference, or rather not a press conference, we had a visit recently in Bosnia and in Sarajevo by the Croatian Prime Minister, Mr. Andrej Plenković, in which he was asked by the leading daily here in Sarajevo, Oslobođenje, during an interview, you know, sort of what his opinion was on the decisions, the rulings of the European Court of Human Rights since 2009, which have basically struck down tutto completo virtually the entire Bosnian constitution, right, on grounds of discrimination. And Mr. Plenković gives a fascinating answer, and he makes explicit for the first time that something that many of us in sort of the academic and analytical community have been saying for a long time, but sort of were dismissed out of hand. He makes very explicit that Croatia's official position is that it does not recognize as valid or legitimate the rulings of the European Court of Human Rights. He literally says that they are politically motivated. In fact, he says montirane, rather politically sort of installed or mounted, right? And then he goes on to say that Croatia's position in Bosnia is that it categorically believes in the integrity of the Dayton Agreement as the fundamental basis for peace and governance in Bosnia-Herzegovina, but rejects these binding decisions by the European Court of Human Rights, never acknowledging or mentioning the fact that the European Court of Human Rights, that is the European Convention on Human Rights, is an integral part of the Dayton Agreement. Article 2.2 of the Bosnian Constitution says that the European Convention on Human Rights takes precedence over all Bosnian law, including the Bosnian Constitution. And you now, presently, at this very moment, have an extremely aggressive campaign by the government of Croatia at the Council of Europe and within the halls of the European Court of Human Rights to attempt to reverse the most recent and most significant of these decisions, the so-called Kovačević decision in August of 2023. So the problem that you have here in Bosnia is a problem that you can also find in places like Kosovo or Montenegro. All right? In Montenegro, presently, for instance, we have a pro-Russian, quasi-Serbian satellite government that was brought to power with huge support by the international community, but specifically the United States. In Kosovo, we have a hugely popular, democratically elected government that is very explicit and categorical in its commitments to EU integration, NATO integration, has complete alignment with the Euro-Atlantic political and security agenda, but it's functionally under both EU and US sanctions, or what are referred to as restrictive measures. In 2023, you had two violent incidents orchestrated by Serbia in Kosovo. You had attacks on NATO peacekeepers, in which NATO peacekeepers were actually shot at, according to a US commander on the ground. NATO peacekeepers were assaulted with metal pipes. 24 of them ended up in hospital. It was the most serious security incident in the region since the unfortunate events in Kumanovo in North Macedonia. And then before the year was out, we had a full-on paramilitary attack by elements which everyone knows are extremely close to the Serbian political leadership. It's an open secret. And what is the result of the attacks on NATO peacekeepers in Kosovo and the Banjska Serbian paramilitary attacks? It is restrictive measures for Kosovo. It is the sale of French fighter jets to Serbia. It is Emmanuel Macron in Belgrade. It is Olaf Scholz in Belgrade. It is an energy pact between the United States and Serbia. So my problem fundamentally comes down to the fact that whatever the purported agenda that we collectively have in terms of, the new geopolitical realities, it doesn't seem to apply to this region. And I am reaching the limits of my, not that it matters to anyone, but I am reaching the limits of my ability to process in a sympathetic and sort of understandable way what is happening right now. Because it seems like, it's literally opposite town. So if you want better treatment from the political West, do not align with the Western agenda. Do not profess and commit yourself to, the EU or NATO. No, go to Beijing and go to Moscow. And then you will receive better treatment. That is seemingly the lesson that we are being indirectly told to sort of internalize. Or there is the other sort of emerging theoretical consensus, and I'll end on this, which is that, and this is actually kind of a riff on what we heard just a few minutes ago, this idea that the Western Balkans is absolutely categorically a two-tier region. And in the first tier, you have three countries. You have Serbia, Croatia, and Albania. And in the second tier, you have everyone else. What's that?
Is Croatia in the Western Balkans?
Can I have a discussion
Yeah.
on what's in the Balkans
But
after
what
this
it
panel?
means in practice, what that two-tier system means in practice, is that the actual sort of maintenance and an administration of the region has been outsourced by the political West to these three countries. Albania and Serbia split dominion over Kosovo. Serbia gets Montenegro and half of Bosnia. Croatia gets the other half of Bosnia. North Macedonia floats somewhere in there, but it's probably going towards Serbia. And that's it. Bulgaria, of course. But Bulgaria maintains,
We'll get to
a
that.
slightly
We'll
in
get
and
to-
out
We'll
position.
get to that. We have an expert on this right next to you.
So that's a very kind of pessimistic take.
No, it's doom and gloom.
But I think it's important that we address the pessimism that if you were to talk to any actual human being on the street, in Sarajevo, in Pristina, in Podgorica, this is the conversation they would have with you. Not the conversation that we typically have on these panels.
That was fiery. Thank you so much for that gloom and doom that we needed right after lunch. And moving on to Ms. Shekirinska. I was actually going to ask you more about who are these actors, like the main actors in the Western Balkan Six? Like we can exclude Croatia from this bunch for obvious reasons. Croatia is already in the EU, already in NATO, so it doesn't have the same set of problems. If we're talking about EU integration in particular, we can obviously talk about, yes, there are two tiers, and Macedonia happens to be in the second one. North Macedonia, rather, sorry. Could you tell us a bit more of just how are these political actors that are currently in power in the Western Balkan Six affecting the relationship that the West has with the region? How much of them, how many of them, and in what ways are resisting the presence of the West, and who are the West's main allies? Also, don't forget about Bulgaria. I forgot to ask.
Yeah. If you forget about Bulgaria, you usually pay a too high price. So I won't. But I'll answer to your questions. But I'll actually go back because it was an interesting title, and I asked, are we actually really wondering whether the West can have a united front. Nobody challenged so much the unity. You challenge the values behind the approach. Someone might challenge whether certain countries are more present, more active, less visible. And this is why I come up with maybe a view very much dominated by the fact that North Macedonia is the best and the worst example of this dilemma, that it was never, apart from the beginning in the 90s, it was never about the absence of a united front. Can the West have a united front? Yes, it can. Yes, it did from time to time, but not enough. And the real intrinsic problem that I see is not so much the unity of the allies, of the Union, of the West. It is more the genuine lack of interest to push things forward in a too meaningful way. And if I continue with the parallel of a front, it looks like there is a front, but it's very much a front in trenches, status quo. Not pushing forward, but trying to keep the barriers, you know. And the real issue here is that, this is why I said North Macedonia is the best and the worst example. Back in 2001, I cannot say that the West didn't do its maximum. And I believe my country was saved from a full-scale war because of a very united, well-coordinated, and I would say to a certain extent even preemptive reaction. And this was, in our mind, the West in its best period, probably. And the problem, and I thought it's my problem because I was politically raised in the 90s, you're much younger, I thought it is my muscle memory that prevents me from seeing the world as it is today. We have been in the Balkans, we have been trained to think that when the West wants something, it can get it done. And my real question is, are we expecting a bit too much of the West? What is not too much to ask for and to expect, and this is where I would agree, is the approach of values and expectations that was very much dominant, 90s and post-90s, has more or less disappeared from the picture. And to those people who have been seen as the pro-Western people in the Balkans, this is really a movie of disaster. I remember in the 90s, I would meet most of my Western counterparts, some militaries, more political, and I would feel kind of ashamed on behalf of our region and our countries. You know, we felt as if we are these, wild hordes of people who cannot grasp what civilization means and, democracy. We cannot show this new age coming. And, I had a theory, and this is how I survived the 90s. I said, listen, we are kind of a teenage Europeans. It will come. We'll have to pass through these difficult ordeals of typical illness and, but then we'll grow up and really show that we are mature Europeans. It turns out 30 years afterwards, these days some of the European countries resemble like they were the teenage Balkan people. And I believe that we, and this is now, I say we, the West, have missed the opportunity to learn the lessons of the Western Balkans because we were a typical social lab on how people react when they are afraid, how people respond to crisis, how people react to smart malign influences. And I think all of the lessons were there, and unfortunately, we in the Balkans and you in the West are repeating the same mistakes. Why did I say that North Macedonia was also the worst example of all this? Struggling with one crisis after the other, being stuck on one bilateral issue with one member state, which was Greece, I grew tired of listening to the same sentence for almost 20 years. The moment you solve the problem with Greece and you deal with this incredible and very difficult name issue, you're in. There will be a built highway to the EU and NATO. It was a bit too naive, but the political motive was there. And it was difficult to convince people, and especially politicians, to turn dramatically on this issue. And when at that time Macedonia decided ultimately to do it and strike an agreement with Greece on the difficult name issue, unfortunately the West was not as united as one would expect. And I was in Brussels a month after the Prespa agreement. Everyone was praising it. I remember during the referendum, there was a joke that Angela Merkel cannot have her government session in Berlin because most of her ministers are in Skopje advocating for a successful referendum. When the Prespa agreement was signed, the first message that we got was that the EU decided to postpone a decision on starting accession talks. Allegedly, the reason was Albania was not ready and there was no consensus on Albania, so we'll keep you together and then, in 6 months, nothing will happen. Well, at that moment in time, it was NATO that did solve and save the Prespa agreement. Otherwise, the Prespa agreement between Macedonia and Greece would have been a stillborn. And the invitation of NATO, in a way, provided the country a time to move forward, adopt the constitutional changes, etc., etc. But I do believe that the strategic mistake that was made at that time of not starting accession talks, which would not have mean accession to the EU in 3 years, let's be honest, was a message that resonated very well to all the wrong people in the Balkans and to all the citizens. The West cannot be trusted. And I might go, if you ask me about malign influences afterwards, I might connect the two stories, because I do believe that it is very much like the general mentioned. Russian special operations are not only about disinformation. They're about a very interesting architecture of disinformation, operatives in media, embassies, but also operatives in political parties and institutions. And I do believe that most of us in the Balkans and in the West are sometimes several steps behind. So to be continued, hopefully.
Yeah, well, thanks so much for that answer. It's better than my question, that's for sure. Thanks for the assist. And then finally, Dr. Karabegovic.
Sigh.
I need a second. So in 2024, it's quite clear that the proverbial West, or especially the EU, has, many things that it's trying to deal with, but one of the main priorities is migration, or what has now become the umbrella term for migrants, but also asylum seekers, refugees, etc. I think that's a distinction that needs to be pointed out every single time we talk about this. And I think it's quite obvious that due to the fact that the politics in the EU, in particular, have shifted further towards the right, this is being dealt in, let's put it this way, novel ways. I wanted to ask you for your comment on this and how you see the fact that EU integration, or like welcoming the Western Balkans into the EU, has now become a part of this conversation. It's like, if you take our asylum seekers, maybe we can open that door a bit further for you to enter.
Yeah, the easy question. Thank you for the question, the sort of opportunity to reflect on it a little bit from the perspective of somebody who, when I think of security, think more of this sort of human security, not the hard security that we've been talking about. And migration is very much at this sort of centerpiece of a topic that continues to be securitized, and securitized and securitized, when really, when we look at this region, it is not a topic that is securitized in the sense that we've always had migration from this region to the so-called West, right? And it continues, from the sort of bilateral agreements between Germany and former Yugoslavia to, conflict-generated migration, which to some degree obviously is securitized, to this sort of situation that you're talking about today, where migration is extremely securitized, both from sort of, right, or actually just more or less any political parties in the West. And there is very much a common front, right, in the West, in terms of thinking of migration in this sense. And so the region becomes this really interesting place that on one sense there is very much a status quo in the sense of people continue to emigrate, people continue to leave the region, whether this is, labor from the, post-World War II, right, 60s, 70s, 80s on, to the sort of conflict generated, to this, what I call new diaspora, individuals leaving the region because of frustration, because of the lack of this common united front in the Balkans, right? Funnily enough, nonetheless leaving to the West, right? So it's this interesting sort of intersection when we speak about migration of people really voting with their feet to go to this West before the West comes and sort of solves our problems, right? Or helps us solve our problems, or incentivizes our political elites in such a way that they're not just incentivizing themselves individual, but actually incentivizing the countries to move forward on this European NATO path in one way or another. So on one side, the region continues to sort of funnel individuals from here to Europe, predominantly. And this is both low-skilled and high-skilled migration, right? This is not the sort of classic low-skilled migration of the past, but educated individuals. I mean, I am one of these examples, right, to some degree. So that on one side, and then on the other side, this, when you read the reports of sort of how is the region moving towards the European Union, and where is the sort of bright shining lights, where are the best practices in terms of collaboration with the EU, and oftentimes migration management, this term of managing migration, right, comes to the surface of, this is where we're doing really well. Border forces are working together with the EU, or predominantly IOM, who's sort of the sort of actor, right, that acts on behalf of the EU predominantly, right, where migration management policies are tested in this region, where you have increasingly, right, human rights violations. They wane, right, at times, then they increase at different times, depending on sort of the weather, depending on the desires of the border guards, et cetera. And so on one hand, you have this, emigration from the local population, and migration management on the other, with the region securing the EU's borders. And on top of all of this, right, and this is not to say, right, there is not human trafficking, there is not crimes. I mean, there is very serious issues that need to be very clearly sort of collaborated on in terms of managing, to use the word, managing migration, but on the other side, sort of thinking through the ideas of, or the novel, lofty ideas of human rights, and sort of what does somebody who might want to, come to Europe or move across borders, what kinds of rights do they have, et cetera? What kinds of asylum claims are legitimate, which ones aren't? And you mentioned this sort of two-tier, who is a refugee, who is a migrant, how do we define this, and which sort of legal arrangement they fall into, and I won't need to go into that. I mean, this is nothing new for us. So these two things are very sort of complicated, because on one side, the region is helping to restrict, right, and contain migration from outside of Europe, right? So it's acting as sort of the bad cop, let's say, to some degree. And then on the other side, it is providing individuals, right, labor, families. I've been doing a lot of research on younger families leaving, so not just the sort of classic individual with an idea to leave to sort of create a future, but actual families leaving because of the frustration of the lack of movement, which again begs the question of who will be left to collaborate whenever the West does have a common front in the Balkans. Who is left in the region to sort of lead the way forward? And again, I didn't want to end on gloom and doom. I try to always be sort of positive, right? So maybe what I'll sort of say to finish off in terms of this question of migration in general, and I think somebody this morning mentioned, young people, whenever you sort of speak to young people, everyone still remembers the war. No, they don't. They really don't. They were born very much after the war, right? And so I think one thing to sort of think through when we think of what does a common front look like, or what does this aspirational common front look like that isn't malign, that doesn't have multiple malign sort of voices within it, but relatively one that is sort of thinking forward, is one that sort of is looking to these young people who are very much looking for change. They are sick of talking about the past. I was on a panel the other night that was literally called Dealing with the Future, right? How do we think about how this region moves forward, right? And I think there is a level, or there's a layer of young people who are very much interested in sort of moving the region forward. And one of the things to sort of think about is, where is the potential to strengthen institutions with these kinds of young people who are very much interested in staying or interested in circular migration policies, right? They might leave I'm the biggest proponent of staying to do your bachelor in the region, getting a master's, getting a PhD elsewhere, and returning, right? Seeing the opportunities and realizing, well, actually, the region's not so bad when you look at the, rising fascism in the European Union. To sort of, it's funny when that's a joke. Can we talk about that in 2024? That we're laughing about this? To sort of think through, right, how do we, energize these individuals to sort of return, right, whether it's circular migration or whether it's motivating them to stay here and sort of strengthen the institutions rather than strengthening, the political parties, rather than strengthening politicians. And, the panel has mentioned multiple ones. I don't need to repeat them. I'll just, say maybe Defense Minister of Bosnia and Herzegovina, but details, right, to sort of continue, not continue to, strengthen those individuals, but actually the institutions that they're supposed to be helping us move towards the European Union, move towards NATO, and sort of be representative of what the potential is in terms of collaborating with or working with the West in unison. I'll stop there. I think it's a little bit more positive.
Thank you. We've heard a lot of fiery comments today. I'm very happy about that, actually. Let's not be boring. We'll get there. I was actually about to open the floor to any questions from the audience because, believe it or not, we have another 15 minutes left. So let's start with Angel. Second row.
So yes, to quote Ms. Shekerinska, when you forget the Bulgarians, you pay the price. I'll extract the price now. No, I'm joking. No price. So my name is Angel Petrov. I work for Dnevnik, which is a Bulgarian news website. I'd like to briefly comment on a couple of issues Mr. Shekerinska said, in a positive tone, of course, in this case, and maybe ask a couple of very brief questions to whomever is interested in responding. So the first thing, I completely agree with this maybe misplaced optimism, like from, if you look back, Bulgaria, even though it's in the EU, had the same issue. Bulgaria, up until 2007, believed that it enters the EU and snap, the magic wand resolves all of its problems. Now that it's in the EU, it's going through an unimaginable crisis. When I tell someone that 15 years on, the elite is completely disintegrated and we are going to have, in end October, our 7th election in 3 years. Nobody believes me. And this is a byproduct of a loss of direction, because we believe that the West is going to solve everything for us once we are in the EU. It doesn't work like that. And secondly, I think that had it not been for that EU decision in 2018 not to launch negotiations, I think Bulgaria would have never imposed a veto, because it would have never, it could hide behind the fact that it was already 2 years after its presidency. It would never, under Bulgarian-led EU presidency, themed around the Balkans, have allowed this to happen. So, agree, it's a bit of the West's fault, just to... Yeah, I mean, we have to bash the West a bit. That's what we're here for. Anyway, joking. So, on the serious side, there are two questions. A bit of taking issue with the word front. I see that the common front is an idiom, but anyway, when you think about a front in the Balkans, I think we sometimes forget, and thinking how we position ourselves vis-a-vis Russia. We forget that it's a bidirectional relationship, that Russia's network consists of people who have interests. In most cases, the pro-Russian guys that I think were mentioned here are not really at heart, they don't wake up in the morning and think, come on, so we love Putin, we love the Kremlin. They do it out of opportunism. The same way as, cynically, some people became pro-Western in our region, also due to opportunism. This counts both for political leaders and for other people, minor politicians, NGO people, media people. So the question is, if not a common front, do you think it's possible to reach an agreement how to interact with these people, to talk them into the understanding that they don't stand to gain anything from their, it's not love of Russia, but from their, this kind of interaction? And secondly, you mentioned Hungary. What do you think, Yasmin, what do you think drives Hungary's policy in the Western Balkans right now? Because I doubt this idea, that this axiom that it's acting on Russia's behalf. On Russia's behalf, you don't take a 1 billion loan from China to give half to North Macedonia. This does make a lot of sense.
Actually, so first question goes to, you. No, I'm Szczekirinska, please. The second question, sorry, because those were two questions, not one.
Yes.
Goes to Dr. Zanelli.
So I'm going to put
Is that your name?
What?
I gave the question to.
Okay, but I got the
To
wrong.
you.
Sometimes we cannot hear exactly what you're saying.
Oh,
It's
then
me.
it's
So
my
please go
fault.
Okay.
Sorry.
So I'm going to sort of put my analytical bias on the table. And here it is. I believe, which I did not used to believe, but I have come around to the belief that ideology is real. When somebody tells you who they are, you should believe them. I think Viktor Orban is a deeply autocratic, Islamophobic, far-right hardliner. And I think he said something extremely honest about 2 years ago when he spoke about Bosnia. When he said to some European media, he said, we in Budapest routinely try to explain to our European partners that for us, Bosnia is a problem because there are 2 million Muslims that live there. He didn't say Islamists. He didn't say terrorism. He said Muslims. Period. And I believe him. In the same way that I am absolutely 110% convinced that Alexander Vučić today is the exact same person who stood in front of the Serbian parliament in July of 1995 as the genocide in Srebrenica was taking place and said, speaking to NATO, for every one Serb that you kill, we will kill 100 Muslims. He is exactly the same person. What has changed is that he has become a little bit more polite. And he has figured out that that kind of rhetoric is no longer permissible. He has, however, also learned, as Janeta was suggesting and a number of us sort of acknowledged, that, what's changed between 1995 and 2024 is that rather than the Balkans beginning to look more like the political West has started looking more like the Balkans. So in that sense, Alexander Vučić has a far greater number of potential interlocutors, not just in Hungary, to be clear, but in any number of other places. And so I think when we're talking about places like Bosnia, like Kosovo, North Macedonia to a certain extent, there is a whole host of basically ideological and sectarian biases that shape and inform how we are seen and viewed in large parts of Europe and large parts of the political West. And I think that line by Orban that, the fundamental problem with Bosnia is not, Milorad Dodik, Dragan Čović, or ultimately whatever, Serbia, Croatia, etc. No, that's not the problem. The problem is 2 million Muslims. And as a fourth-generation atheist, who however comes from a culturally Muslim milieu and a Bosniak family, and has just written a book about Bosniak national identity, it's one of these things where, you know, that's a conversation killer. There's no dialogue that I can have with Viktor Orban. Because if you hate me for what I am and not what I do, we're at the end of dialogue. So in that sense, all that we can hope for and wait for is a change in leadership in places like Hungary. Now, I'll finish on this point. That doesn't mean that we should just sit and wait. So I'm very fortunate, for instance, that through the New Lines Institute, one of the projects that I've been able to spearhead is what I've kind of called this like a policymaker's guide for constitutional reform in Bosnia. And let's be very clear, we're going to celebrate the 30th anniversary of Dayton next year. I am under no illusions whatsoever that constitutional reform in Bosnia is on the horizon anytime soon. But I am absolutely categorically convinced that it is deeply irresponsible, both by the political West and Bosnian political actors, to like completely furlough the topic. So I've had the opportunity to compose a report that's going to be very, very detailed, very, very exhaustive, and is going to be something that, hopefully both decision makers and their various staffers are going to be able to process in the hope that we will be able to create enough understanding and interest and genuine knowledge about these extremely complex issues so that, in some ways, to quote my colleague, if the time should come, and I believe it will come, in places like Bosnia and also Kosovo, where we will have that moment of rapid potential acceleration. We don't have to say, how are we going to do this? No, it's done. Here it is. Just do this. Let's go. Boom, 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 boom. And if Bosnia, for instance, could do what North Macedonia did, which is just get into NATO, 98% of the problems in this country would be solved. I'm absolutely convinced of that.
On that
because
note,
we never have to get into the EU.
on that note, let's pass the floor to someone else. Shekarinska, please.
Thank you. You can see in the case, at least of Bulgaria and Macedonia, the dialogue has continued. But I will tell you an episode or an anecdote about a very old dialogue, almost 7 years ago, when a new democratic government was elected in then Macedonia. We went for the first meetings in Brussels, met with NATO and EU officials. It was clear that the government will try to speed up the EU and NATO accession process. And then we were told by an EU official that they had a meeting with Russian Minister of Foreign Affairs, Lavrov. And he said, and that was a message that was passed. It wasn't just a very light conversation. If you give up on your NATO ambitions, we will not object, and I like the word object, to your EU accession. Of course, the verb was never object. It was more active. We were not trying to prevent. And I'll have to say, okay, we declined the offer, we continued pushing forward for NATO, we became, and the moment when we started, when we were finishing with the negotiations with Greece, it was clear that all Russian operatives in the region were given one order: prevent this agreement from happening. And we were really lucky. Sometimes it's a question of luck. We were lucky that Macedonia was never very, very strong on Russian, not very open to Russian influences. So practically they gave up on influencing us, and they counted on preventing the Prespa agreement in Greece. The Greek government expelled several Russian officers, people from the embassy, and somehow, miraculously, the agreement passed both in Greece and in North Macedonia. Do you think that the Russians were overly worried that their operation has failed, like all of us would be in case when our operations fail? No, They didn't talk about this. They didn't criticize themselves. No, they just said, okay, plan A, let's do plan B. And their focus was, okay, they managed to do NATO, let's prevent EU. I genuinely believe, and I do count on really Bulgarian counterparts doing the necessary internal research, that the whole operation that has managed only two things, to continuously alienate North Macedonia and Bulgaria, and to increase Russian and other countries' malign influences in North Macedonia. This whole thing was a very easy political operation by Russia. Why? Because in 2018, we actually offered constitutional changes, the same constitutional changes to Bulgarian Prime Minister. The same thing that now destroys our relation. We have had Croatian minority and Montenegrin minority asking to be introduced into our constitution. We said, why not? And then we called and said, okay, bona fide, let's do this with the Bulgarian minority and show good faith in our relationship. And the Bulgarian politicians, the same ones, said absolutely not. 2 years afterwards, this has become the conditio sine qua non. So I do believe that it's not just politicians doing pragmatic things and suddenly coming up with new ideas. No, it has been part of a much wider scheme, and I think that we have missed the signs. Finally, enlargement has been on autopilot. And it sounds good. Autopilot gets you to where you want to safely. But the problem is that the autopilot is put on cruising the skies, not really landing. Until the moment when we have a united front on landing successfully, at least for those Western Balkan countries that want to do it, I think that we will continue cruising the skies and increasing dissatisfaction. And dissatisfaction can be a very nasty beast. Where I quote Misha Selimovic, because when you're in Sarajevo and you don't come up with his quote, you're just a failure. Thanks.
Dr. Zane, if you want to add briefly, a couple of minutes, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, it's a response to the question, but a little bit more also reflection on what we discussed in the panel. So, well, let's take NATO. We're not talking about the success of NATO in the region. It was, huge Russian disinformation campaigns in the recent years, both with the accession of North Macedonia and Montenegro, and the political West, together with the leaderships in these countries, was successful. Imagine if those countries were not NATO members in the last 2 years after, what we're seeing with the security situation in Europe. So that is very positive. So let's look, from this perspective. The second, and this is more of a reflection also, to myself when I sit in panels that talk about the Western Balkans. I think we fall in this trap into scapegoating the European Union for lack of, of progress in the EU enlargement process. And I think that is also part that we feed disinformation, not only from malign actors, but also politicians with vested interests to be in power for a long time. We hear that throughout the region. We did all our reforms. It's the European Union that is fatigued with us and it does not accept us. So what I missed in the panel, starting from myself, is that we did not talk about issues with rule of law. We did not talk about levels of corruption in the region and lack of democracy and meritocracy. In 2018, the European Commission called or named, specifically the issue of state capture in the Western Balkans. But it did not continue to elaborate on that and, work on policy with rewards for those that were progressing on reforms and punishment on the sanctions on those that will stop and hinder reforms. So I think that is, if there is one weakness of the European Union, it's that the conditionality is not working, or the reward and sanctions in the region. And the second thing is that we have seen that, in Eastern European countries, Central Eastern European countries, I think that the European enlargement process has been very much elite-driven, and has missed the wider part of the population, talking from the youth, business communities, the civil society and whole. And that's why we have in the region those kinds of leaders that they deem themselves as the only ones that can talk about the EU integration process, that can be the interlocutors to the EU or other, Western allies. And that is what is missing. So it boils down into lack of democracy and meritocracy in the region. And so it's not, what can we do to change the situation also from inside and not always be the teenagers that never agree, with the parents, but still rely on the parents to, to move forward. So that's my point.
Great, thank you so much. We will take maybe 2 more questions. We have one there and a second one there, and that's it, because I think they'll kick us out if we don't stop. So.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Such a great discussion, to be honest. I'm amazed from this very realistic approach. But what I found it more awakening and, above all, scary, it's the security context that was elaborated by Mr. Mujanovic, if I may. And I think that this controversial approach from European Union, but overall from Western politician, it's well known so far, but if until 6 years ago we were able to define this kind of approach, like, creating stabilitocracies in the region, at this point right now we are in a different level. And that's why I very much liked your way of listing all of these things happening recently in the region. But if I want to have a positive, or if I want to see it in a more positive way, the security context right now in the Balkans or Western Balkans, which are the elements or the actors that you would, point out that can secure, at least on the region, a united Bosnia-Herzegovina for the future, and also that can ensure the constitutional reform, hopefully, one day. And secondly, to ensure progress in the dialogue between Kosovo and Serbia. Thank you.
Yeah, let's take the second question as well, if that's okay. Sorry, my microphone is not working so well. I think we had a question in the back row.
Hello, Larissa, a bit too close. Larissa Lloyd from the Friedrich Ebert Foundation. I wanted to touch upon something that Dr. Zanelli mentioned, because you mentioned the new growth plan for the Western Balkans. And I do also believe that this can be a game changer for the region. But as we know from Bosnia, for example, they failed to deliver the reform plan they were supposed to deliver because of political will. Whose political will we don't have to discuss right now. But I also feel like people were not too much under pressure, politicians here, to deliver, because they thought it doesn't matter, the EU, they're not so credible anyway, or the conditionality is not so credible anyways, because now they put themselves in a position of maybe losing one of the first installments, which is a lot of money, very important for especially young people, I would say, so this country can prosper and people have the possibility to stay here and don't have to leave their home. So what I'm wondering is, because I feel like the EU does not have the power anymore here to push, in this specific example, Bosnia and Herzegovina, to actually deliver when it has to deliver, because the politicians saw it works out anyways for them. So do you think, the question, I mean, I now mentioned a point that Dr. Zanelli mentioned, but whoever feels like you can answer, please answer. Do you think, first of all, do we need more outside influences coming in? So maybe the US, the UK, who's not part of the EU anymore, or other countries? Do we need maybe specific member states stepping in and being diplomats in this kind of way? And maybe also, what does need to happen in the country? I mean, it's a big question. We have elections coming up soon in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Do you see this being more as a way to push progressive parties and have a political change?
Any takers? Okay, Dr. Chalmers.
I mean, I wanted to pose a question of my own, maybe to some of my fellow panelists. I was out walking in Sarajevo yesterday, and somebody mistook me for a citizen, so I was handed election leaflets for the elections are coming up. election posters all around the city, which is a good sign of a vibrant democracy. But in most other European countries, this is a period in which sitting governments are getting thrown out. It's just happened in my country. In one country after another, ruling parties are losing because of dissatisfied populations. And that's how democracies change, and you still have free elections, as far as I understand it, in Bosnia, in both parts of Bosnia. So if things aren't working, if you're not getting where you want, why is it that people here don't vote for somebody else? Or is it the case, in fact, that actually most of the population in Bosnia is satisfied with the status quo? I mean, I think the first question about change, it seems to me, should be asked to the people here, not to the West. We in the UK are mostly concerned with UK problems. We want to make sure we get stability and we don't have a resurgence of war, but it's not our responsibility to make the Bosnian political system work if Bosnians aren't prepared to vote to make it work. And right now they don't seem to be. So this is a question rather than an answer.
All right, maybe since the question, and your question as well, were both about Bosnia, maybe we should ask the Bosnian experts. So either Dr. Mujanovic or Dr. Karabegovic can answer this one.
To the question, which the framing that we just heard, I think is absolutely right. Fundamentally, I mean, I'll tell you a little secret. When I speak to foreign audiences, I'm very critical. When I speak to Bosnian audiences, which I frequently do as well, I generally find myself in the position of trying to defend the West. So I wear many hats. So you relax, like, just let it go. No, but here, seriously, unfortunately here we have to come back to a very massive problem, which I didn't talk about, but you know, we talk about this idea of Bosnians vote for change, or why don't Bosnians vote for change? Well, the reasons are structural. The reasons are structural, that in Bosnia we have a constitutional and electoral regime which is designed to not allow for change to take place. I mean, that's literally its purpose. It's an ethnic power-sharing armistice. The problem that we have is that we don't have a social contract, that we don't have a genuinely democratic constitution. Worse than that, at the last general elections, when there actually was a very organized campaign by Bosnian voters and political activists to attempt to circumvent at least one of the main nationalist parties in the country, specifically the HDZ, which is the Croat Nationalist Party, the High Representative, Christian Schmidt, literally changed the electoral law of the Federation about 15 minutes after the polls had closed. He changed the way in which votes that had already been cast were going to be tabulated. In any other context, we would call that a coup. Full stop. And since then, Mr. Schmidt has continued to be extremely hostile, for lack of a better term, to the idea of genuine liberal democratic change. He is presently, right now, attempting unilaterally to have himself installed as an expert witness at the appeal at the European Court of Human Rights vis-a-vis the Kovacevic decision. Unprecedented. We have never had this situation with the High Representative that we have presently with Herr Schmidt. However, I want to go back to the question that was asked of me by the colleague over there. Despite all my criticism, I fundamentally, categorically believe not only that change is possible in Bosnia, but the change is inevitable. The political and social and demographic realities of this country are moving towards the inevitability of change. The only question is, when will that happen and how will it happen? My genuine appeal to my friends in the international community, in particular those who have historically, at least at times, had genuinely good, values-driven policies, and here I'm thinking in particular of the United States, but also the UK, is let's do this now when we can still organize the process in a peaceful, reasoned, democratic way, and not when it will inevitably have to happen through some kind of social instability. I mean, it's Kennedy's maxim, right? Those who make peaceful change impossible will make violent revolution inevitable. And that is, Bosnians refer to Dayton as the luda košlja, right? The straitjacket. And that's exactly what it is. And it's completely unnecessary. There is, and a spoiler, I'll tell you what's in the report. The irony in all of this is that we got so close in '06 to constitutional reform in this country. And let's be clear, the constitutional reforms in '06 would not have solved all of the problems in this country, but they would have made possible the most important thing, which was instilling in the Bosnian populace the categorical belief that change is possible through the democratic process. And so I continue to, I'm probably the most outspoken critic of the sectarianism of the Dayton Constitution, its illiberalism, et cetera, but I continue to appeal to Bosnians at every opportunity that I can, including in our diaspora. Please vote. Please vote. Please participate. Please be involved in the process, because it's the only thing that works. And I do not want us to be in a position ever again where anything in this country is solved through coercion, force, or violence. I'm not in the habit of quoting Mr. Izetbegovic Sr., never a huge supporter, but he had one particular line at Dayton that I think is, it still genuinely kind of gives me chills, which is when Holbrooke came to him, looked him in the eyes and said, "Mr. President, we have a deal. We're waiting on your go-ahead. Will you sign?" And Izetbegovic responds, "It's not a just peace." And then he waits. For a lifetime he waits. And he says, "But my people need peace." It's not a just peace. It's not a just democracy. But it's a democracy of a sort anyway. So let's try to just improve it if we can.
Thanks. Since we're burning through your coffee break, I'm just going to give Dr. Karabegovic an opportunity to respond if you'd like, and if not.
I think we'll let the people have coffee and we can maybe discuss over coffee.
Yay,
we'll
coffee.
let you go.
Thank you all so much for this panel. And before you take your break, I was asked once again to remind you that this report made by New Alliance is available for you on the right in case you didn't get your copy. Thanks.
To announce that we are going to screen a video message from President Osmani of Kosovo, who is a genuine leader on the topic of this panel discussion, Women, Peace, and Security. She is, I think, one of the most inspiring young and upcoming politicians in Europe, and we are so proud and delighted that she has sent a video message on women, peace, and security for this conference. So we're going to watch it, it'll be screened, and then we'll assemble the panel. Thank you so much.
Dear participants, respected organizers, distinguished guests, champions of the Women, Peace, and Security agenda. It is both an honor and a privilege to address you today on a matter of profound significance, that of the Women, Peace, and Security agenda. Throughout history, in times of war, conflict, and crisis, it is women who have borne the greatest burden. Unfortunately, as we convene today, wars and conflicts of different scale continue to rage across the globe. And once again, it is women who suffer the most. The past years have shown that peace and security are fragile, requiring our constant vigilance and collective effort to uphold them. Yet, in these challenging times, we have also witnessed the incredible resilience, bravery, and determination of women and girls to upheave for peace and justice. Therefore, it is imperative that we support them, especially in times of crisis. Platforms like the Sarajevo Security Conference are crucial in creating space for dialogue, reflection, and the identification of effective strategies to assist women living in war and conflict zones. I am confident that your discussion today will reinforce an undeniable truth, and that is that peace and security cannot be achieved without the full participation of women. The evidence is clear. When women are included in peace negotiations, the resulting agreements are more sustainable and enduring. In Kosovo, women have played a pivotal role in our nation's journey to freedom. Their efforts drew the attention of the international community, which ultimately supported Kosovo's path towards becoming a democratic country, a sovereign country, a free and independent country, which nowadays serves as a role model for embracing and upholding democratic values after we had suffered war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. In this spirit, Kosovo has taken significant strides towards promoting and advancing gender equality in many sectors, including in our security structures, in the judiciary and the parliament. The principles of the Women, Peace and Security agenda have been embedded in both public discourse and institutional frameworks. This progress has been further supported by the annual International Forum on Women, Peace and Security, which has established Kosovo as a meeting point in the heart of the Western Balkans for dialogue and collaboration on WPS issues, and turned Kosovo on a global leader on WPS. As a result, we are pleased to know that with the support of thousands of participants engaged in this dialogue, we identify new policy recommendations each year. Our ultimate goal is to create a more secure, peaceful, and supportive living environment for women and girls. I'm proud to announce that Kosovo has taken yet another significant step in advancing WPS with the establishment of the Regional Center of Excellence for Women, Peace, and Security. This center, launched just days ago in Pristina, will serve as a hub for regional governments, international organizations, civil society, academia, and other stakeholders. Together, we will work to recognize the indispensable role of women in peace and security processes and to integrate WPS principles into national and regional security policies. The Regional Center welcomes the participation of all of you, all interested parties, offering a space for meaningful dialogue, knowledge exchange, and sharing of best practices to further advance the WPS agenda. Dear participants, I wish you a very fruitful and productive discussion throughout this conference. I look forward to hearing more of its outcomes and to welcoming you all soon to Pristina for the 3rd edition of the International Forum on Women, Peace and Security. Thank you.
So during this panel discussion, we are going to obviously address women, peace, and security and its partnership in NATO and beyond. First of all, let me also point out we have a report published by New Lines. If you don't have a copy of it, you can get a copy over on the side of the room over there. It's entitled A Moment of Renewal for the WPS Agenda in Non-NATO Balkan States, Spotlight on Bosnia and Herzegovina and Kosovo. It's this report here. And let me also add, I am editor of this security assessment of the current security posture and geopolitical challenges in the Western Balkans. There is a piece done in this, publication by a native of Sarajevo, Professor Aida Hozic, University of Florida, a dear colleague and friend to many of us, considered one of the top feminist scholars, I think, in Europe. And the title of her, it's a feminist discourse on insecurity and the economies of care, a feminist lens into what security means to people, perhaps, in their everyday life. It's an important piece of literature, and I think it speaks to the challenges, particularly for women and families in Bosnia on a day-to-day basis. Now, I'd like to introduce our panelists, and to my immediate left is Sabina Kudic. Sabina is a member of the BIH Parliament, and she's a national politician I grew to deeply admire her during a period when the U.S. was particularly unhelpful here in Bosnia, and she, along with some of her fellow parliamentarians, were demanding a meeting with some of the envoys in the embassy. And she appeared, I was really struck by her forward position of saying, we're part of the conversation too. The next person to her left is Kyla McGill, who is a women, peace, and security expert. She works to incorporate a gendered perspective into international and national security issues with a focus on political participation, countering violent extremism, and creating tangible change through partnerships. The person to her left, and I am honored to introduce her to all of you. Her name is Major General Monescu Shehu. Same. Vidic Shehu. She is the first woman general in the Albanian army, has dedicated more than 37 years to defense and to the security sector, beginning as chief of logistics at the 3900 Brigade and steadily rose through the ranks. And we are honored to have her here today with us. And the last person on this panel is a friend and colleague, former colleague. I've known Adita Mistari for many years. And she works at UN Women in the Bosnia office. She's the WPS program specialist. She leverages her extensive experience in gender equality, women's leadership, and gender responsive governance. Her expertise spans many years working in this field. So the first thing I do want to say before we get to our panelists, recently Tony Blinken, the Secretary of State, actually issued a distinct speech on women, peace, and security in NATO in Washington. And I would also add that U.S. Senator Jeanne Shaheen has been the legislative mastermind of writing the legislation to advance women, peace, and security, not only in the United States and also at NATO. Unfortunately, she was invited but couldn't be here because, of course, the American elections are on our agenda for November 5th. So she's busy with those issues. I would just say that it's remarkable that the Secretary of State delivered this speech to make a point about why now there is an effort to renew this agenda with some U.S. leadership, I might add. So I wanted to begin there. I would also begin now the panel, and I'm going to ask Kayla to open up and sort of set the scene so people have an understanding of WPS from someone who's worked extensively in many forums.
Hi, all. Thank you so much. Can we hear? Are we good? Okay. Tanya, thank you so much for your introduction. I also want to thank the organizers of this conference. It's been really, really enlightening to hear so many experts come together to share their thoughts and really have a really good dialogue and a discourse as well, and I have also taken a few notes, if I can, before I quickly start in, of where women, peace and security, or gender issues were mentioned, and there were actually none. Human security was mentioned on the last panel in a really, really great way, and I do want to call that out. That was great. But I think to Tanya's point, there's a reason why this is such a great conference for us to be able to come together and talk about women, peace, and security. Not just for the global agenda of what women, peace, and security is, but for integrating it thoroughly throughout policies, throughout practice, and ensuring that the policies that are developed at a security level are very much responsive to the actual individual security felt by people at a local level. And vice versa as well, that the local individual level is really able to inform policy in a substantive manner. Going back to your point about the Secretary's remarks, it was very much a moment that he was able to come and speak at the first ever Women, Peace and Security official side event held during a NATO summit. There were a lot of deliverables from that as well, from the NATO Secretary General's Special Representative, Irina Felin, on Women, Peace and Security. And one of those was through the Comprehensive Assistance Package, using some of that funding with allies as a deliverable to have women's body armor to Ukrainian soldiers as well. That's one example I wanted to highlight here, as this point of leadership is so important to help push that agenda, but that was something substantive from a local level, from an individual level, that helps to improve security, that helps to improve participation, that helps to improve engagement. There are a few lessons why I think women, peace, and security has been so siloed or sidelined from typical security conferences or security discussions and dialogues. One of those is that women, peace, and security is often viewed as only women. It's not viewed as something that's beneficial to a whole of society. Or when you hear something like gender, you think women, which is, again, wrong. However, because the women, peace, and security agenda was rooted in decades of local feminist activism from across the world, and particularly in Africa, we can recognize that the agenda can actually be focused on security in a very substantive way because it comes from that localized approach. These are principles developed from these communities where they felt conflict, where they felt the actual impacts of these wars, of these tensions that we are talking about today. The recent panel discussed a lot about some of these diverse tensions and these diverse intersecting identities that people deal with and feel and experience, and that's one of the things that the Women, Peace and Security agenda can address and can help address as well. One of the other things that security, or women, peace, and security is so often sidelined in security and prevention issues is because there's a lot of global rollback on gender equality right now in the world. We're seeing this in terms of restrictions to movement, in lack of access to resources such as food, things that are basic security needs, lack of access to hotlines that may help with issues such as violence or reporting extremism. And education is also always a big thing as well. One of the other challenges that we're seeing is there's an increase or a decrease in financing that is related to gender equality or human rights or women, peace, and security. Now, these are all challenges, of course, and I can go into a lot more, but within the specific context we're talking about of security and conflict prevention, which is very much the theme of what we're coming here today to discuss through partnerships with NATO's, there are a few solutions. Because conflict and war are so localized, looking at centering WPS and prevention efforts in all security decisions is key. This means that the policy that is developed, such as the recent NATO Women, Peace and Security policy that was announced in July, are rooted in these localized contexts, are developed with the input from women leaders, from marginalized groups, from actors who experience this conflict, experience these crises, and are able to contribute in a likewise manner to those who are already in positions of power. And the last thing I will say, because I know I'm late, is that partnerships are obviously a key here. We have people in this room who are coming from all over the world. This is a strong example of the importance of partnerships in any agenda, in any security instance. And the Women, Peace, and Security agenda is a tool to connect those partnerships. It's something that is transformative when applied and is able to bridge divides that otherwise are not able to be bridged. And it should be a toolkit in all security decisions moving forward.
Kosovo just actually signed an agreement with the State Department to establish the regional center that President Osmani mentioned in the video. Can you elaborate on the strategic application of these centers and how they will be used?
Yes, so I do want to say, first of all, that I'm here in my personal capacity and I'm speaking as a WPS expert, but I can speak to the need for women, peace, and security centers to have, as President Osmani said, a regional hub of coordination. The partnerships point that I ended with in my previous comment is really key here. President Osmani laid out how Kosovo is such a strong leader on women, peace, and security, and this is one more example of their leadership there. However, the center is really something that is focused on regional capacity building, on developing technical expertise, so that, as I had outlined before, the policies that are developed are responsive to the experiences of people on the ground that are working on these issues, and vice versa, that people on the ground are able to utilize policies to ensure that the actions that they take are going to be impactful. The other aspect of this WPS Center is it's a government-to-government partnership, and yes, that's great, but Kosovo has taken it an amazing step further in working with civil society partners. This is so that this is really to develop this government to non-government partnership, which is so key, as we all know, in any actual sound implementation and work that is going to be done. If you want to make an impact, you need to work with people from all areas, from all issue areas, from all sectors, and ensure that their expertise is taken in and noted. And I think this panel is a great example of a diversity of expertise in different sectors. And I think that there are a lot of people here who are also coming from so many different areas. The WPS Center of Excellence, as President Osmani noted in her remarks, is hopefully that emblematic of those partnerships. However, they can't do it alone, and that's where the WPS agenda comes in again. This, as I said, is meant to be transformative, this policy, and actually having a substantive center, a hub, or a work that is able to come together is going to be able to make that WPS policy more transformative. And I think that the last point I will say is this was also seen through Kosovo and a lot of other nations in this region who have developed women, peace, and security national action plans and developed their national action plans with options for implementing strong policy. And in talking with members of the President's team, they have been working on their center to be very, very responsive to their WPS National Action Plan, to their implementation of their women, peace, and security commitments. And I think that is a true example of how this WPS agenda has become not only a strong avenue for engagement from a country, from a leader that works on this as such a strong part of their policy, but also a way forward. This is something that can be strengthened through partnerships, that can be localized to efforts on the ground, that can be really, really strongly brought to bringing together a lot of these diverse areas like academia, private sector, civil society. And I really, really applaud the Kosovars and their president for this initiative.
Yes, I would just add that what's really a regional phenomenon, which is very unfortunate, is the phenomenon of femicide. It is plaguing every country, I want to thank Alexander Brazar, who actually published my op-ed that Alex Chin and I wrote together while I was in Kosovo during the WPS summit in April. A woman had been murdered by her husband, and this was not the first. This is happening every week of every month in this region. If women are not safe at home, I can assure you they're not safe more broadly in society. And so this is probably most likely because President Osmani declared a day of mourning for the death of this woman, that this is going to be addressed. And because of the regional center, I think that they have the potential and indeed build the capacity to actually come up with some reforms with judges who can address this. So insecurity is really far beyond the battlefield of a classic conventional war. I apologize. I want to now turn to Adita. Adita, in fact, you and I had a conversation, and you told me, well, really what you focus on is human security through a WPS lens, and so I'd like you to elaborate. On your work.
Okay. Third or fifth luck is a charm, I guess. Okay. Samo na sredini. Okay. Thank you, Tanya, for the introductions, and actually thank you, Kayla, for a substantive introduction, because this is exactly what I was thinking. And whenever we are talking about peace and security, especially in these large conventions, deliberations, we tend to focus really on hard security, on weapons, on militaries, and tend to overlook human security approach, which aims to shift the focus from this traditional militarized concepts to a more civilian safety and protection from all forms of daily intimidations and threats, and this also includes economic and psychological security as well. So coming in my professional actually capacity, although I think I was invited in my personal capacity, and working from the United Nations, I wanted to maybe provide a programmatic perspective also to the WPS agenda, because for the United Nations, and especially for UN Women, which is where I work, this is the core of our program, because it encompasses human rights and the link between peace and development. And we understand this correlation as that there can be no peace without development, and obviously there can be no development without peace. And certainly none of the above can happen without women, and this is where the Women, Peace and Security agenda comes as a critical. Gail already mentioned it has a transformative potential, and I fully agree, because it's a very specific policy. It's a very specific, rather, framework that has these four main pillars: protection, prevention, participation, and relief and recovery. And from that perspective, it really has a potential to help us escape these cycles of conflict and create what is the end goal of any peace building, inclusive and more democratic society, and move from gender inequality to gender justice. And also having in mind that, I don't know whether it was mentioned earlier, if I missed it, but today is the International Day of Peace, and I think it's a very symbolic and for us an opportunity to speak maybe more a little bit about this peace perspective of the WPS agenda, rather than this hard security. And from that point of view, I would like to unpack just a couple of issues. I do have that slot, right? So I can move forward, or you would like me to come back later? Yeah. Yeah. So in terms of what I was saying and introducing maybe a little bit longer than I should have, but I thought it was very important to emphasize this human security aspect. There are three issues that I would like to raise. First issue is related to war-related trauma. It's related to generational fear and divisive narratives. And this is not just a Bosnian Herzegovinian issue. It's not just a Western Balkans issue. It's scientifically proven that trauma from war and fear from war that was experienced by previous generation actually is passed down to younger generations. And it's been scientifically proven many times from the Holocaust and to this day that this is creating a cycle of mistrust, a cycle of anxiety. And for the Bosnian Herzegovinian society, it's still haunted. We have a very alarming statistics that confirms this, and this is that 40% of young people in Bosnia and Herzegovina who don't have or who haven't directly experienced war and conflict are actually in fear of ethnic conflict today. And this fear perpetuates obviously negative narratives, and it perpetuates distrust among communities, exactly those communities where we expect that the major peace-building milestones will happen, because they will not happen at the Parliamentary Assembly, no offense, Sabina, or in the Ministry of Defense. They will happen at the community level. So this is actually obstructing these higher reconciliation efforts and establishment of lasting peace, which are actually the core objectives of the WPS agenda. I also have to mention here that the prevalence of hate speech further exacerbates this distrust. And by the UN, the hate speech has been identified as the major source of division and threat to peace in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And this was noted by the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, the Special Advisor for Prevention of Genocide, a couple of special rapporteurs that visited Bosnia and Herzegovina and Sarajevo in the past couple of years. And in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we also know that the hate speech has a pronounced gender dimension. And the particular targeting of women and girls actually is of a major concern. We also have some numbers here, 60%, for example, of gender and identity-based disinformation targets women online. From the monitored recorded case of hate speech in 2022 and 2023, 25% of that hate speech was related to gender, 28% was related to sexual minorities, and 21% to ethnic discrimination. So ignoring this and ignoring what I mentioned earlier, these emotional scars and ongoing fear from war will prevent lasting peace, and it's really crucial to address this trauma and hate for us to be able to build a peaceful and cohesive society. Another thing the second thing that I wanted to unpack is the 3 Ps in the WPS agenda pillars, again, participation, prevention, and protection. And because first, gender discrimination, traditional roles persist. I don't think there's any question about it anymore. But when we look at this issue, we first see the issue of participation. And Tanya's initial questions were actually about participation, but I thought it would be superficial for me to speak just about participation, because participation is much more than the numbers. But if you look just at the numbers, we see that women are underrepresented in most of the areas. So whether it's labor market, whether it's political participation, whether it's security and defense, you name it. To illustrate again with just a couple of numbers, also for the audience. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, as of 2022, women make up approximately 7% of professional military personnel in the armed forces, 23% of ambassadors, 17% of general consuls, 16% of MPs, 3.6% of elected mayors, 19% of local councillors. So we are not seeing numbers that are above 30, right? So almost nowhere. The truth is that, for example, in the Ministry of Defense, we have more than 45% women who are civil servants. But when you move away from the civil service into the military service, these numbers, obviously, because of the traditional gender norms and roles, this is less acceptable. So the impact of excluding women here, as I said, is beyond the numbers. It's about excluding also women's perspectives, and we're talking here about more than half of the population. Also to mention here is the issue of protection and prevention, which is another question that Tanya initially wanted to discuss, and I'm not kind of shying away from that. And but it is a huge and separate discussion. It's related about gender-based violence. It's related to femicide, and it's a very painful topic in Bosnia and Herzegovina right now, because we are seeing really the increased violence against women, but also what the WPS agenda is about is also not just domestic violence. It's not about it's not just about intimate partner violence. It's also about violence that happens regularly in the public sphere. We are seeing increased violence against journalists, and then especially women journalists. And this includes also slap lawsuits. It includes political interference, also further influencing media freedom. So this is, again, very connected to the WPS agenda. So it's a very kind of complex framework. I didn't even start speaking about conflict-related sexual violence and survivors of conflict-related sexual violence who are still, together with women peace builders, facing vilification in the media, who are reliving and still kind of ongoing physical and psychological trauma because of the lack or inadequate redress of the pain and suffering they have gone through. So this is all part of this broader women, peace and security agenda. And we do know that transitional justice is a stalemate. We don't have adequate response yet throughout the country on these issues. And maybe last thing that I just want to, and I'll try to be as brief as possible, I was kind of counting 12 minutes, but okay, sorry, and I really think it's important to say and to acknowledge the institutional accountability in all of this. It was mentioned at the introduction that Bosnia and Herzegovina also is one of the first countries in the region who adopted the National Action Plan on 1325, and this is true. In just a couple of months before Serbia in 2010, and undoubtedly we as a country showed huge progress. So towards women's empowerment through ratification of different international standards, including the Istanbul Convention, one of the first. But we are again seeing obstacles on this path. With the leadership of Agency for Gender Equality of Bosnia and Herzegovina, we did adopt and implement the first action plan, 1325. We cannot call it National Action Plan. It's just action plan here. And then the second, and then the third. And then in 2022, we have, we as the country has come up with a fourth action plan. It still focuses on human security, a little bit there are a couple of issues related to transitional justice and trust building and everything, but it's introducing the questions of migration and questions of radicalization. However, it's been more than a year, and stakeholders included in this process are not able to approve of this action plan, and it still hasn't been approved. So since 2022, or end of 2022, we don't have the action plan in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Despite all of these efforts, despite international exposure, and despite really recognition that Bosnia and Herzegovina has received as one of the pioneers in strategically looking at implementation of WPS agenda. So lack of political will, certainly lack of resources, gender responsive budgeting not being implemented at the proper level in the country, and it influences the overall agenda. So I'll just stop here. I had so much more to say, and I'm sorry for taking so long. But I just wanted to kind of open up a couple of these questions, because the WPS agenda, and this is really important, is much more than women in the military.
Absolutely, but it is tied to security. It is part of the security strategy to create a safe country. And I would add, the legacy of the war lives with many people here, and there's intergenerational narratives, obviously, given your report. But both Bosnia and Kosovo were the victims of conflict-related violence. In the middle. Okay, sorry, got it. Now I have it. Rocket science. Okay, but what you have here is mass trauma, and the first, I want people to understand, Rwanda and Bosnia were the two countries where women were witnesses to the first landmark decisions under international criminal law finding rape as a war crime. It is remarkable, their courage and how they face this, and lots of people are living with it. And today, if you live in the RS, you cannot get compensation because they ended compensation in December 31st last year, as an example. So when we talk about peace and security, and we talk about, oh, well, the wars in Ukraine, there's a long, long legacy of war and how it affects people's daily lives. And that's why I think Aida Hozic's essay is so poignant when she points to the fact that one can't even necessarily go to the hospital to get help. And so what kind of peace do you really have? So now I would like to turn to the one military officer on our panel, and that's Major General Shehu. I have offered two questions to her, and what's interesting is that, of course, Albania has been a member of NATO since 2009, and it's really been in the region, you know, it's one of the oldest members of NATO. And how has that yielded to planning out the national action plans, and how can Albania build on what they've learned since the first phase of entering NATO?
Thank you, Tanya. Good afternoon, everybody. Today is a privilege for me to be here in this conference about the security, but you know the threat, it is everywhere. War in Ukraine, war in Middle East, and conflict in Balkan. But let me know about the topic women, peace, and security. Your question is a good question. In Albania, NAPE, or Action Plan, for first time, it was present in 2009. But they not finished in this period of time. But for first time in Albania, we have our action plan in 2018. We worked together, ex-Minister of Defense, Ms. Mimi Kodele, worked with other institutions, other security institutions, and society, and civil society. And we, for first time in 2018, we had first action plan. After that, in 2020 and 2004, we approved other action plans, but right now we have national strategy 2013. But you are together, all the institutions about agenda, peace, women, and security. How is implementation in Albania armed forces? Resolution 1325 have many criteria to support the female in leadership under the uniforms. You know, these sections, they domain have the men. The female, they are the number, the low number. But right now in military armed forces, we are 15.2% soldiers, NCO, and officers. They are present everywhere. They are in peacekeeping operations. They are in United Nations in Sudan. They are in KFOR. They had been Iraq, Afghanistan, and many conflict areas. And these missions have the part for first time in 2007 in Iraq have been for Albanian armed forces, first female in peacekeeping operations. Not it easy, believe me, but we are able to do the men do. We are in chain of command, not are female. We are a member of military armed forces, and in chain of command, everyone, men and females, have one missions, have one responsibility, have one criteria to do the best our job. In this period of time, we have the time to promotion in rank. Not it easy. It is much and more complex. Because in a low rank, for example, lieutenant until majors, not is a very difficult process. But lieutenant colonel, colonel, general, and many stars generals, it is much and more complex. We change many time by time the law for rank, but the commissions, they are for high rank, they are only men. How support one commissions, for example, one female? We time by time do present this problem, but not it easy, believe me. Little bit history about the military armed forces and female in Albania armed forces. In 1967, for first time, starting the military academy about 100 females. They study for 3 branches, infantry, communications, and finance. After the communist regime, you know, Albania have been very closed. We have the same programs with military, the NATO. For first time, my country in 2009 will be a member of NATO. You know, we are very proud because we contribute in the region, in world, in all the post-conflict area for peace, security, and stability. How to grow this female, for example, to grow the number of percent? Not it easy. You know the young generation, but are 2 criteria. The first, we have 4 times in the year for recruits. The recruits, they are young generation, but we step by step, home, house to house, go to say to be member of military because have much and more possibility for development, for education, for new job, for economy. And I think the education is the key for all the militaries, is the key for development of the country, is the key for security.
Thank you. Thank you so much for telling us about Albania. Just full disclosure, I am third generation Albanian, and it's really an honor to meet you because I know that someone like yourself has broken down a lot of doors in advancing as a professional general officer, but also the country itself and its history and culture. This is pretty revolutionary from my standpoint. But anyway, thank you so much, General Shehu. And now I'd like to turn to our colleague to give us the real deal, as I know she will, Sabina Kuric. And I'm just going to ask you, as a member of the BH House of Representatives, how do you see the role of women more broadly in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and more specifically with respect to the military role of women actually in just daily life? How do they protect their families, their communities, and the country itself?
Well, how long do I have? You know, as I was hearing colleagues today in a panel, the word generational experience and trauma were mentioned, and I was thinking I wasn't necessarily going to lead with this, but then I was searching for a pattern within my own life experience. And looking back, you know, my mother was born a couple of years after the Second World War. And she grew up in a household without a single male adult figure because all of them died or were killed during the war or immediately after the war. So she grew up in a household of 5 women who remained either never got married or lost their husbands. And then when I look back on my experience during the siege in Sarajevo, I was here from obviously 92 to 95. And of 95, my father was fighting in the Bosnian army, and I stayed at home also in a kind of female-led household where my grandmother was a refugee, lived with us, and so it was also, again, another little female commune of a second generation of similar experience, similar trauma, and so on. So for my own personal experience, I witnessed I was not a witness to my father fighting a war, but I was a witness to I witnessed and experienced the fact that my survival was directly tied to my mother's and my grandmother's activities. And I observed the entire community because we spent a lot of time in the shelter and so on. So it was again a kind of female community and female commune-led experience. And then, you know, when you look at statistics, I believe that from 1989 till 2011, in 82% of the cases of peace agreements being signed, they analyzed 6 peace agreements, over 82% of them, there was less than 20% of female participation in the signing of these peace agreements. And I see kind of dichotomy. I see this difference that I'm having a hard time to bridge in my mind between my own collective experience and the fact that these women who are responsible for the entire community, for survival of, I would say, entire Sarajevo under the siege, the city where we are now sitting, were not reflected at that table. We're not participating in making decisions of what our constitution is going to look like, what our city is going to look like, how our community is going to be organized, how is the female participation going to be secured, and so on and so forth. And I think ask any child of Sarajevo during the war, and they have this confusion in their head, like, wait a second, where are these people who made sure we survived? Where are they at the table? And how come they were not asked about peace process and so on and so forth? And then I looked at the statistics in Bosnia. You know, a couple of years ago, I called the political science department at the Sarajevo University. because I thought my own experience may be not representative enough, thinking, how come it is my experience from elementary school and high school that girls outperformed boys in terms of grades and so on? But then I thought, okay, I have a small sample. It doesn't have to be necessarily statistically representative. And then I called the political science department and asked in my research for data. Women graduated from the political science department 1.5 year on average, 1 point something months on average before men from the political science department. On average, they significantly outperformed in terms of grades. But then I looked at their journalism department and I looked at the number of women in media, in editorial boards and so on. They were severely underrepresented. I'm not talking anchors, I'm talking about in written media and so on, so people who are making editorial decisions. And then I looked at women in politics, people who studied politics. Of course, we are talking somewhere hovering around 20%. I come from a political party, and I'm not doing here political marketing because not many of you can vote for me here. I'm assuming not everybody is from Bosnia and Herzegovina. I'm not a candidate in these elections, but when I got elected to the federal parliament in 2018, 63% of my party's elected officials were women. 63%. Now we are at 51%. When I look at the governments that we participate in, national government, we have 2 people in the Council of Ministers, minister and deputy minister, man and a woman. Federal government, 2 ministers, man and a woman. When I was the president of the federal club in our parliament, there were 6 of us, 5 women, 1 man. Now that's switched, but we have 4 women in the Sarajevo Cantonal Assembly and 1 man. So do the math. We are quite represented. We are the only party that Central Election Committee refused our lists because we didn't have enough men on them, 2 lists, because we weren't careful enough, but we corrected them. But these things don't fall from the sky. None of this is just accidentally so. So it requires a conscious policy decision. It needs adopting documents within the party, and I truly believe, of course I'm subjective, but you invited me here to be subjective, I'm not. I think democracy starts within political parties. I think equality becomes, it's too late to seek it in parliaments, because you come to a parliament as a foreign political figure. You're not going to entirely ideologically change once you're in the parliament. No matter how much international organizations, with all due respect to OSCE, UN Women, invest in women in parliaments, we are already foreign political figures. It needs to be invested in the communities and then in political parties that shape political thinking and shape our attitudes towards gender equality. I'm going to add at the end that I think, no, I don't think this. Actually, it doesn't matter whether I think it. It's absolutely proven that the way we treat women is how it defines our national outcomes. Violence against women. There is no state in the world, I challenge you to think of a country in the world whose sole issue is violence against women. It is always a symptom of incredible network of issues and problems that that country is dealing with, including terrorism, including unemployment rates, it's a symptom of terrible policies overall. So it cannot be just this one issue that we need to solve. It's never unique and alone. And in that sense, I just briefly want to say that we need to tie our policies to various, it needs to be horizontal. With all due respect to organizers, I'm delighted to be here. It's 2nd year. I congratulate you. I'm honored to be invited. But I think these women we don't need to sit exclusively separated in these kinds of panels. You can't separate these issues. They need to be an integral part of other issues. I heard in the previous panel that Bosnia and Herzegovina, over 80% of our problems would be solved if we join NATO. With all due respect to NATO, that level of simplicity, I looked at the data while that was being spoken on North Macedonia, on Albania, on Montenegro. Ask their women whether 80% of their problems were solved by joining NATO. It's part of the solution. It's part of the security agenda. It's part of the understanding security as human security and not just national security. But let's not fool ourselves that there are silver bullets. There aren't. There aren't. And in that sense, I want to conclude by saying, please don't treat these issues as separate agendas and separate issues. key element of these outcomes that I mentioned in our party was when we refused to have women's group within the party. Because once you have women's group or women's panels or women's solely oriented groups, then that becomes external to party politics. Let's make sure that in our statutes we secure absolute equality. You need 50% of women in presidency, in the main board, in every local board. And then that becomes part of the kind of integral discussion. I participate in a lot of negotiations. When there are more women in the room, atmosphere changes. At least they're embarrassed to say things that they're usually not embarrassed to say when I'm the only one there about saying, well, excuse Sabina, but we, you know. So in that sense, please make sure that women sit at the table not as representatives of women, but they simply sit there as representatives of 50% of the population with a unique viewpoint and making sure that their experience is celebrated as much as male security experience is celebrated, because I've seen probably 12 Oscar-winning films in my lifetime dealing with the celebration of male heroism. I feel like I've been on the Eastern Front. I feel like I've went to Moscow and Stalingrad together with I've been to every single front in the First World War, Second World War. But you know what I haven't seen enough? I haven't seen enough of female experience of personal and collective security. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you. I knew you would bring it, Sabrina. I just know you. I do want to say, before we open it up, that insecurity seems to be sweeping the globe, targeting women, women's bodies. I can speak as an American woman. What is happening in America right now with respect to abortion makes everyone feel unsafe. Vice President Harris has actually talked about this extensively. So you see what's happened in Poland, you see what's happened in the United States. When Vladimir Putin passed the propaganda laws against LGBTQ people, there was a retraction on reproductive rights. So feeling unsafe is populating in different ways across the globe. But I want to see if there are any people in the audience who would like to ask some questions. We can do that quickly. I see a hand over here. Back in the corner over there.
Thank you. I just wanted to say this panel was amazing and I was fangirling the whole time. You're all incredible and inspirational. My question is, I mean, you've touched upon it, but it's how do you increase and widen engagement on WPS to get particularly men and decision makers to see its value and importance? Because already here I'm seeing more empty chairs than before, and often in these events I've been to before, it's an all-female panel and often an all-female audience. So it's kind of a preaching to the choir situation. And I was a previous intern at NATO SHAPE working on a military advice on the military contribution to human security document. And I found it really interesting that we had to frame the human security being important by seeing, oh, this is good for military resilience, or, oh, this could compromise mission, rather than based on actual values and morals. So my question is, does intent matter? Because for me, I only see sustainable change being rooted in genuine care and belief, but I'm not sure if that's just naive. Like, is it attainable? Because it also links with discussions before about sanctions only being effective when based off material interest over values as well. So I'm just trying to see do you think intent, care, and genuine seeing, oh, women, gender equality is important as being important for sustainable change?
Who's your question directed to? Anyone? Kayla, I saw you.
Thank you. Did I look like I was ready?
No, well, you were paying attention. Yeah, I mean, everybody was. Everybody was.
Yeah, no, I think that your question is something that in general, the women, peace, and security community is having a reckoning with right now as we're coming up on next year's the 25th anniversary of USCR 1325. I also think the global community should be having a little bit of a reckoning with that as well, in regards to we are at a state in the world where we're experiencing the most conflict since the 1940s. That's just a fact. And the other fact of that is within this women, peace, and security community, there are so many people who were sounding early alarm bells that were sharing warning signs, that were saying gender-based violence is not just, as has been discussed here, a result of conflict, but actually an indicator that more conflict's going to happen. Food scarcity is not just an indicator of conflict or lack of resources. There were steps that were taken or ignored by people to get us to this position. So I think the intent is there, of course, as you said, and that's really great, but the actual translation of that intent is where that gap still exists and where that gap is so persistent. One of the reasons why I think it was so wonderful to have President Osmani speak was because the WPS Center that they're working on is hopefully an example of how to fill that gap. It's not enough, though. Having this spread out, as you said, into all areas, into all aspects, even if it's you're a woman, you're going to come speak on this panel, that's not great, but then you can get there and you can make a difference. I think that people where they have a voice are able to raise it, but make room for everybody else. I have a personal issue with the word empowerment because it denotes someone giving power to somebody else. And in this gender equality, women, peace, and security world, we always say empowerment, but everyone that works on this is typically already empowered. There are so many strong people in this community. So taking that intent, taking the persistent work and dedication that they have done for decades and decades, as I said, WPS wasn't just invented 24 years ago. It was decades of activism before that, decades of activism. Taking that experience, taking the shared generational experiences, even if that is so difficult to work through and talk to, and tying that to policies to enact change, I think is the strongest way forward. But there need to be people in the room. We need to have people pushing for it. So even, I hate male allies too. I mean, not hate male allies. I hate the term male allies because yes, we need allies, but not people just saying, oh, I'm a male ally, I'm gonna let you do the work. No, we need people who are saying, okay, come talk to this, but better yet, tell me what I can do. I want to learn from you. So getting politicians together, getting people who work on this at the local level together is the way forward. Not a great answer, I know. Yes, the intent's there. We need to have a reckoning. We need to move forward with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead. Go ahead. From a cynic, I think it needs to become politically profitable. And there are ways to make these things politically profitable. When we frame issues such as in Bosnia and Herzegovina, maternity leave, for example, was framed as social welfare issue, and it's not a social welfare issue. You need to partner with employers. You need to partner with the private sector to figure out how do we make sure in a disappearing country whose workforce is leaving to keep that workforce. So you need different people at the table analyzing from different angles how these things become politically profitable. And I think there are many, many angles. And, men tend to be perceived as more data-driven in policies than women, which is, of course, ridiculous because there is a lot of data on this, but we don't seem to be so eager to use that data in policymaking. So I think it needs to become and framed as a politically profitable move in order for it to find its place on the agenda. Because when you look at the statistics, in the UK, where I think at some point in Europe it was the lowest the voter turnout rate among young people, and then policies about free university and access to education suffered because the policymaker says, wait a second, this is not necessarily profitable. I better raise pensions where my real voters are. So where the voters are, politicians will follow. Thank you.
Are there any? Yes, over here. Yes, this is the last question, too.
All right, thank you so much. Jonathan Castorena with Helicopter Alliance. So I'm very touched by all your expertise and the knowledge that you've been sharing today with everyone here in the audience. And I'm a little bit ashamed, and just to be very forward, that a lot of these things that I've been learning about never really became, let's say, a subject of mine until I have 2 daughters. And so now that I have 2 daughters, and that's now my priority, is to raise them to be strong, independent women. And then, of course, when you see what's happening in society today, you all are being the trailblazers to ensure that they have a peaceful life ahead of them. So I think systematically, it's also, you know, making sure that we have women, peace, and security for the political sector, but also from the education from the young age when they're in schools, ensure that that's instilled in the system, so as they grow up, that they have that, you know, peace and security. So the question I have is, how can I, as a person individually, get more involved? And also, too, what kind of message would you get to me as a father to 2 young daughters, you know, for them that want to grow up to be strong and independent as like yourselves?
Who wants to take that question?
And maybe, I mean, thank you for your reflection on the discussion and for this question. And it's a very relevant question, but it's also kind of how to put it. It's a question that many of men around us very often pose to themselves. I've heard this question many times before. You have a friend, you have a colleague who is simply well-intended, you know, and would like to somehow support. But the support comes from your home. So, okay, you realize that women are important when you got 2 girls. Probably not this straightforward, but it's, you know, to paint the picture. And this is where you start. You start with their education at home. You start by supporting them and empowering them, and I'm pretty sure you're already doing this. And you support their decisions, and then you believe them as well. And I think this is very important, to believe women, to believe their experiences, and not to push them into experiences they are not fond of, that they are not enjoying. And I think this is where the critical empowerment, and I'm really using this word of purpose now, happens, because I think empowerment happens from within. You do not empower someone, you allow them to become empowered. Through many trainings that I've held with students and civil servants, and I would use this example, and I'm so sorry that I don't have that PowerPoint right now, but imagine going into a toy store, any toy store, anywhere in the world probably. What do you see? What do you see? You see 2 sections, right? It's a blue one and a pink one, right? And what do you see in the blue section? You see cars, you see action figures, you see weapons as well. And what do you see in the pink section? You know, you see tiny little ironing boards and babies and, you know, all these how is it said? Yeah, strollers, yeah. Anyway, again, just painting a picture. So you have to allow your girls to go into the blue section. And you have to also allow your boys to go into the pink section. And this is a little bit more painful for dads, also moms, but this is the reality. So if we want to move forward, we have to move forward then, at that very critical moment. In terms of your position, whatever each one of you are doing here, I see military, I see civilians, fine, but whatever you're doing, whether you're like a teacher or a policymaker or an MP or a program manager, you can do your share. Think about what do women and men need and where their needs differ. So this is gender mainstreaming one-on-one. So what is it? We have to understand what women and men and girls and boys need, and how how to address these needs and respond to these needs through practical policy decisions, right? So this is what we were talking, this is what the National Action Plan is, among other things. So we were looking at what the women need in terms of the WPS agenda, and what we are now doing, we are localizing this WPS agenda back to the communities, because again, and this is a full circle, this is where the change happens, and this is why we need to support communities to empower themselves, to have this dialogue, to discuss these tough topics, to get to these, to identify these human security concerns that need your addressing as a policymaker, assuming that you're a policymaker. So from whatever you're doing, this can be your role, and you can certainly do that. As I said, even if you're an architect, you can think of how will this building that I'm building affect women? Can women park if they're having kids with them and, 2 or 3 or 4 kids? It doesn't matter, Can women climb the stairs in high heels? But these are all relevant questions, So if we impose to women to wear high heels, we need to provide them an environment where they can walk in those high heels, for heaven's sake. So whatever you do, there is a way, just think about it, it's possible.
Well, that actually, oh, please.
10 seconds.
Please. Go ahead. Sorry, didn't see you.
I'm mother of daughters, but my daughters in connection with my husband so much. I'm not jealous, but you have need for advice. My opinion is you and your wife care for education. It is most important. And family, it is the key, because the first education, every child, doesn't matter boy or daughters, have at home. And second advice, this is my opinion, care so much from social media, mobile phone. It is so much dangerous, because young generation today live in new technology and have many programs in TV, but family, you are father, have limits at home. For example, time for study, time for walk, time for shopping, etc., etc. This is my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, this actually ends this panel. I really want to thank Haroon and Hikmet and their incredible team to pull this off and do such a wonderful job. My thanks also to New Lines Institute and support of Azim, Ibrahim, our director that I've been working with for almost 2 years now. It's wonderful for me personally. All the Bosnians in the room know how much I love this city, how much it's a part of my life, and thank you so much for the honor that I could moderate this incredible panel. So thank you to everyone who is here in the room and remains in the room. And I would just say that violence is not just on the classic battlefield. Violence is in every aspect of our lives, and that's why it's incumbent upon all of us to lift people to equality and dignity and respect. Thank you so much.
And our last technical announcement for today, if I can have your attention for 10 more seconds.